There we have quorum.
We're good. Okay. Oh, well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our planning committee meeting, June 16th. And it's a beautiful day at the moment up here. And I look forward to our agenda. As usual, we have a fairly long agenda for planning. So I'm going to once again reiterate, can we follow Robert's rules and just speak once, think about it, speak once. If you have something new to add, then please add it. And we'll try to keep things moving efficiently, but with all input welcome. So I am going to welcome everybody here. We have some guests today, which I will introduce once we get to our joint public meeting. Members present do have quorum. We have regrets from Councillor Mazan and from Councillor Edwards. And I don't think I see Councillor Nishikawa yet, but she usually comes in the first few minutes. I also want to confirm we have the CEO, Clerk, Director of Development Services and Environmental Sustainability, and other members of our staff present. So public input was invited at planning@muskokalakes.ca. I just want to confirm for those listening that that was disseminated to all of the councillors, everything that came in from that. And today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. So I do also want to recognize the supplementary agenda today. Barbara Craig is going to have comments at 3:30, item, I think it's 12A. And then Todd Perry would like to comment on the short-term rental accommodations section. So I think my next job is to ask for any pecuniary interest. Anybody here want to declare anything? Okay. All right. So for those listening in, we were actually going to, as our first agenda item, go to 5D1. And this is it's a public meeting that is going to be held jointly with the district and with the township. And first of all, would like to welcome some of our district councillors. Chair John Klink, welcome.
Good morning, thank you.
Good morning. And District Councillor Paul Kelly, and also Mayor of Gravenhurst.
Thank you. Good to be here.
And Councillor Papard, welcome.
Thank you very much.
And I'd also like to welcome district staff members Cassidy Fior, and there she is, welcome, and Craig Douglas. Okay, so we will now hold joint public meetings for Plan of Subdivision Applications S-2019-9 that has been submitted to the District Municipality of Muskoka, and for Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application ZBA-45/21 in the name of Foreman Road Holdings Limited that has been submitted to the Township of Muskoka Lakes. These joint statutory public meetings are being held under the authority of sections 34 and 51 of the Planning Act. The purpose of the joint public meetings is twofold: to provide the District Community and Planning Services Committee and the Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee, as well as the public, with details and background information on the development and proposal, and to receive comments from the public on the proposal prior to any decisions being made. And please note, it is intended that decisions on these applications will be made at future committee and council meetings. However, as it is important to understand your appeal rights under the Planning Act, please note that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at this public meeting or provide written submissions to the Township of Muskoka Lakes or District of Muskoka, that person or public body may not be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal or be added as a party to any hearing of an appeal of this matter before the tribunal, unless the tribunal finds there are reasonable grounds to allow that entity to become a party. So that's the end of sort of the legal part. I'm now going to turn this over to the township's acting manager of planning, Mr. Soya, Sam, and the district's planning manager of planning, Cassidy Fior, to provide an overview of these applications. Welcome, Mr. Sawyer. Welcome, Ms. Fior. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. And I am unmuted. Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Good morning, committee members of both the Township's Planning Committee and the District's Community and Planning Services Committee. And good morning, members of the public and staff. The next application to be heard are applications to be heard are Plan of Subdivision Application 2019-9 and Zoning Bylaw Amendment ZBA 4521 in the name of Foreman Road Holdings Limited. This development is also referred to as Muskoka Trails by the applicant. And I would direct committee's attention to the proposed draft plan of subdivision and rezoning sketch on pages 206 and 207 of today's agenda package. And a municipal address has not yet been assigned to this subject property. However, the lands consist of a 55.6 acre parcel located within the urban center of Port Carling. This property abuts two roads. It has 717 feet of frontage on Foreman Road, which is also known as Muskoka Road 26. And the property also abuts Medora Street, which is also known as Muskoka Road 118 West. Currently, the only entrance to the property is from Medora Street. Almost the entire property is naturally vegetated. The majority is forested, and a water course and associated wetland provides a physical divide between the northerly forested portion of the property and the southerly forested area. The topography of the property is variable, with some areas of steep slopes, and surrounding land uses involve residential to the east, primarily commercial to the west, and industrial directly to the north. The northerly lot line abuts the Port Carling water tower property as well. It's a good point of reference. I'll now turn it over to Cassidy Fior, Manager of Planning at the District, and Cassidy is going to provide an overview of the plan of subdivision application, and then I'll provide some more details on the zoning bylaw amendment application. And I'll turn it over.
Thank you. Ms. Fior?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. If I could kindly ask Township staff to just share the brief presentation that I had provided, that would be much appreciated. Excellent, thank you. As Mr. Sawyer noted, I am here today to provide District's Community and Planning Services Committee, the Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee, and members of the public with information on the proposed draft plan of subdivision S 2019-09, also known as Muskoka Trails, as part of the public meeting for this development proposal. I will turn it back over to Mr. Sawyer to discuss the related zoning bylaw amendment and next steps later in the presentation. Next slide, please. As Mr. Sawyer previously described the subject lands and their surroundings, I will focus primarily on the proposed draft plan of subdivision application. The application for a draft plan of subdivision proposes to create a total of 85 single detached residential lots and 3 multiple residential blocks intended to contain up to 206 units, totaling 291 residential units. The plan also includes 3 blocks for stormwater management and open space purposes and is proposed to proceed over 4 phases. The single detached residential lots are proposed to range in size from approximately 600 square meters to 1,965 square meters, with lot frontages ranging from 15 meters or 49.2 feet to 57 meters or 186.4 feet. The subject property is located within the full service area as identified on Schedule B in the Muskoka official plan, and the development is proposed to be serviced with full municipal water and sewer services. All of the single detached residential lots are to be accessed by a new municipal road network connecting both Muskoka Road 118 or Medora Street and Muskoka Road 26 or Foreman Road, with the multiple residential blocks proposed to being accessed via internal driveways and or future condominium roadways. Next slide, please. A number of technical studies were submitted in support of the applications, which I will hopefully briefly outline for you now. The Traffic Impact Study, or TIS, includes an assessment of the potential traffic generated by the proposed development, as well as the capacity and impacts on the functionality of the surrounding road network. The report identified potential improvements that could be implemented based on future traffic volumes and was peer-reviewed by Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited. A revised TIS was provided in March 2020, which updated the time horizons and addressed previously identified concerns to the satisfaction of the peer reviewer. The Functional Servicing Report, or FSR, outlines the proposed stormwater management and municipal servicing of the site. The stormwater management measures include a quality and quantity control strategy for the development, consisting of a stormwater management pond, storm sewers and swales, among other measures. The report concludes that subject to the implementation of the recommendations and mitigation measures contained in the report, water quality and quantity objectives for post-development runoff will be achieved. Municipal servicing of the site is also addressed in the report, concluding that development can be serviced by water and sewer services extended from District Road 118 or Medora Street. The report further outlines that due to site topography, a low pressure sewer system will be required in order to service a portion of the east side of the development. The proposed water and sewer infrastructure has been modeled in the district's water and sewer model for the urban center of Port Carling, and the preliminary results have been included in the FSR. The report notes that the full build-out of the proposed development would require significant offsite upgrades to the pumping capacity of both the Medora and West sewage pump stations, upgrades to the high lift water system pumps for the Port Carling water tower, and the upsizing of a number of downstream sanitary sewer mains. A review of the hydraulic modeling also indicates that capacity is not currently available to service the full build-out of the development at this time. The conclusions and recommendations of the FSR, as well as the preliminary results of the water and sewer modeling, were evaluated by district engineering and public works staff, and comments were provided to the applicant. Subsequently, a revised FSR was then submitted in November 2021, which further specified when upgrades would be required based on the results of the above noted hydraulic modeling, as well as feedback from district engineering and public works staff. The modeling was also updated to consider how the development could be phased to address some of the concerns. Further details on how these required works will be funded, including the potential for front-ending or other cost-sharing agreements, are also currently being discussed with the applicant. With regards to capacity, a master servicing study is currently being completed for the entire district municipality of Muskoka and will provide a better understanding of when additional capacity will be available. Until that time, capacity will be available on a first-come, first-served basis to be allocated through agreements with the district municipality of Muskoka. It is anticipated that the future recommendation report concerning this development would also contain options to address the required infrastructure upgrades, and confirmation of capacity being available would be required as a condition of draft approval for each phase of the development. The Environmental Impact Study, or EIS, provides a description of the subject lands and potential impacts on identified natural heritage features and functions, as well as a species at risk habitat assessment. The report also contains a number of recommendations, including construction mitigation and other measures in order to protect natural heritage features and functions located on and adjacent to the subject lands. The report concludes the development is feasible as proposed, provided that the recommendations contained within the report are implemented. The Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks has also provided a review of the portion of the report detailing species at risk habitat, with the balance of the report being peer reviewed by Riverstone Environmental Solutions, Inc., and additional documentation and clarification was subsequently provided by the applicant's consultant. At this time, all peer review concerns have been considered to be addressed. The planning report further describes the proposed development and includes a detailed policy analysis in support of the proposal. Next slide, please. In regards to public notification requirements detailed earlier by Mr. Soya, a notice of concurrent public meeting was circulated to all required agencies and adjacent property owners in accordance with the Planning Act. A sign has also been posted on the subject property, and the notice was advertised on the district's website. In response to this circulation, as well as the circulation of notice of complete application that was circulated in 2019, comments have been received from Hydro One, as well as various internal departments from the district and township of Muskoka Lakes. To date, we have also received 10 written comments from members of the public, as well as a petition in opposition to the development, including 117 signatures. Next slide, please. No concerns have been raised by agencies to date. However, a number of the letters received from neighboring property owners were in opposition to the proposed development. Public concerns have primarily related to the proposed density, population increase, and environmental impacts. Additional concerns included impacts on local services, including schools, childcare, medical facilities, and waste collection, vehicular traffic congestion, parking, pedestrian safety, compatibility with existing development, and affordability. As previously mentioned, decisions on the proposed plan of subdivision and the proposed zoning bylaw amendment applications will not be made today and will be deferred to a later date in order to consider these and any additional public comments and concerns heard today at this meeting. I would also note that members of the public are welcome to submit any comments in writing prior to a decision being made. That concludes my presentation for this morning, and I'll pass it back to Mr. Sawyer to provide an overview of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fior. Mr. Sawyer?
Thank you, Ms. Fior. So while the district is the approval authority for the plan of subdivision application, the township is responsible for considering the approval of the related zoning bylaw amendment. It's important to note that this subject property is within the urban center designation of the township's official plan and is specifically designated for residential development that is connected to municipal water and sewer services. The lands are currently zoned community residential R2, and the purpose of the proposed bylaw amendment is to align residential zoning with the proposed lots and blocks within the draft plan of subdivision. The areas where the 85 new lots are proposed is intended to be rezoned to community residential R1 to permit a single family dwelling on each lot. As is outlined in the staff report, the minimum lot frontage requirement in the R1 zone is 50 feet. While almost all of the lots do satisfy this minimum, 6 of the 85 proposed lots have a lot frontage of 49.2 feet, and therefore an exemption has been requested to this minimum frontage requirement, just for these 6 lots. The 3 blocks where multiple residential development is proposed are to be rezoned to the community residential medium density zone, which would permit higher density forms of residential development, such as townhouses, semi-detached dwellings, and duplex dwellings. Then it is also proposed that the 3 blocks containing the identified wetland be placed into the public open space zone, and that uses within that zone be restricted to only permit conservation and open space recreation uses. Notice of this public meeting was circulated, as I believe has been noted, 20 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and a number of submissions have been received to date. They have been forwarded to committee in advance. I'll provide a brief summary. The township's Public Works Department has submitted comments advising that proposed roads, roadside features, and servicing must be constructed to appropriate township and district standards prior to acceptance, assumption, and subsequent maintenance by the township. Public Works staff should be consulted throughout the project to discuss design criteria, including with regards to stormwater management. And it has also been noted that the proposed stormwater pond is required to be fenced. Street lighting throughout the development will likely be a requirement, and existing properties that currently abut the access driveway that originates from Medora Street that appear to be using this access to some degree, so this may need to be addressed. Also, access to the water tower on the adjacent property will need to be maintained. And currently there's a right-of-way to that property that crosses the subject lands. Public Works staff have also recommended that the lands be zoned with holding provisions to only be lifted once water and wastewater servicing has been addressed to the satisfaction of the district of Muskoka. A submission has also been received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, advising that he has no concerns at this point in time. The township has received 4 comments from members of the public, all of which are in opposition to the proposal. These have been received from Ross and Susan Longworth, Grant and Mary Mooney, Jim Broman, and Jane Rieger. And while several of the submissions made it clear that affordable housing is needed and should be supported, concerns have been raised about, and I'll just mention some of the main concerns that were raised. One that has come up is the proposed phasing and schedule of development, including the timing of tree removal or phasing of tree removal. Traffic concerns, impacts on public services, including healthcare and schools, resulting from the anticipated significant growth in Fort Carling's population, the disruption to the community from construction, and questions about how it could be minimized, the impact on the snowmobile trail that crosses the property, and the impact on the community if the trail was to be closed, the proposed density and overall number of additional dwelling units that are proposed, the proposed layout, the level of community amenities or stated lack thereof, potential negative impacts to the charm and attraction of Port Carling, and concerns about the potential height of multi-residential buildings, especially given the higher elevation of some of the multi-residential development blocks. And then also environmental concerns, especially related to the identified wetland and watercourse and the potential downstream impacts on fish habitat in Mirror Lake and water quality impacts on Lake Muskoka. Staff have prepared a detailed information report describing the development and providing an overview of potential considerations. Staff have recommended that public and agency comments be received and considered prior to a further recommendation report being brought back to Planning Committee. And staff do intend to bring a second report to committee that will include further planning analysis and recommended comments to be submitted to the District of Muskoka on the plan of subdivision application. And I have no further comments at this time, but would be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soya. I now would like to ask the applicant or the agent, and I believe it's Mr. Huizinga is here to represent the applicant. We could bring him in. Sorry?
I think it's.
Oh, okay, I could see Mr. Huizinga was, I think, there he is.
Morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, good morning, members of District and Muskoka Lakes Council. My name is Graham Huizinga. I'm here on behalf of the applicants, Max and Dennis Tarski, owners of Foreman Road Holdings Limited. I see Wayne is joining me as well, so he may have something to add, but I'd just like to say that this is a preliminary meeting that we're holding today to kind of introduce the project on both a subdivision scale and also for the draft rezoning proposal that we've put forward, and also to collect public input respecting both of those proposals. So we're here, and the owners are here as well, and we're happy to have discussions with that regard. And yeah, we're available to answer any questions about the development proposal. And I believe Wayne has something to add as well. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Simpson, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and council, committee members, and those distinguished guests from the district as well. Wayne Simpson Associates, we're the planners for Leadham Development is the parent company of Foreman Road Holdings Ltd. Also joining the meeting this morning are Max and Dennis Tarski, the principals of the company. So they would be available if there's any questions that you would want to direct to the proponent, and if I'm not able to answer them or more appropriately directed to those two, I would be pleased to do that. I just wanted to say initially, we do appreciate the public comments. We haven't seen them all yet, but we appreciate the concerns, and we fully expect that every concern that's being raised or has been raised, we'll be reviewing those with district staff, Ms. Fior and Mr. Soya, and that each one will be spoken to specifically so that there's a detailed response to every concern raised. I would want to say that with respect to the density of the development, just to clarify initially, there are 85 single-family residential lots, all in the 50-foot frontage range, and the three multiple blocks. The density on those is just for the purposes of planning, design, and modeling of hydraulics, sewer and water services, were assigned a density of 12 units per acre. And that's where and based on the acreage, we came up with 206 units as being a maximum. And I just want to say that the specific development plans for each of those blocks has not yet been determined, but they would be, again, as Mr. Soya mentioned, single, semis, duplexes, or townhomes. So we're not looking at mid-rise buildings or something like that that would be prominent and have a greater density. So the sites are unique. Each of the sites is unique, and there's going to be design sensibilities in terms of how to proceed with those. So I just wanted to reassure everybody that they need not assume that there's going to be 289 units right out of the get-go on this. The intention of the developer is to proceed with phases, each phase having a maximum of 50 units in accordance with the district policy. And the intention would be to include single-family homes, maybe in the range of 20 units per phase, plus 30 units that might be in the other categories. Again, semis, duplex, and townhomes. And the property, I've worked on this property for now over 30 years. I worked when the property was first being designated for residential development, and with the developer who provided the land to build the water tower, and at the same time provided some funding towards the Medora Street pump station. And the proponent at that time was the developer, also the developer of the Port Carling Golf and Country Club and the state residential development adjacent on a state drive. So it has been long intended to be developed for housing in the urban community, and we think it's the best opportunity to bring to Port Carling the type of housing that's needed for the general populace. There's a degree of exclusivity in that neighborhood or in the community, not necessarily Port Carling itself, but there's a shortage of housing for working families, people involved in the service industries, retail, tourism, and construction and other industries in the area. And we believe that the population, bringing this population into the town will further support other businesses in the community and give the community sort of a longer business season in many respects, and may be able to help broaden the level of services provided in the community. So all of that to say that my clients are anxious to proceed with the development here and to do it in an environmentally responsible manner, recognizing the constraints of the site and also the opportunities that are presented by Port Carling and the need for housing. I would just want to say as well that my clients have, this is not an advertising position, but my clients do have a web link at muskoka.leadham, LEDIM.ca, and they've been fielding inquiries about the property for quite some time, and I believe they have over 100 inquiries, people looking at it relative to maybe having an opportunity to buy a home in the area. So that site is also available if anybody would like to further investigate what types of housing might be proposed. There generally would be single family homes in the 1,200 to upwards of 2,000 square foot range, but generally in less than 2,000 square feet. So we're looking forward to working with staff, the rest of the team, Gord Nielsen, the environmental scientist, and Tim Harvey at Pinestone, and the traffic engineer. We're all available to meet with staff to discuss things. And of particular note, we know that there were questions raised about parklands, connectivity, the snowmobile trail. Those are all things that we're anxious to have further discussions about to make sure that the development is truly responsive to the expectations of the community and within the constraints of the site as well. So I thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak briefly. Again, Mr. Tarski and Max Tarski and Dennis Tarski are panelists at the present time, should you want to direct any questions to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you for that. So as per usual procedure, I'm going to ask you to just mute yourselves and turn your video off. But please stay in case there are any questions. Now, before opening this up to members of the public that may wish to provide a verbal comment, please note that I would like to reiterate that although decisions are not intended to be made today, members of the public must request to be sent a copy of the notices of decision in order to be advised of any potential future appeals and any related Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. So those who wish to speak should use the raise hand feature while logged into the Zoom meeting at the coordinates listed on the agenda. So a little more instruction here before we get to that. Please have your video and microphones turned on before you begin speaking, and confirm your name and mailing address with postal code. We need that for our records. So I believe that we are now going to take input from the public. And I guess, Persephone, do we have anyone who would like to speak? Okay. Let's, okay, it looks like it's Miss Ledger. Oh, good morning, Miss Ledger.
Good morning, Chair Bridgman and committee and guests and staff. My name is Terry Ledger. I'm at 167 Medora Street, Port Carling, Ontario, P0B1J0. Also here on behalf of Kelly and Steve Ledger, we're at 163 Medora Street, same postal code. So I'm pretty affected by this development. So I just wanted to just raise a few concerns I've had. I've tried to go through most of the documentation, but it's very technical, so it takes a while, especially things like traffic studies. So I've just come up with a short list just for consideration by committee and district. I don't know which parts fall to whom, but I'll just bring them up. So the first one is the phasing, which I think is vital. Our housing needs are for attainable housing, but the money, of course, is in more higher end housing. So I appreciate the business plan aspect of this as well. So I think as long as the phasing it can be done, considering both, that would be excellent, but it would be really important, I think, to lay that out and so that public knows how that's going to happen. I think also that this is a very narrow scope on a very large project, and I think maybe some consideration also to the broader impact on the community, such as, you know, does the zoning of adjacent properties, should it stay the same? Should it change? Are we going to create a new core area here? How does it affect the core area? So things like that. I have concerns about where the multiple residential units are proposed, which is at the highest and most visible point from 118, which is not the best place, I think. I think if you could do single family residential up there, it would soften everything and keep the multi-residential low. But of course, that goes back to phasing and profitability. A huge concern, I think, for myself and Kelly and Steve is that this Medora Street access is proposed to be the construction access, and it's going to have a huge impact on us being able to run our daily businesses. You know, we just went through this with Ripplewood, and I think anybody who lives here knows what that was like. This is a much larger project. It'll be years. So I wanted to ask also through you, Chair Bridgman, I'm looking at page 7 of the servicing report from Feinstone Engineering, and there's a double dark line on the mapping. I think the southern end, I think that's the sidewalk. It starts right about where our shop is and then continues through the subdivision. Is maybe through you to staff. Is that correct? Is that where the sidewalk is on the south side?
Is there any chance you could tell us what page it is in our whole package?
Oh, in the whole package? Sorry, no, I downloaded the report. It's on page 7 of it.
Okay, so do I have anyone who can respond to that? It's going to be hard for us to find this. That's just my comment, obviously. Ms. Fior?
Through you, Madam Chair, I do believe that is the location of the sidewalk, but I am happy to confirm definitively and get back to Ms. Ledger.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is. That's what it looks like to me. So that raises another huge concern for me, because I know that Pinestone is a very professional and well-established planning business. And if you look at, engineering servicing. So if you look at their sidewalk, I would, so I wish you could find this. I think, no, it's not in your the package that you sent me. Anyway, if you look at it, this sidewalk continues on through the subdivision, and the access to Foreman Road is, it goes right through it. So that's a red flag to me. I think the access to Foreman Road should be the construction access to ensure that this is put in, because right now it looks like it's not being considered. And this would minimize the impact on Medora Street, which is the main access into town, for years of construction, and make sure that that road goes in. So those are some of my concerns. And it's not, I'm not against the development per se. I know you have a lot of opposition, but I think it's fantastic and really needed, but we really need attainable housing more than, more estate drive homes. Not that I'm against that either, because you have to be able to afford to do the affordable housing. So those are just some of my comments. And if I could be kept notified on the district and township level, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure that's duly noted by the district and our township. So I'm inviting anybody else from the public who might like to share their thoughts with us. Do we have anybody else who would like to speak? I don't see anybody either. I'm sorry, who? Oh, Mr. Mooney, is he in here somewhere?
Mr.
Okay.
Mooney is here.
Oh, there you are.
Good morning.
I was looking for you in another spot on the screen. Anyway, well, please welcome Mr. Mooney. And if you could turn your video on, that would be helpful.
That would be helpful if I could figure out how to do this. I need a 10-year-old to be able to help me work this.
I think I just did.
So don't worry about it then, please, Mr. Mooney. Oh, there you go. You did
Am
it.
I here?
You've advanced to the next stage of IT education. How's that?
Yes.
So yes. So please, just your address too, and then your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Grant Mooney. That's M-O-O-N-E-Y. My wife Mary and I live at 15 Todd Home Drive. That is adjacent to this proposed development. We also own the lot next door to us, number 17. We are long-term residents of Muskoka and have lived in the current location here for 10 years now. First of all, I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this morning, and have to advise that my concerns about the project are several, and I consider them quite significant. And in that regard, I've submitted to you for your consideration written comments concerning the various concerns I have. And I'll try not to belabor all of those and repeat them this morning, but the forum suggests that maybe I could highlight them briefly for you. Really, the majority of the problem that I see with this development is the size and the configuration of the residential units. It really is excessively large in size and scale. The 291 residential units represent a population increase that's likely to be in the 900 to 1,000 new permanent residents in this community, whose current population is estimated to be in the low to mid hundreds. It's really difficult to appreciate how this new population is going to be assimilated or absorbed into our community, given the unique nature of us. I'll note for your reference, the previous two subdivision applications were dramatically more in keeping with the scale of our population. That being the first proposal several in the late 90s was 142 units. And the more recent application that was abandoned was 230 units, much more in size and scale, population-wise, with our town. Even the developer's own report, prepared by Mr. Simpson, acknowledges that this proposal is larger and more aggressive than one would typically consider for communities such as Port Carling. Additionally, the PGR project configuration suggests that the breakdown of multi-res to single-family homes and the overall total number of residential units is not necessarily driven by market growth, projected market growth, or market analysis, but more a function of the economic requirements of the developer or his economic expectations or profit expectations. So, as I understand it, this is not something that is primarily, let's say, supported, adequately supported by population growth estimates and or anticipated housing needs in the future, but more a function developer driven to satisfy economic conditions of the developer. In other words, the density is considerably higher than it should be. In addition, I note that Mr. Simpson's also said that the development is contrary to some of the targets advised or recommended in the PPS or the official plan that suggests that the target for new residential development in Muskoka should be 50% low density, 15% medium density, and 5% high density. Now, he deviates from this target, this stated target, by justifying that the huge disparity is dependent upon parkland and community amenities, unfortunately, which are currently non-existent in the proposal. Mr. Simpson goes on to say that the development is not premature, but I believe it is in timing, size, and quite frankly, again, unsupported, adequately unsupported by credible market analysis or projected population growth. There seems to be an underlying constant theme in the project justification report that suggests just because the property is there and that it's possible with considerable district and municipal expenses to make this happen, that we should max out the density and overbuild as much as they can get away with. And I really have a lot of trouble with the fact that just because it's possible to do it doesn't mean we should do it. Doesn't mean that it's right for the town, doesn't mean it's the correct thing for the community, and doesn't mean it's prudent. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it's right. Moving on, there's very little respect or consideration of the developer's documentation that speaks to the destruction of the character, charm, and panache that currently makes Port Carling really a special place. The village atmosphere and the neighborhood ambience and the charm that supports our tourist industry is essentially ignored in these various documents. And let's be realistic in recognizing that the unincorporated village of Port Carling will be dramatically and irreversibly damaged by the doubling or tripling of the population that'll come with this what I would consider mediocre housing. I refer you to the many experts of the official plan that quite clearly emphasize that the size and character of the community must be maintained and not lost on any new development. Again, the mere size of this proposal and the excessive amount of multi-residential components will clearly, it's going to dissolve the character and destroy the charm that makes Port Carling a special place and a major tourist attraction. And that's not to say that I'm opposed to development. I'm opposed to this development. I'm opposed to the size, scope, and breakdown of multiple residential versus single-family homes that this project currently envisions. There is very little discussion of amenities in this proposal, such as parks, recreational areas, or community-oriented facilities. No comment on resources devoted to fields, recreational fields, daycare facilities, senior facilities, sports fields. And it's, as noted in the planning committee report, the open spaces that are considered the open spaces in the project are currently considered unfit for recreational purposes. Again, as mentioned, the snowmobile trail has been essentially not accounted for. And there are several walking trails in these lands that seem to be forgotten and unaccounted for. The local residents know about these trails, use these trails on a regular basis, and would certainly regret their loss. Again, it appears with the lack of amenities that we're looking at the developer's interest, trying to max out the density of the property over legitimate physical community needs. With respect to the integration of the property into the community, we're really presented with very few details in the proposal of how the project will look from the surrounding lands and waterways. Now, this has been mentioned by Mr. Soya, and it's a great concern that the elevations and placement of the multi-residential blocks on the highest rock outcroppings suggest a series of ugly boxes visible from the highway and the nearby waterways. Again, the official plan has multiple references to requirements that all development integrate with the natural surroundings and the community as a whole. And additionally, it's the proposed clear cutting of 60 to 70% of the trees seems not only contrary to the tree preservation initiatives, but clearly it's going to represent an ugly scar on the steep landscape. Regrettably, the public consultation process in this proposal has been restricted to the bare legal minimum requirements. A vague website lacking in detail or commitment suggests that the developer really wants to get the subdivision and zoning approvals prior to the community outrage that will probably entail once the full details of this are widely circulated. I feel quite quite strongly that more public and community interaction should take place prior to any decisions being made, because quite frankly, here we're talking about and deciding upon the future of Port Carling. I think Port Carling deserves better than this project. I think it deserves more housing. I think it deserves a better plan than this with a lower density, something that does not impact and destroy the community as it exists. It just seems to be too much at one time. And again, developer driven, not necessarily market driven. I won't go.
Excuse me, Mr. Mooney, I'm wondering if you might be able to, we really appreciate your comments. But I'm wondering if you could sort of, because we've been over 10 minutes now, if you
Okay,
might be able to wrap it up a little bit.
Let me do so.
You are
Again,
emphasizing many of them, and I think we have them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman and council members. Quite frankly, I think we can do better than this plan. And I'd like to see us do so now. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mooney. All right, anybody else? I'm not seeing anyone else. We'll give it just a second to make sure that people can get their hands up. No one else? No, I'm with you on that. Okay. All right, so now I am going to turn over the application over to our committee. The staff, the district staff, and the applicant's agent are available to answer questions. So I'm going to ask you now, committee. Well, I see we do have. Councillor Jaglowitz, please go first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure who this question is for, but I'll ask it. The proposal indicates there's a paved driveway to Medora Street, and that's the driveway. I went in there a few days ago. That's the driveway that goes to the water tower. And I was wondering, I've been told that's a municipal road. So I'd like someone to explain exactly what that driveway is and how it fits into this plan and what the township's responsibility will be for it and the developers. Thank you.
Ms. Fior, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. The driveway as it exists today is primarily used to access the water tower, and there is a district easement over top or right of way over top of that to allow for access. As part of the proposal, it is anticipated that that would become a municipal roadway that would then proceed to access the remainder of the property. But as of right now, it is not a municipal roadway. I believe that answers the question, but if you have any other further questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Supplementary.
Please
Thank you.
ahead.
Is it intended to be a district roadway or a township roadway?
It would be intended to be a township roadway through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. I'm not going to be using the word concern at all. I do think there are some incredible opportunities here. So this is the first time we weighed in on the topic in the public domain. So I'm staying very positive in that affirmative position. I do, though, need to understand what the TML costs are going to be. I guess suppose notwithstanding the district costs, but I definitely want to first of all understand, what is TML in for this, short term, long term, and again, these are just highline, and I'll just get off here. My second thought, trying not to use the word concern, is scale. We've heard from Ms. Ledger and Mr. Mooney, and I'm sure, and many others. I'm not suggesting that the scale is too much. It's too great, but it all speaks to traffic and how that pressure, that human pressure, is handled as this project possibly moves through. I am also thinking about phasing. How I'd like to see more on that. I'd like to understand how this is a 3-year deal, a 5-year project, and how does that look? And then, of course, the whole profitability piece, and these are in no order, but profitability is very, very, I do not want this to become a blight on the landscape and not get finished. And, this is a big deal. This is a large, heavily financed project, one might think. And those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zavitz. Perhaps I could ask Ms. Fior to come back on screen. I believe some of your questions were not there yet in terms of the district working with the applicant, but perhaps you could address some of the concerns, Ms. Fior.
Absolutely, and through you, Madam Chair. I think to begin with regards to costs, as Chair Bridgman alluded to, we probably don't know the exact extent of costs. I would note that the applicant would be required to construct the municipal roadway to the appropriate standards, and then that would be dedicated to the township. So obviously there would be ongoing maintenance costs associated with that in the future. But the actual construction of the municipal roadway would be at the cost of the applicant. With respect to scale, I think it has been clarified a couple times today, but I'm happy to speak to it again. The multiple residential blocks that are contained on the plan are intended to be lower to medium density. They're not intended to be high density apartment buildings, and the zoning does reflect that. And with regards to affordability, we have had discussions with the applicant, encouraging potentially looking at more affordable costs of houses in the area. Obviously, profitability does play a role. However, I don't believe that they are intending any affordable housing as part of the proposal, but happy to follow up with any of your additional concerns.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. Through you, a few concerns and then a question. On page 188, they have offered to include the development of lot 91, which is the low medium, into phase 1, and I would like to see that. I know it's going to not turn out exactly as it's been presented to us today when it's ready to go, but I would like to see some multi-residential development in the first phase. Could we look at clearing and site prep by phase so that we don't end up with all that area all cleared sitting for a number of years? I know it'll be a bit more costly, but in the long run, I think it will be a much nicer area. And could we look at some alternate traffic access for the intersections other than lights? I don't think that Port Carling needs a series of lights as you're coming into the main entrance. I know that Bracebridge has a roundabout and it seems to keep traffic flowing rather well. And the next time this comes, could we have more information on what the multi-residential plans will look like? I think that would be good. And the lots, I think it's 2 through 7 or 2 for 9 that are being reduced. I think it's indicated that those are detached homes. That's pretty narrow for detached homes. Are these like townhouses that are going to be row houses? I was just, if they're detached, that's fine, but I was just wondering if I could get an answer for that.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes. Mr. Simpson, I know you had your hand up in regard to Councillor Zavit's questions, so perhaps you'd like to respond to both of the councillors' questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With respect to Councillor Zavit's questions, one of the, excuse me, in terms of the phasing of the development, again, the developer is constrained by the district policy of a maximum of 50 equivalent residential units as each phase, and there's an obligation under the rules as well that the preceding phase be substantially completed or before we proceed to the next phase. So the concerns about sort of the project sort of falling on its face and leaving a mess should be greatly diminished. And indeed, the developer will be prudent enough to get enough pre-sales to be able to secure the financing to do the project. So the demand is such that the developer will proceed based on the market demand and not so much on their business plan if they don't mesh together. In terms of the Councillor Hayes question about the lot, the exceptions for the lot frontages on those few lots down to 49 feet or whatever the number might be, are simply because the lots are sort of more pie-shaped. And so when you measure the frontage at the straight line frontage, it's less than the 50 feet or 15 meters. But it's as you go back to 25-foot setback and stuff like that, the lots are getting wider. So the same product will be able to be built on those lots, notwithstanding them being slightly less than a meter narrower than the others. So there'll still be single-family residential lots the same as the others. And in terms of the clearing and site preparation, that would be something as well that would be, the developer is going to be responsible in that sense. but it's something that would also be addressed through the subdivision agreement with municipality. No site alteration is permitted on the site until such time as there's a subdivision agreement, and the subdivision agreement can speak to any sort of phasing of site works. The developer did share with me, based on the engineering recommendation of recent Pinestone Engineering, that it would probably be more cost effective and wiser from an engineering perspective to actually service phases 1 and 2, like in terms of extending the pipe services into phase 2. And if that happens, and it might very well happen, then the road connection to Foreman Road could be, wouldn't be a fully constructed municipal road right off the get-go, but that would provide an opportunity to use the Foreman Road access as a way of construction access as well into the development. The initial the obstruction is the obstacle is the water course, but once the services get across the water course, then Foreman Road access could be available as well. But the developer will proceed in accordance with what's set out in the subdivision agreement with the town in terms of clearing and site work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're good, Councillor Hayes. Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone for comments. Obviously difficult in changes, certainly the name or the character per se of Port Carling. The one thing we continue to hear though is affordable housing, and how do we get more housing and how do we make it affordable? We do know, and just to sort of correct Mr. Mooney, there was a 300 unit development done at Hannah's Landing on the eastern boundary of Port Carling. I believe that was OPA 40 back in 2010. Interestingly enough, though, that has never been built out because of the cost of putting in sewer. So that sits there, which leads me to my first question, and then I want to provide a comment. I think probably Cassidy is the best to answer this. From a capacity allocation perspective within our current Port Carling plant, could they go ahead theoretically with the first phase of this development at this point? I know that the entire build out is not possible. And I know we're revising our capacity allocation district wise, but would they be possible to proceed with the first phase at this particular time, understanding that Hannah's Landing theoretically might have already been given part of that application capacity? That's a question, then I'll have a comment.
Okay, Ms. Fior.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. At this time, it is my understanding that the first phase of the development could proceed based on the capacity that is available. Capacity is allocated based on zoning and based on agreements with the district. And at this time, it is available in the system, but obviously it is a first come, first serve allocation.
Okay, so that's, thank you. And if I may, just a couple comments, and probably to Mr. Simpson and the planner in particular. There are obviously some concerns. Snowmobile access, that is we spent considerable time the past couple of years making sure the eastern side of Port Carling maintained a snowmobile trail. So somehow we're going to need to keep a snowmobile trail because it does go right through the heart of this property, and find an alternate route for the snowmobile trail. It was suggested, I think, and Councillor Hayes made the comment about higher density multi-residential. That is required in the first phase. And from a phasing perspective, as I look at the initial phasing map, I would potentially go 2, 3, 4, and then 1. And I think what that does is it also keeps the development away from the existing Todd Home development, puts more of the development towards Foreman Road. And as it slowly builds out, would then creep into the other development. If we did that as well, the other question, I guess, or answer is, do we really need the Medora Street entrance? I understand servicing would go up there, but could not the access traditionally to this entire development, especially if we started developing on the south, come from Foreman Road? I prefer, I think that it's really not an appropriate access point, I don't think, through Medora. Make a larger road off of Foreman, and I think move the traffic to there, which is my initial thought. And then I think the other thing, and Councillor Zavitz made the comment about who pays for what. You know, they have been paying taxes in a Service A and Service B future development roads, so they've been paying money towards a sewer and water plant. But the developer does all the underground piping, does all the roads, and only when the development is finished would we assume, I believe, the ownership of the road, because we wouldn't want construction vehicles running across our roads. So those would sort of be my comments going forward, if possible, to rethink the phasing of a development, particularly at this particular time, and keeping it away from the existing Todd Home Drive, moving the development down more towards Foreman Road. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, I'm going to keep it brief because a lot of what I was going to say has been said. Just really quickly, I thought Ms. Ledger and Mr. Mooney did a really good job of summarizing community concern. From my perspective, and I think everybody here has heard me say more than once, we need to build this community, and there's kind of a vicious circle that we're in, where we need jobs, we need houses to put people in, we need infrastructure. Something has to go first, and I think, frankly, this kind of development represents the best opportunity to step forward and continue to find ways to grow the community, grow the employment, and I think that's important. I think there will be a day down the road, I don't know if it's 5 years or 10 years, these things take time, when we'll look at this and celebrate it. But I do think there's a lot of challenge in the midst. And my suggestion is open, transparent, lots of communication from the two jurisdictions, from the developer. We just have to be really careful. I think Mr. Mooney said it best. We have to be really careful that in building a new community, we don't destroy the old one. The single biggest issue that I have looking at this is traffic. We're going to be taking 1,000 more cars a day from Manette down through Port Sandfield to come to the library. And they're going to be joined by 500 more cars who are coming from this development to go to the library or the community center. There's just a huge volume of traffic to pass over a bridge that has a habit of not being open, or not being down every time you want to go over it. And I don't think there's an answer, not a real quick answer, but we have to address that issue, particularly during the construction phase. And I think Mayor Harding made a really good suggestion. If we get the access off of 118 and up on around the corner, I think we will accomplish a lot in terms of smoothing and calming the waters around the construction phase, and then just make it permanent for residential access once this is all built. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. This is a very good first look at an exciting project. I do have the same concerns as many of my colleagues who spoke before this. And I guess I'm not going to repeat much, but I do support putting the main entrance off Foreman Road. And I liked Councillor Hayes's idea of a roundabout that would sort of channel some of the traffic or move the traffic faster than a traffic light, because a traffic light will be needed. The thing I would like to emphasize is next time this comes back, I want to know how the developer will partner with the community to give back and support. I know I understand they're going to have some fees that they're going to have to pay for parks and recreation, but how they can partner with the community to maintain and enhance and improve the character of Port Carling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, committee? All right, well, everything I was thinking has been said, so I won't repeat anything. And I will look forward to this coming back with more detail, and we'll be able to have more comments at that point. So I'm going to close this out now then. Thank you for attending this public meeting today. The district's Community and Planning Services Committee will be considering all of the comments made prior to making a recommendation to Muskoka District Council on a decision on the proposed draft plan of subdivision file S 2019-09 Muskoka Trails, and the Township's Planning Committee will be considering all of the comments made prior to making a recommendation to Council, with comments that are to be forwarded to the District of Muskoka on the plan of subdivision application. At a future meeting, the Township's Planning Committee will also be making a recommendation to Township Council on a decision on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. So that's another place where public comments certainly will be welcome. If there are no further questions, then I will declare this public meeting to be concluded, and I thank our district representatives for coming and the district staff. So everybody have a good day. Oh,
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam Chair.
Kelly, would you like to, or you're saying goodbye? I don't see it. Oh, I didn't pull it. Hang on, guys. There's a resolution. Because we're out of order. I didn't pull it out. Okay. All right. Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved that the public and agency comments received in regards to zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-45/21, bylaw 2021-144, and subdivision file S 2019-09 Muskoka Trails, Foreman Road Holdings Limited, be reviewed by staff and summarized in a further staff report, together with recommendations to Planning Committee respecting a decision on ZBA-45/21 and comments to the District Municipality of Muskoka on S 2019-09. Any comments? All in favor? That carries, Madam Clerk. Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I see it's 10:10. I think maybe we can take just a 10-minute break before we start into our other public meetings. So if I can get everybody back, please. We have 5.
Yeah.
Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. So we are now going to continue on with our public meetings, and the first application is Ivy and Smith. And Ms. Crowder, I believe you are up. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good morning, members of committee. The first applications to be heard are consent applications B0122ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0122ML, bylaw 2022-016 in the name of Ivy Smith. The subject property is known municipally as 2 Loon Island. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketch and zoning sketch on page 28 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the applications are summarized as follows. Consent application B0122ML has been submitted to create 1 new lot for a total of 2 lots, 1 severed lot and 1 retained lot, both fronting onto Lake Joseph. The purposes of zoning bylaw 2022-016 is to provide an exemption from the minimum lot frontage and area requirements in the waterfront residential WR4 zone. The severed lot is to have 504 feet of frontage and 2 acres of area, and the retained lot is to have 715 feet of frontage and 5 acres of area. Zoning bylaw 2022-016 will also provide an exemption from the shoreline structure requirements of the zoning bylaw to restrict the development of shoreline structures to the envelopes recommended in the submitted water quality impact assessment. Finally, zoning bylaw 2022-016 will permit a reduced setback from the high water mark for a septic system leaching bed due to terrain constraints. The resultant setback is to be 85 feet where 100 feet is required. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance, and 6 submissions have been received to date. The following comments were received and have been circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township Chief Building Official, stating that they have no objection to the application. Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, has provided comments stating that they have no comment on the application. Curtis Sivret, District Municipality of Muskoka Planner, provided comments stating that district staff would not be opposed to approval of the application, provided the appropriate development control techniques are used to implement the recommendations of the water quality impact assessment, respecting building and docking envelopes, septic system design criteria, vegetation retention, and construction mitigation measures. Bell Canada provided comment on this application, stating that a 3-meter wide easement is required, measured 1.5 meters on either side of the buried facilities located on the northwestern portion of the subject lands. Hydro One provided comment, stating that they have no objection to the application. And comment was received from Mario Elliott, adjacent landowner, expressing their support for the application. The following submission was received after circulation of materials to committee and is summarized as follows. Christopher Morgan, member of the public, provided comment recommending that a condition be added to the conditions of consent, stipulating the following: that a lease agreement be entered into that secures long-term mainland parking and docking. I am happy to read any of these submissions in full at the request of committee. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. If committee is considering recommending approval of consent application B0122ML Ivy Smith, staff recommend that the application be approved subject to the following: that a registrable description deed of the severed lot, together with any required rights of way or easements, be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the severed lot is satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal, and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system on the retained lot be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. That a consent agreement be entered into with the township and registered on title, wherein the owners agree to implement the recommendations of the water quality impact assessment prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited, dated December 2021, agree not to utilize public parking and docking facilities as the principal means of access to the severed and retained lots, and which demonstrates satisfactory secured means of long-term mainland parking and docking access. That documentation satisfactory to the township securing long-term mainland parking and docking facilities to access the newly created vacant lot be provided. That cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created severed lot or the entire lands, whichever is less. That a 3-meter wide easement measured 1.5 meters on either side of the buried facilities be dedicated to Bell Canada at the sole cost of the owner. And that exemptions from the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw be approved to recognize the resultant lot dimensions and restrict dwelling and shoreline structure envelopes on the severed lot in accordance with the water quality impact assessment. If committee is considering recommending approval of ZBA 0122, bylaw 2022-016, staff recommend the following minor amendment. That the proposed dwelling on the severed lot be restricted to the envelope recommended in the water quality impact assessment prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited, dated December 2021. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crowder. I believe we have Mr. Allen here to speak on behalf of the applicant. If we could bring him in. I believe we have Mr. Ivy too. Welcome, Mr. Allen.
Good morning, Chair Bridgman, members of committee, members of the public. My name is Ryan Allen. I'm a professional planner with Planscape, Bracebridge, Ontario, Kimberley Avenue, P1L 1Z8. I'm here today assisting the owners of the property, Richard Ivy and Donna Smith, with their severance and zoning bylaw amendment application today. I do have a presentation that I would like to share with the committee, if that could be queued up, please. I do note that there's a number of other applications today, including 2 additional of my own on island properties. So let's start the island tour today on Loon Island, which is on Lake Joseph. Richard Ivy and Donna Smith are the owners of unit number 2. Next slide, please. There are currently 2 lots on Loon Island. The subject lands are the eastern side, approximately 7 acres in area and a substantial amount of actual and bylaw frontage. Next slide, please. The applications in front of you, the severance proposes to create 1 additional lot, as well as the zoning bylaw amendment proposes to recognize the frontage and area of the resultant lots. There are some constraints on this lot that make it difficult to accommodate a septic system 100 feet back from the shoreline. So an amendment is proposed to permit the septic tile bed to be 85 feet back from the shoreline on the severed lot. And as per the recommendations of the water quality impact assessment report, to identify a 60 by 60 foot dock and boathouse envelope on the severed lot for future shoreline structures. Next slide, please. This is the subject lands, including the proposed severance plan. You'll see the retained lot has the existing dwelling that's to be maintained. There'll be over 5 acres of lot area and over 700 feet of frontage. The severed lot will have over 500 feet of frontage and will be 2 acres in area. You can see to the farther southern portion of the new lot, there is a dwelling envelope identified, as well as a boathouse and dock envelope identified. I would note that there's an existing hydro meter and some service. That's one of the reasons why this lot is kind of uniquely configured and why it pinches in a bit of a waste towards the center, as well as the owners of the property have a private agreement with the other landowner on Loon Island related to the development on the northern part of the property. And this severance line kind of reflects and is consistent with that agreement. Next slide, please. This is a zoomed in area of the proposed development on the new severed lot. There is the septic system that's proposed 85 feet back from the shoreline at the closest point. However, the shoreline is irregularly configured, so in some locations the setback is substantially greater. There is a proposed dwelling located behind the septic system. There's an envelope shown on this plan of 1,000 square feet. However, Richard has explained to me that the future dwelling that will be constructed will be very small in size, approximately 750 square feet in size. The main dwelling on the property is kind of the central area to be used for family and friends. The proposed dock and boathouse envelope will be used for a future construction once those plans have been finalized. Next slide, please. As was mentioned, Beacon Environmental completed a water quality impact assessment, and that was specifically to address the reduced setback of the septic bed from the shoreline. Beacon has confirmed that the proposed septic system will have zero to near zero impact on the water quality on Lake Joseph. The number of recommendations were included with the Beacon's report, which will be implemented through a consent agreement as well as a future site plan agreement. Beacon did assess the fish habitat present and identified an area for dock and boathouse envelope that were outside of significant fish habitat. Next slide, please. Here's some site photos of the property. The property is very well vegetated. In fact, the only structure that's visible from the lakeside is the boathouse. Next slide, please. This is a view from the deck looking towards the boathouse from the existing dwelling. You can see that there is a substantial shoreline buffer, and that buffer is consistent with the existing buffer on the entire property. Next slide, please. This is the location on the severed lot where the future dock and boathouse would be constructed, and the envelope has been identified. Next slide, please. This is showing the location of the future septic system and dwelling location. Looking towards the point of land, you'll see that there's substantial shoreline buffering. That buffering will be maintained, and to ensure it's maintained, a future site plan agreement will be required. Next slide, please. This is looking back towards the existing dwelling at the envelope for the septic system and new dwelling. Next slide, please. So in terms of general planning analysis, the lot area and frontage of the severed and retained lots conform with the requirements of the official plan, which require 2 acres and 300 feet of frontage. The tile bed on the severed lot was identified, analyzed, and confirmed to have no negative impacts on water quality. The new dock and boathouse envelope are located outside of significant fish habitat. The dwelling is located more than 80 feet back from the shoreline, which significantly exceeds the 66-foot minimum. The new dwelling will be very small in size, very small compared to other developments on Lake Joseph. And in fact, 750 square feet is the minimum dwelling size that can be constructed. Large portions of the lot will be remaining in an undeveloped and natural state, which is consistent with how the owner has been a good steward of the property to date. No development is proposed on the retained lot, and there's extensive shoreline frontage and lot area remaining. I would note that the owners of the property currently have a shared landing in Foots Bay beside the Cove Marina. There is sufficient parking and boat docking space to address access needs for the new lot. They're more than happy to enter an agreement with the municipality to ensure that public facilities are not used. Next slide, please. So it's my professional opinion that proposed severance and zoning bylaw amendment conform with the township and district official plans, consistent with the provincial policy statement, and represent good planning. I would note that we have some objections to Bell Canada's request to establish the 3-meter wide easement over both the severed and the retained lot at the sole cost of the owner. Mr. Ivey is currently working on the redevelopment of Ferry Island, and it has run into substantial challenges, delays, and frustration, to put it mildly, working with Bell Canada. We would request respectfully that the committee remove that condition. Bell Canada has not approached the owners of the property to make them aware of the need of an easement. And it appears that Bell Canada would like to secure an easement in their benefit at the sole cost of the landowners. Those are my concluding comments. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I see Mr. Ivy is here. Mr. Ivy is here to just answer questions, or would he like to speak? I will ask you, Mr. Allen.
It's my understanding, thank you through you, Chair Bridgman. It's my understanding Mr. Ivy is here to answer any questions if needed, but he relied on me to provide the presentation, and I'm also available to answer questions as well.
Thank you, but I do see his hand up right now. So Mr. Ivy, would you like to provide a few comments?
No, Madam Chair, I'm just really confirming that I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak on behalf of this application or for this application? Don't believe I'm seeing anyone. Is there anyone who would like to speak against this application? Yeah, okay, if we could bring Mr. Morgan in. Yes, he is. Yep. Sorry, little IT stuff back here. Okay, if we could bring Mr. Morgan in. Oh, Mr. Morgan, if you would like to come in, you have to accept on your end, I'm gathering. Welcome, Mr. Morgan.
Hi there, Madam Chairman. I think when we did the Mullen at Burgess Island back in November, there was the condition which was no public parking, and there is always a long-term means of access to parking and docking, and that was a consent application. That's the long-term protection for the township. After discussion with among the members of the committee decided to add a specific provision which said that there must be a long-term lease. Now, and I noticed that that wasn't there in this, and it is, I think it's Foots Bay Landing is the intended long-term lease place. So I suggested in my letter that that be put in. And on review, I see that there is the fifth bullet of the conditions, which says that there must be, there must be a condition that demonstrates long-term access. I think that's a general way of stating my specific one, which because this is going to be accessed via Foots Bay, that there be a lease. I'm okay with that. But I think there should be a protocol that is followed because the committee it's great to have the long-term consent agreement, but the committee should be informed as to what type of access is being implemented at the outset in order to have the committee satisfy its obligation under 5.24D, which says it must be satisfied that there is access to long-term parking and docking. So, but that depends on what the nature of the long-term access is. It could be by deed, it could be by waterfront landing, it could be by lease. So I think that the protocol should be that we put in the long-term consent, that the staff informs the committee about what the nature of the access is. Here, it did say Foots Bay Landing. And then we have the lease. I think that's covered by bullet 5, so I will withdraw that point. But if you go to the next application, it says water access, but it doesn't say what it is the water access. And so as far as the protocol is concerned, I think it should be, and so you don't know. You don't know, and you don't know, therefore, how to satisfy 5.24D. So to wind up, I think that there should be the long-term consent. There should be the staff should inform the planning committee as to what is the nature of access to long-term parking and docking. It's done here. I don't think it's done in the next application. And then the committee should address how it is that, or what an additional condition should be to address the current, starting off long-term access to long-term parking and docking. And so I think that should be the protocol. So in summary, in my letter, I think the only issue I have is that in the next application, committee was not told what is the nature of the long-term access, and that should be part of the protocol, because you don't know. If you don't know what the nature of the access is, you can't put in the relevant condition in order to make sure that there is long-term access.
Well, Mr. Morgan, can I just get your address? Sorry, I'm back on the technical stuff here.
1045 East Rankin Road, Port Carlin.
Okay, thank you. So I believe Director Pink would like to, and I'm going to suggest that we'll take your comments to the next application, so you don't have to come back in again and talk. So, but Director Pink, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I thought it may be helpful just to clarify, since, as Mr. Allen pointed out, there's a number of island properties on today's agenda. And I believe the protocol that Mr. Morgan is referring to is largely as staff has put in those applications. So you'll note on each of the lot creation applications, there's two conditions. One is a consent agreement. That agreement is, as Mr. Morgan outlined, that's a long-term protection. It will bind the owner that they're not going to utilize public parking and public docking to access the property, and also refer to ensuring a long-term access is secured. There's a second condition that they must demonstrate at the current time that long-term access is secured. And again, we've left the wording somewhat flexible because, as we pointed out, there's a number of different ways or means by which to secure access, whether that's a deed to a mainland property, lease at a marina, a landing, etc. I can speak to it or the planner can at the next application, but I believe each report does, within the body of the report, reference how the applicants propose to access at the current time. I believe in the next application, it's noted Stills Bay Landing is to be used. I believe in the current application, Foots Bay Marina is proposed to be used. So I believe they are in the reports, and the protocol is set up as Mr. Morgan has suggested. I hope that provides clarity for committee going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pink. Anyone else care to speak in opposition to this? All right, so I'm back to you, Mr. Allen. Would you like to recap before I bring it back into committee?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I don't have any additional comments to make. I would concur with Mr. Pink. I believe that the conditions that are outlined in staff's report are sufficient to address access requirements. My only supplementary comment would be, I don't believe that the Beacon Environmental Report specifically identified the need to restrict the dwelling envelope through the zoning bylaw. So if that minor amendment, could presumably be held back, but if the committee desires to take that approach, we are happy to proceed with the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we're clear now on input. So I'm going to turn this over to Mayor Harding then, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Allen. I made this comment prior, I think, to an application down in Torrance where Bell was again looking for an easement over the property. And I think to Mr. Allen's comments, that really is a private matter between Bell Canada and the property owner. And I'm not sure why we are now starting to implement easements, holding up issues at the cost of the owner. Let them fight it out themselves. Maybe they want to change the island to solar power. Maybe they want to go green. That's their choice to do that. And for us to have to impose something, I think is inappropriate. So I'm certainly happy to remove this condition going forward and make the same conversation if this keeps coming up in staff reports. So that'd be my comments.
Okay, would I have agreement with Mayor Harding that we remove that condition? I am in favor, so. Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments? Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to suggest that there be a condition added to the consent agreement. And possibly there's some background required before I give you that request. I'm familiar with this property having been in that area for many years. And when the original structures on this island property were built, there was a construction access path built on the island right where this severed lot will be. And you saw it in the photographs. You could clearly see a fairly wide access path up through that. Also, as background, we were advised yesterday by our director that we will have very little say in site plan agreements in the future. And his advice to us, I believe, was that we should take the opportunity of the official plan to make our wishes known. But I think he probably meant take any opportunity that we have legally. And this is one. This applicant is asking for a severance and for some concessions. And so I think this is the appropriate time for us to state how we think the 20-meter buffer to the shoreline should be dealt with. And I believe this owner likely will agree with this, but I think it's important as a principle. And so what I'm suggesting is that there be no work in the 20-meter buffer without some process. And what I'm thinking about is they'll either have to come to committee or a minor variance or something, but that the consent agreement include the condition that there be no work. That's no tree removal, no paths, nothing in that 20-meter buffer. And the reason I say that, and we should look at each property individually. This particular property has a fairly wide access point right to the water. It exists today. The trees have been removed, and I think it's adequate. In the case, and I'll just go on to, because I'm going to raise this in the next two applications also, in cases where that doesn't exist, then we can specify a 6-foot wide access, with some length. And therefore we can put our stake in the ground as how we think that 20-meter buffer should be dealt with. And so I'm asking committee to consider, in this case, adding that condition to the consent on this severance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jagowitz. Do I have anybody have any appetite for that on the committee? I don't think so. So, okay. So the question has been asked, Councillor Jagowitz. Any other?
I will, just so you know, then I will be opposing this application.
Okay, that's certainly your right. I don't see any other comments, so I'm now going to read its very long motion. Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved. Oh, Councillor Mazan's not here. All right, Councillor Zavitz. Okay, so moved by Councillor Kelly, second. Oh, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I realize it's an extremely long resolution. To the clerk's perspective, if the resolution is as worded, cannot that resolution potentially be put on the screen and we vote on accordingly? Just as some of these become extremely long, just as to maybe help our extremely long day.
You're on mute.
I'm sorry. We have changed the resolution, Mayor Harding. We're removing the reference to Bell, so I'll go really fast, okay? Pardon? I don't. All right, I will allow that, Mr. Ivy.
I just wanted to seek one clarification with Ryan Allen and Emily Crowder that the actual plan attached to the bylaw proposed to be passed includes the larger of the two recent envelopes for the cabin that we are planning on building, because it was proposed to be changed in the last week. And I think you've seen the larger one, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't know what's in front of. Ryan, do you have a response? Is the one attached to the bylaw the larger cabin, though? It was originally 500 feet and then we changed it to 1,000 feet.
So, Mr. Allen, I thought the cabin was 750. feet.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I can provide some clarification. The original severance plan showed a 500 square foot footprint for the future dwelling. The future dwelling was to be 750 square feet. So a 500 square foot footprint would have required a second story to be constructed. Mr. Ivy hasn't finalized the plans or details related to that dwelling. That was kind of the conceptual idea that he began with. Beacon's report didn't specifically require the dwelling to be limited to a specific size. It identified a specific location in the figures. So to provide some flexibility, both in the kind of configuration, the shape, as well as whether it's a 1-story or 2-story building, a revised site plan was provided, which I included in my presentation, that showed a 1,000 square foot footprint. So effectively that 750 square foot dwelling would be built within that 1,000 square foot footprint. And the footprint effectively allows, or the envelope allows some flexibility in the shape, configuration, and exactly the location within that envelope. So hopefully that provides the clarification that's needed.
Okay, I don't believe we have any issue with that, Mr. Pink. No. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ivy, for. We want to make sure you understand too before we go forward with this. Okay, moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommended Township Council that consent application B/0122/ML Ivy and Smith be approved subject to the following conditions: that a registerable description of the severed lot together with any required rights of way or easements be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer along with a registered copy of the reference plan. The confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the severed lot is satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system on the retained lot be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. That a consent agreement be entered into with the township and registered on title wherein the owners agree to implement the recommendations, the water quality impact assessment prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited dated December 2021, agree not to utilize public parking and docking facilities as the principal means of access to the severed and retained lots, and which demonstrate satisfactory secured means of long-term mainland parking and docking access. The documentation satisfactory to the township securing long-term mainland parking and docking facilities to access the newly created vacant lot be provided. The cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created severed lot or the entire lands, whichever is less. That exemptions from the zoning bylaw be approved to recognize the resultant lot dimensions and restrict dwelling and shoreline structure envelopes on the severed lot in accordance with the water quality impact assessment. Any comments? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, now I've got one more with this. Moved by councillors.
Madam Chair, you did not ask for those opposed. It was not.
Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't unanimous. You're right, Councillor Jack. Those opposed? Madam Clerk, you have that? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I went way too fast, I know. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township, this is Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-01/22 Ivy and Smith, roll number 4-24-052-01 be approved subject to the following minor amendment: to restrict the building envelope for the proposed dwelling on the severed lot to the envelope recommended in the water quality impact assessment prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited dated December 2021. Any comments? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, committee. I'll see you soon.
You will. Okay. All right, we're going to move on now to Jamaica Holdings and Ms. Darling. I believe you are up. Welcome, Ms. Darling.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is concurrent zoning bylaw amendment application B13921ML, ZBA 6321 bylaw 2021-198 in the name of Jamaica Holdings, Inc. The subject lands are known municipally as 22-J18 Badrow Island. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketch on page 145 and 146 of the agenda package. The consent application B13921ML has been submitted to sever a portion of the property to create a new lot. No buildings or structures are proposed at this time on the retained lot, and the proposed development envelopes are depicted on the site plan provided for the severed lot. A zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted to provide an exemption from the site-specific bylaw for minimum lot requirements and the reduction of requirements for the existing shoreline structures and buildings on the retained lot. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance, and 8 submissions have been received to date. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, Township Public Works Technician, Nick Snyder, the Chief Building Official, Curtis Sivret, the District Planner, Hydro One, Bell Canada, and 2 letters of support from area neighbors, David McConnell and John McConnell. And these comments were submitted to committee prior to today's meeting. 1 letter of support and 1 letter of concern were submitted after the comments were sent to committee. The letter of support is from area neighbor Christina Mingay, and the letter of concern is from Christopher Morgan, who we heard from. I can read these submissions in full at the request of committee. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration, and staff have recommended conditions of consent that can be found within the report. Staff have recommended that the zoning bylaw amendment be approved, subject to a covered area on the 2nd story of the boathouse on the severed lot to be prohibited. Staff have no further comments at this time, but we'd be happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so I believe the planners are Mr. Zurbach or Ms. Sherratt. I don't know who's, I don't see either one of them here at the moment. Is he here? Okay. Oh, there you are. I see you now.
Hiding in the corner. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Zurbach. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm Stefan Sherbach, planner with Plantscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. I'm going to carry on with our island tour, and we're now off to Badger Island on Lake Joseph. I'm here to speak on behalf of the McConnell family in relation to these applications. Mr. Marty McConnell is also on the line and would like to address the committee when ready. I've had several discussions with him over the last 2 days, and just to respond to previous comments, the family currently enjoys and holds mainland access from Stills Bay. Mr. Pink correctly identified that to the committee. First and foremost, thank you, Ms. Darling, for her ongoing assistance with these applications and her thorough planning analysis and positive recommendations on the severance aspect of the proposal. There's a few points that I'd like to reiterate. Number 1, the severance will have the effect of creating 2 oversized lots, each with approximately 400 feet of water frontage and in excess of 2 acres in size. The main reason behind these applications is to provide the family with some flexibility for estate planning purposes, and Marty will elaborate on this, on their intentions shortly. The family has no plans to build on the vacant severed lot at this time. And it's important to note that the McConnells have been on the island for over 50 years. They have specifically noted that this property has been unique. There's always been a dwelling that's located along the waterfront on this particular lot. There is an attached boat port, and this received special planning approval approximately 20 years ago. The final point is that the structure as it stands today is therefore considered legal and conforming with respect to your current zoning bylaw. I fully agree with staff's planning analysis related to the severance and the noted conditions of the approval, with the exception of the condition requiring the removal of the existing covered boat port and associated docks. This point leads to staff's review of the concurrent zoning amendment application. This application was submitted to recognize the resultant lot configurations and recognizing that the existing shoreline width has already been reviewed and approved by your council 20 years ago. In my discussion with the owner, they were very confused and concerned about this staff recommendation to remove a portion of the current structure that's been situated along the shoreline for many years. In the report, staff have correctly pointed out that the previous planning approvals for the structure, and it's important to again reiterate that this structure has formed part of the character of this island for over 20 years. There are no changes to this proposed structure, shoreline structure, and we do acknowledge that the frontage of this lot will be reduced, but the resultant frontage is still oversized And it's existing and it's meeting the shoreline targets, the 25% shoreline targets that's contained in your official plan. This is acknowledged in the staff report. The balance of the shoreline, as indicated by several of the photographs, show a significant amount of shoreline vegetation with the exception of several natural rock outcrops. Staff have reviewed the widths based on the current zoning bylaw provisions, but it's also important to note that it's my understanding that these provisions, these width provisions, did not exist when the planning permissions were originally granted. Therefore, again, this structure should remain legal and conforming to the zoning bylaw, as the numerical width, again, has not changed. The just over 90 feet of width is not changing. From a planning perspective, removal of the covered boat port will have the effect of only minor visual impacts when viewing the structure from the water. When you take a look at the site plan in front of you, you'll note that the angle and projection of the structure is off to the side. It's not straight out. The boat port itself is triangular shaped. It's narrow at the front and wider at the back. And removal of this portion of the structure, in my mind, will cause significant impacts to the shorelines and the bed of the water body by the removal of cribs and also the removal of a retaining wall that's currently situated at the back end of the boat port against the shoreline. Again, this is not a two-story boathouse, it's a dwelling. The deck above the boat port is the only outdoor living space associated with this dwelling. Removal of this portion of the structure will likely require further disruption along the shoreline, as the owners will require some type of deck or outdoor living space for things like a barbecue, a patio, etc. The shoreline in the vicinity of this dwelling is steep and will likely require further site alteration, vegetation removal in order to create appropriate outdoor space. It's my client's respectful submission and request that the committee strike out this condition to remove the covered boat port. As a compromise, we acknowledge staff's additional recommendation to remove 250 square feet on a future second floor two-story boat house on the severed lot. Although this would be permitted as of right, as the shoreline, the lot itself is oversized, they're willing to remove this from any future development considerations. And in addition, as noted in the staff report, the property also received additional planning approval to build a second sleeping cabin on the lot. Again, this is noted in the staff report. Our clients would be willing to relinquish this right to build a second cabin should the committee agree to remove the condition requiring the removal of the boat port. So in conclusion, Madam Chair, my client respectfully requests that the committee strike out the condition of consent requiring the removal of the covered boat port and associated docks and not include this in a future zoning bylaw. It continues to be my professional opinion that the proposal is clearly consistent with the provincial policy statement. It conforms to both the District of Muskoka and Muskoka Lakes official plans and represents good planning for a large water access lot situated on Lake Joseph. Also, in addition to Mayor Harding's comment, we would also request that the bell condition be removed for the same argument discussed by Mr. Allen and the committee. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Zerback. Mr. McConnell, would you like to say a few words at this point as the applicant? Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you've got a busy day, so I won't take a great deal of your time. I just, we have lived on our cottage, our family cottage where I grew up for 50 years is just down at the south tip of this island. As a matter of fact, this cottage, where we are now, was where I had my first job for $1 an hour cleaning boats for Spike Cairn. And we did many of the trees that are on the property, my brothers and I planted. So, and I only mention that in the essence of, we are strong proponents of keeping the essence of Muskoka and respecting that. We plant trees every year. The purpose of the severance is really, I've got a growing family And with the changing of the bylaws and things like that, I want to ensure that we'll be able to, have options with our 830 feet down the road. The property as it sits, as Stefan said, has been like that for 30 years. We have no intention of changing it. We were quite stunned, to be quite honest, with this recommendation that came 2 days ago, because it had never been voiced as a concern before. And it just would create, forget about the immense amount of money. It makes the cottage useless in the sense of for living areas and so on. We do all our living, our barbecue and everything is up there. So you're going to have to disrupt and tear out a whole bunch of landscape, trees and everything to provide some living space. So that I would just like to speak to, or I think Stefan's done a great job speaking about our concerns. And I'm here for any questions at all.
Okay, thank you very much. Could we just get your address for our records?
Yes, home address or?
Doesn't matter.
22 J18 Badger Island.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, do we have anyone else from the public who would like to speak on behalf of this? Seeing no one, anyone opposing? All right, we remember Mr. Morgan's comments from before, but I think that's been addressed. All right, so Mayor Harding, yes, I believe we've already established we'll take the bell part out. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I actually didn't see the bell part on this particular application. Maybe it's on my thing, but I'm missing that. Anyway, I appreciate Mr. McConnell's comments, and looking at the photos and having driven by this island many times myself, the rear sun deck, and I think that's probably the best way to describe it, is a rear sun deck. You really don't see from the water. I don't know why we would need to remove it. I think it's a long-standing history. I think it is characteristic of this island, of this property, and I'm not sure what we're going to gain if they walk out of their cottage and they barbecue on the deck and they eat on the deck in the summertime. They're going to want to do that someplace, and there's really no other deck to do that, so it's going to end up on land. So I'm very happy to remove that condition and move this application forward.
Okay, I was going to say I support that. I see much more destruction in removing this than keeping it from an environmental standpoint. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question probably for the applicant or their agent. I'll notice on the consent sketch that there are two roadways proposed. It's called a right of way, but it says for construction. So it looks like there's a road going from the retained lot, right from the water, into the center of the severed lot. And then there's another line marked in red that is very close to the water, certainly within the 20-meter setback, that is referred to as a proposed access road for construction. Just wonder if you might explain the purpose of those, and then I have a further comment after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Mr. Zirbak, would that be?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Yes.
Would that be you?
Thank you very much. Discussions with the owners, the applicants, there is an existing water construction access point on the retained lot. The owners would prefer to create a quote unquote right of way, to provide proper access. This is going to involve less of an impact from the construction access perspective, and it's also going to gain, proper access to the dwelling itself. There is a note, Councillor Jaglowitz, you're correct. There is a note down at the shoreline. I think this was just an alternative point of discussion. Again, the owners really would prefer to use the right-of-way access and avoid a secondary construction access on the severed lot when development is proposed.
So
Sir Jaglowitz, a follow-up?
Yeah, just to wrap this up. So you're not proposing that the red line be approved. Is that what, do I understand you? That was just, you were just thinking about that. Is that correct? In other words, you're asking that you be allowed the access road that's in gray, but not the red one, which is in the buffer. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so then I would respectfully ask that that be removed. But I won't repeat what I said on the last application, but what I said stands. I think I'd like to see a condition of consent that there be no activity in the buffer without some form of approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to read through. We have another lengthy motion here. Do we need to do anything in terms of that access road? The red one, is it? I try to see if it's in here. The one that we were just the access road right down by the water on the severed lot. Okay, maybe I can, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I think I'm a little bit confused about what we're entitled to invoke upon this application. Right-of-ways, I felt, were a legal entity that, quite frankly, are a private document between the two different parties. If I'm wrong, I guess correct me, because I don't know that we're going down the right road.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pink.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to help clarify a few matters. With respect to the road question, Councillor Nishikawa was generally correct. We view them largely as private matters. However, we are the approval authority for them. So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not following the conversation, but the gray road that's proposed as a right-of-way, that would be included as part of the severance approval and would be included in the consent certificate. I see the label that says proposed access road for construction. I don't believe there's any need to require its removal. It's just essentially a note on a sketch. It has no legal bearing. So I don't have any concerns with it. I don't see where the road is other than perhaps the location of one where one may be. In regards to Councillor Jaglowitz comments on his recommended condition, I don't think staff is concerned with adding that in a consent agreement, but I would point out that currently under the tree preservation and site alteration bylaw, there wouldn't be permitted any clearing of the shoreline buffer until future approvals are granted anyway. So I believe the concern is largely addressed. That may assist you, Councillor Jaglowitz. With respect to the recommended condition to remove a portion of the boathouse, I think it might be helpful for committee to understand where staff's perspective is coming from. We completely appreciate that the boathouse is existing. It's legal non-complying. And if there was no application before us, we would not be recommending any removal of it, nor would we have any authority to remove it. But I think committee needs to be cognizant that by creating a new property, what comes with that is an inherent increase in development rights, and that being a new two-story boathouse, as they've shown on the consent sketch. So I think the appropriate question before committee is if you took the situation of, let's say hypothetically that a severed lot was not proposed, but a zoning application came before you to add a second boathouse on the property as shown at the full extent of the width at 75 feet and a full two-story, would council approve such zoning application to exceed shoreline structure widths? Because that is in essence what the severance application will allow. And staff reviews official plan policies, which say, yes, we can consider potential additional boathouses on each potential lot. However, in this case, we would have a width of approximately 175 feet as opposed to what the official plan aims for, which would be 75 feet per lot. So staff suggested some combination of removing the oversized boathouse that exists or restricting what can be built on the new lot because the resultant permissions, in our opinion, would exceed what the official plan would allow if this application is approved without any condition. And I think that's why section 320 is in our zoning bylaw, which requires that we ensure that any existing retained structures comply and that a severance doesn't result in any non-compliances. And this severance will by remaining an oversized boathouse on the retained lot. So I hope that provides some clarification on those three matters.
Thank you, Mr. Pink. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I support the staff's recommendation in that regard. I would just like to further comment on the director's indication that our site preservation and tree bylaw protect that feat. What they also allow is a 6 foot wide stair walkway of an unlimited length. We're also now finding out that patios may be allowed, and patios are classified as sun decks, and sun decks can have hot tubs. So I'm just trying to tidy that up a bit by when we make severances, make it clear to people that those aren't things we favor and we'll allow them, but we want them to take care. They're not just as a right. So once again, if no one supports that condition, I will be opposing this application.
Sorry, I'm just conferring with Mr. Pink if he would like to speak again. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly, yes, Councillor Jago's correct. That's a draft bylaw, so it's not currently in effect, but you're correct. If approved as currently written, small patio and or stairs and walkways and paths would be permitted. If council has a concern about works that may occur in that shoreline buffer before development occurs, you can certainly add to the conditions that the consent agreement stipulate that no work occur until a future building permit or site plan approval is granted. That staff can add that condition if committee wishes.
Okay, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Again, if I look at this property, I truly believe this is a property that is large and significant, but it's not overdeveloped. It's not in your face. There's tons of trees on the property. They've maintained a natural vegetative buffer consistently. So I believe in, they're not into flipping a lot. It's for family planning. So I don't have an issue with it. And as far as the width of the boathouse, yes, it's theoretically with the dock and sun deck over width. But again, if you look traditionally from the side of the island into the boathouse, you don't see ever the full extent of the width. You'd have to be on the shore on the south end of the island to looking up to see sort of the full end of the width. But I think we create more problems. We create more tree removal on land by removing this sun deck in this particular case. So I appreciate staff's recommendation, but I'd personally like to retain the character of this boathouse that I don't believe is offensive in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Councillor Jagowitz. What was proposed by the Director of Planning, would you be more comfortable with that clause being added to protect the front area or the buffer until a building permit is issued?
Can you just clarify for me, Councillor Roberts, what you mean by that?
Well, exactly what Director Pink had suggested, that we could add a clause. Could get Director Pink to repeat the addition to protect the buffer that Councillor Jagowitz is referring to.
Okay, I don't know, Councillor Jaglowitz, does anybody else want this clarified? Okay, I'm the only, oh yeah, we do. So Director Pink, one more time, please.
Thank you. I'll try to help clarify, and I believe this is Councillor Jaglowitz's intention, but certainly please correct me if I'm wrong. So obviously, I think most councillors are familiar with the controls in place when lots are proposed to be developed, the building permit process, site plan approval, the tree preservation and site alteration bylaw and the permissions within. However, when new vacant lots are created, there is that interim period where they sit vacant, and the applicant may build next week. They may not build for 50 years. If that is a concern of committee, what we have done in some situations to protect that interim period is the consent agreement. So the consent agreement will apply to the lands. It'll be a condition of consent. So it will be in place as soon as the lot is created, and it can put in controls about what can be done on the property until such time as development is proposed. At that time, the typical site plan and building permit process will kick in. Again, I think the current tree and site alteration bylaws largely provide that protection. But if you're looking to prohibit pathways or a patio in the buffer area in the meantime, the way you would address that is to add into the consent agreement that essentially the owner agrees that no activity occur in that buffer area until the lot is built upon. I can add that condition fairly easily if that's the wish of committee.
Councillor Jaglowitz.
Yes, I should reply to appreciate Councillor Roberts for asking if that would satisfy me. I'm not trying to, I know this is going to pass, so I'm not trying to hold anything up. What I'm trying to do here is I think we have to take steps to protect that buffer. And this seems to be a logical thing. So if the director is prepared to make that change, I would certainly support it. I think we should do everything in our power to try to protect that buffer. And we should allow reasonable things to be done in there. But right now we're in a huge debate over that. And so I appreciate the director's offer. I would certainly accept that. And I don't want my voting against this to be taken as I don't support this application. I'm just would prefer if we rethought how that buffer is to be handled. And this is just a good opportunity for us to do it. So thank you very much. That I will be silent from here on this application.
Thank you, Councillor Jaglowitz. I know I'm supposed to wait to the end, but it would appear to me we're adding one more element of onto the owner here where we already have this, in my humble opinion, taken care of. Councillor Nishikawa, or I was going to get a sort of a vote. Do you want to add something new to this?
In fact, I wanted to ask the applicant if he would have a problem with that. From what I had heard, he has no immediate needs. He's just trying to get the estate planning taken care of. And in fact, the additional consent that David had mentioned, it doesn't look like it's punitive to me. But again, I'm asking the applicant if he would be in favor of that, because certainly it would go much further in our doing our best to taxpayers' concerns.
Okay, Mr. McConnell.
I would have to, I think I'd have to confer with Stefan because I'm not sure if I understand all the ramifications on that, Madam Chair. I would say that the access road that was, as an example, the access road that the reason that we did the access road that we suggested was all about keeping, that was the original access road for the original cottage. So we were trying to preserve and not lose trees and so on. I find a lot of this quite arduous, to be quite frank, and I worry about coming back whenever it might be, and all the rules have yet changed yet again, and so on, and it just I would have to. I'm not sure if I would accept that or not, to be quite honest.
Fair enough comments, Mr.
But I would have to speak to Stefan about that because I'm not sure about the implications on that, Madam Chair.
Well, I'm actually going to see if I've got, and I know you've got your hand up, Mayor Harding. I'm going to see if there's even support on the committee to input that. But go ahead, Mayor Harding. I can see you shaking your head. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate Council's perspective of wanting to protect this waterfront. That we don't want them to go put in a patio before they build something or anything else. I think the reality is they've had the property for 50 years. They haven't built the patio yet. They haven't done anything. They're not going to build anything. The only time they would develop or do anything for a patio or whatever on the shoreline is at the application stage to build a cottage, to build a boathouse, to do whatever. So I think to Mr. McConnell, I think you said it well, we're putting an added level of almost bureaucracy in here and headache and plan that we're going to get the exact same result. Let's not over regulate.
Okay, so do I have a majority who would like to add that extra clause that Councillor Jagowitz is looking for? Thumbs up if you agree. All right, we are going to move on from that. And I'm just going to reconfirm before I read this that we are going to leave the boat port as is. I understand Director Pink's reasoning for that, but I don't want to see more destruction to replace what's there personally. Do I have support that we're going to remove that part of the motion? So we're going to leave the dwelling boathouse as is. Are we good? We're good with that? All right, I'm going to read it then the way I'm going to read it the way it's been amended, taking out the Bell Canada bit and to remove the covered boat port, but the applicant agrees that there will be no covering on that new 2-story boathouse if and when it's ever built. Councillor Roberts, are you having an issue? You look like you're having an issue.
Well, you know me, I have a lot of issues that can't be addressed here. But I just want to remind committee about the proposal by the applicant that maybe he would consider surrendering some of the entitled building rights on the new lot or the.
Okay, and I believe that was a sleeping cabin. I'm going to have to go back and ask that again. Mr. Zirbach, I saw you nodding. Could you put this in our sort of planning language? What Mr. McConnell was willing to give up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, just to reiterate, I believe the staff report suggested a removal of 250 square feet of covered space on a future 2-story boathouse on the severed lot. Mr. McConnell is satisfied that can be removed. And in addition, there is a site-specific bylaw that permits a second sleeping cabin on the property. It was just noted in the staff report, but again, the owners are happy just to remove that. So each property would be entitled to a dwelling and a sleeping cabin, which is in conformity with your official plan and zoning bylaw.
Okay, well, Mr. McConnell, we don't often have people come forward and make that offer. So, planning committee, are we in agreement that we will take him up on that offer? We are. Thank you. All right, so I think I need to add that into the motion then, Mr. Pink. All right, can we take just let's take a 2-minute break if we could, and we'll come back with that motion. Okay, if I could get everybody back, please. My hope is we're going to get through all our public meetings before lunch, so that's why I thought a break would be good now. Doesn't mean lunch is at 2. We'll see how we do, but. Okay, have we got everybody back, Madam Clerk? Oh, she'll be back. I think we have quorum. Right? Yeah. Okay. All right, Planning Committee. This is another long one. I'll read quickly. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Jaglowitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that consent application B/139/21/ML Jamaica Holdings Inc. be approved, subject to the following conditions: that a registrable description of the severed lot and any required right-of-ways be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That confirmation be received that the proposed severed and retained lots can be serviced by individual on-site septic systems to the satisfaction of the township. The cash in lieu parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created severed lot or the entire lands, whichever is less. That the applicant enter into a consent agreement with the township pursuant to section 51(26) of the Planning Act. Said agreement shall be registered against the title of the lands and contain a provision to the satisfaction of the township whereby the applicant agrees not to utilize public parking and docking facilities as a principal means of access to the retained and severed lots. In addition, said provision shall require that adequate long-term parking and docking facilities used to access the newly created lot be secured at all times. The documentation satisfactory to the township securing long-term mainland parking and docking facilities to access the newly created lot be provided. And that exemptions from the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw be approved too. Recognize the proposed lot frontage and lot area of the severed and retained lots. Recognize the cumulative width of an existing dock and 2-story boathouse on the retained lot, and to prohibit a covered area on the 2nd story of a boathouse on the severed lot, and that bylaw 2004/104 be repealed. That would be the one permitting the extra staking cabin. All right. Do I have any discussion? All in favor?
And opposed.
All right, and opposed? Okay, that is carried. And moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-63/21 Jamaica Holdings Inc. roll number 4-25-008 be approved, subject to the following minor amendments: that a covered area on the 2nd story of a boathouse on the severed lot be prohibited, and that bylaw 2004-104 be repealed. Any comments? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Thank you, applicants. All right, we are now going to move on to get my agenda going here. I believe that our next one is McArdle, and that is Ms. Darling. Welcome back, Ms. Darling. Away you go.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 69/21, bylaw 2021-208 in the name of McArdle. The property is known municipally as Island M68. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 645 and 651 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. A zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted to demolish the existing dwelling and construct a new dwelling. The applicant also proposes to demolish an existing 1-story boathouse and part of the existing dock and construct a new 1-story boathouse and dock. An exemption is required for the minimum front yard setback. The proposed dwelling is to be 26 feet from the high water mark. Another exemption is required for the maximum cumulative dock width. The proposed dock width is to be 242 feet. Another exemption is required for the maximum permitted cumulative 1st-story boathouse width. The proposed 1st-story boathouse width is to be 113 feet. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance, and 5 submissions have been received to date. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, the township's public work technician, Nick Snyder, the chief building official, the district municipality of Muskoka, Curtis Sivret, and 2 letters of support were submitted by area neighbors, Crushella and Neil Selfie, and Boo and Amber Hillman. These comments were forwarded to Planning Committee prior to today's meeting. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that the application be approved, subject to the property being made to site plan control, along with prohibiting the proposed dwelling to be below 226.7, which is the static floodline elevation, and to restrict the cumulative dock width to a maximum of 213 feet. Staff have no further comments at this time and be happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darling. I believe Mr. Allen's back in with our continued island tour. Welcome back.
Thank you. It seems like I have some mood lighting on this morning. Thank you, Chair Bridgman, members of committee. My name is Ryan Allen. Presumably my earlier address provided will suffice. I'm here today to assist the owner of the property, Fiona McCardle and David Schaefer, with their zoning bylaw amendment application. I have a presentation that I would like to move through as quickly as possible. I am cognizant of the committee's time and their long agenda. The property is located on Gibraltar Island. Next slide, please. And specifically unit number 9. Gibraltar Island is located in Lake Muskoka. Sorry, next slide, please. The subject lands consist of 2 parts. One, a small Juliet Island, as well as the principal portion of the property with some substantial frontage. Next slide, please. There are 3 proposed amendments in front of the committee today. One is related to the reconstruction and enlargement of the existing 2-story dwelling to permit a front yard setback of 26.3 feet, to reconstruct and enlarge the existing 1-story boathouse, resulting in 113 feet of cumulative 1st-story boathouse width, and to reconfigure and lengthen existing docks, resulting in 241.8 feet of cumulative width. I thank Ms. Darling for her detailed planning report and thorough assessment of the property. Next slide, please. I mentioned that the property contains 2 different parts. You can see the small Juliet Island is just off from larger Gibraltar Island. The property has extensive bylaw frontage at over 775 feet and 1,250 feet of actual frontage. There is a 1-story boathouse and dock on the northern shoreline, and a 2-story boathouse and dock on the southern shoreline, and a dwelling located towards the point. Next slide, please. There are some considerable constraints towards the rear portion of the property, which explains where the dwelling was constructed back in 1920. The red area indicates the sloped and elevated areas. Next slide, please. And responding to those slopes and trying to utilize the existing development footprint as much as possible to limit tree removal, site alteration, we proposed a dwelling location that's effectively on the location of the existing building, makes use of the existing patio and stone walkways that are historic to the property. However, because of the configuration of the shoreline and the rotation of the new building, the front yard setback is slightly reduced by 1.3 feet. There was a topographic survey completed that confirmed the flood elevation at 226.7 meters above sea level. And the new proposed dwelling will be approximately 1,300 square feet larger than the existing. Next slide, please. This is the elevation of the existing building. You can see that there's very much in keeping with the character of the current building. Next slide, please. This is some photos. This is from the inside bay portion of the lot looking towards the dwelling in Juliet Island. You can see there's a very good vegetative buffer in place. Next slide, please. This is the channel side or the south side of the property and 2-story boathouse. The dwelling is well screened by existing vegetation, and Juliet Island also provides some buffering and visual screening. Next slide, please. This is a shot of the side of the existing dwelling that's to be removed and the new dwelling built in its place. Next slide, please. And this is the slope. This is the shed that's immediately behind the existing dwelling. This is where the slope rises up. So there was a concerted effort to try to minimize as much site alteration on these steep slopes as much as possible. Hence the reduced front yard setback. Next slide, please. In terms of planning analysis related to the existing building, the building was constructed in 1920s and it is deteriorating. The old construction methods are problematic, currently can't access under certain portions of the building for maintenance. The character of the two-story building will be maintained in the current location. The footprint will be used as much as possible. However, the slight rotation results in a reduced setback. I would note that reduced setback is only from one portion of the shoreline, and setbacks from other parts exceed 80 or 100 feet. The new dwelling is located above the flood elevation, where the current building is currently located within the flood elevation. Significant tree removal and site alteration would be required if the setback was increased. The majority of the lot is in a natural state and undeveloped and will remain that way. Limited vegetation removal is required for the new dwelling. There's no new building area increase within 35 feet of the shoreline. The existing amount will be maintained, which is 124 square feet. And the new building area and height within the 50-foot setback from the shoreline also complies with the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. So the other component of this redevelopment plan for this property includes a new boathouse as well as a dock. The existing boathouse is outlined in red. It's very, very tight to the shoreline and it's approximately 1,000 square feet. The new proposed boathouse is approximately 2,000 square feet. The entrance slip has been rotated from east facing to north facing, and the building is slightly larger and wider. Next slide, please. One of the reasons, or the primary reason for pushing the building farther away from the shoreline, is the very steep slope that the current building abuts. And I understand there's actually rock fall that comes from this slope into the rear of the existing boathouse. So the owners do not want to construct a new building in a location that is vulnerable. And actually, I understand those barrels do provide some protection from falling rocks. Next slide, please. This is the existing boathouse. It's a one entry, but it does contain space for two boats. And you can see the neighbor's one-story boathouse opposite. Next slide, please. As well as this is the other properties within the bay. Both of these neighbors have provided letters of support for this application. And you can see there's two large two-story boathouses towards the point on the other side of the bay. Next slide, please. In terms of the overall dock, the new boathouse requires additional dock. And I think the important piece to note is that there's a dotted black line that shows the existing extent of the dock today. And it's about 130 feet in bylaw width. The additional boathouse extends effectively the width of the dock to 155 feet. And there's a small portion you'll see outlined in a black circle of dock that extends past the point of the existing, the new boathouse, the front face of it. And that, because of the way that width is measured, that piece of dock actually counts towards almost 6 feet of width. And none of this width has been extended back into the shoreline. So presently there is 224 feet of non-complying width. There's 20 feet of dock width that's on the opposite shoreline that will not be reconstructed. And the additional dock width to 241.8 feet of proposed represents an increase of 17.6 feet. And I think the challenge is measuring width of docks. There's a bylaw width measurement, and there are other measurements can be taken. I've shown an alternative measurement that is between the limits of the existing dock. You'll see that there's no new dock that extends beyond those limits, and that's at 114.4 feet. So if you take the new swim dock plus the southern dock with a two-story boathouse, we result in just over 200 feet of actual cumulative width. Next slide, please. The property is large and it consists of a point of land with the boathouses and docks located on the opposite shorelines, 750 feet of frontage on the one side and approximately 440 feet on the north side. Next slide, please. This is the channel side, or the southern side of the property. There's over 520 feet of undeveloped shoreline that will remain undeveloped. And you can see the two-story boathouse at the far end. Next slide, please. This is the existing one-story boathouse that will be replaced with the new one-story boathouse that's slightly larger. I would note that even from this distance from shore, the built form associated with the dock is minimal. You effectively see that front-facing edge or the skirting around it. And it's difficult the farther you are away from the shoreline to actually see the mass associated with the dock itself. Next slide, please. And this is about approximately 250 feet from shoreline, looking back at the existing dock and boathouse. You can clearly see that the natural form dominates the shoreline, and we believe it will continue to do so with the proposed enlargements. Next slide, please. In terms of context, Gibraltar Island is a very large island, but it has very few lots. And in particular, the lot that's adjacent to the McArdles is undeveloped and in a land trust. So if you follow the shoreline on Gibraltar Island from the existing two-story boathouse on the southern side all the way around to the first neighboring structure, there's almost 2 kilometers of shoreline that is completely undeveloped. Next slide, please. So in terms of planning analysis, the distinct north and south frontages of the lot limit visual appearance, in particular with the docks and boathouses located on the opposite sides. The proposed dock width represents approximately 19% of the actual frontage, the boathouse width 9%. The official plan doesn't specifically indicate how frontage is to be measured. The proposed dock will continue to allow over 1,000 feet of the shoreline frontage to remain undeveloped, and that does not include the frontage that's also on Juliet Island, which is 414 feet of actual frontage. I believe, it's my professional opinion, that the proposed widths, dock and boathouse widths on 1,250 feet of actual shoreline frontage are appropriate and do not dominate the shoreline. And the lot has inability to be severed because of deficient lot area, but effectively it has the equivalent of 3 plus 300-foot lots, to give you a sense of just how large the frontage is. The enlargements limits of the existing 114-foot dock and 250-foot dock not to be constructed. The dock and boathouse, I think one of the key points I'd like to stress is that docks and boathouses are essential for water access properties. They don't have benefit from a driveway or parking area. All materials, goods, people, equipment must arrive by boat. So the dock and boathouse effectively serve as the parking area, which would include bringing in furniture and appliances. So I think inherently we would expect to see larger dock and boathouse facilities on water access properties compared to mainland properties. And in terms of environmental protection, the new dock and boathouse are located outside significant fish habitat. Next slide, please. It's my professional opinion that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment conforms with the township and district official plans, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and represents good planning. I thank you, committee, for their time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I see Ms. McArdle is here. Would you like to speak or here just to answer questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just take a couple of quick minutes. Ryan, I think, did an excellent job there giving an overview of what we're planning to, or what we would hope to do with the property. And I think gave strong arguments in support of that. The only piece I'd like to add, and I'm here with my husband, David Shaver. The only other piece I'd like to add is we've owned the property for, I think, almost 10 years now. We bought it when we had a young family, not so young anymore. And we've spent considerable time and effort just trying to think about how we redevelop this property while still paying respect to what's there and not losing the history and the heritage. And, you know, so it's taken us some time to get there. We were also very mindful of making sure that whatever we did not in any way negatively impact our immediate neighbors. And as Ryan spoke to, the 2 neighbors in the bay, the Hillmans and the Selfs, are very supportive of what we're planning to do. The only other piece that I would add that Ryan touched on is, you know, islands. Your docks are your entry point on and off the island, and the bayside in particular, given that it's in a bay with less boat traffic, is really our in and out point from this property. And so it was fairly critical for us to make sure we have kind of what we need there to be able to access the island. As Ryan touched on, we've tried to be very mindful of not adding any new dock where that boathouse is going to sit. The measurement, I think, makes it look like we're adding because we've pivoted the boathouse in order to provide some added protection from waves and storms that hit the bay. So we've tried very hard with, you know, kind of managing the puts and calls on this, I think, to be respectful and not sort of create a mega development on the property. My final point that I would just add is we have our architect who has worked tirelessly with us for many years on this. It's Brian Jill, who's also on the call. If there's any specific questions, he could also weigh in as well. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Can I just get your address, please, for the record?
Oh, of course. It's M68 Gibraltar Island, Unit 9.
Thank you very much. Okay, all right. Do we have anybody else who would like to speak on behalf of this? No. Do we have anyone who wants to speak in opposition to this? No? Okay, then I'm going to turn it over to committee. Committee, any questions, comments? Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for staff. I see in the staff report you're recommending a reduced dock width to 213 feet. Could you explain the reason for that?
Okay, so Ms. Darling, I believe that's directed to you?
Through you, Chair. So we asked for a decrease in dock width because we felt that when you're bringing forward legal non-complying docks, that there should be an improvement from what exists there today. And so that was the leading cause for why we asked for a decreased dock width. Director Pink can speak if he has anything above that to say.
No, I think we're good with that. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I mostly wanted to say that if I was going to be supporting this, if only we were going to remove some of that dock width, because I'm very concerned about the overall numbers in general. And I know that we're looking at in each individual property, but it does affect so many other, and we've been talking about this, it feels like, for years. And I can't get rid of those concerns that were brought forward to, and again, a series of meetings next week where we're going to hear some of these concerns again. So I would only be in favor of this if the reduction that the staff is recommending was going to be taking place.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, I wonder if the, picking up on that point, excuse me, if the owners could speak to the conditions recommended in the staff report.
Ms. McArdle?
Sorry, can you just clarify the condition about limiting the dock width to 213? Is that specifically the question?
Well, sure, but even in perhaps more generally, we are having a chat about this. The staff is recommending we approve this with the following 1, 2, 3, 4 points. So how do you feel about those 4 points? I guess you can speak to any of them if you'd like.
Well, I think, the biggest, and Ryan, by all means, jump in on this, but I think the biggest concern for us is I think the question that was asked, I believe, by Councillor Jaglowitz, which we had the same question, was just I didn't really understand the number 213 feet. I didn't kind of understand the math of how that number was derived. We're currently sitting, as Ryan has said, at 224.2 feet of legal non-conforming frontage. And we just struggled with kind of how 213 was arrived at. I think the other conditions on the staff report were they were okay with the main cottage, provided we were outside of the floodplain, which I believe we are. So I believe that was approved. I believe, and Ryan and other, Brian jump in, but I believe the only open question was the issue of the dock width that that staff was supporting.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we could get a clearer picture on where the 213 feet came from. I think that's part of the clarification. Director Pink.
Thank you. Just to further Ms. Darling's comments, and she can certainly wish to add to those, but I think As we've referenced in the report, there are a number of policies that aim to limit shoreline structure width to ensure built form does not dominate, and that also when there are legal non-complying structures that are proposed to be redeveloped, particularly with zoning approvals needed, that they be brought closer into compliance as much as possible. And I think the proposal before us is largely the opposite. We have docks and boathouses that considerably exceed width, and they're proposed to further exceed width. And the boathouse in particular is significantly increasing in size, almost doubling in square footage. So I think where the actual precise number came from, I think fairly simply the proposed swim dock, that clearly staff does not support. We feel that's that can be simply removed, and that's approximately 14 feet. I think we recognize that there's an extensive amount of shoreline on the southerly shore, and there's a large boathouse and dock in that location. However, there's a large amount of shoreline on the northerly shore, but considerably less. And that is where a large amount of the redevelopment is proposed to occur. And Ms. Darling can speak to it more, having visited the site. But I believe there are some slopes that would hinder access to that existing dock. But I think there's a portion of either that dock that could be removed, or the boathouse and docks slid over in that direction to reduce the overall resultant width. And that's where that figure is coming from. I think it's the 14 feet being removed, plus that extent of existing dock being removed, or again, new boathouse design being moved over to result in that figure.
Okay, so basically we're talking about removing the swimming dock and perhaps a bit more off of the, that's a big deck there. Okay, I think I understand that now. Thank you. Mayor Harding?
Thank you very much. And I guess my comments would be similar. You know, we have right now 224 feet of dock. You're proposing to go to 242 feet of dock. At minimum, I think we need to be at the 224. So we need to find a way. I appreciate there's a lot of existing dock on the north side, and putting the boathouse in the same location. If we're creating a new 3-slip boathouse, I think Mr. Pink just said it, that boathouse theoretically could move further to the east down the shoreline. You could get rid of some of that existing dock, move your boathouse over, and potentially retain your proposed swim dock. But as it's current to 242 feet, I can't support this at this point.
Okay, all right. So I am reading that we are not going to support the 200 for Councillor Nishikawa. I can see you would like to speak.
Sorry, thank you. I think I just wanted, I wondered if the applicant could have an opportunity to discuss it with their planner, quite frankly, because I think that things were just getting clarified for some of us, and I sense that it wasn't clear to the applicant. But you know, often we'll ask them if they want a deferral. I just didn't want them not to have the same opportunity that we give everyone else.
Fair comment. Thank you very much. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I think there's multiple components to this development, including the new cottage. I understand that a septic permit has been obtained, and Mr. Boss is becoming increasingly anxious to have work started. And so the plan is to start construction on the new cottage in the fall. But there's clearly an issue around the committee with the width of dock. We had the opportunity to review staff's reports and comments prior to the meeting, and we did have a discussion about changes that could occur. So, you know, we have looked at potentially cutting off that 5.8 foot section that's at the tip of the boathouse that contributes to additional width, narrowing the width of the swim dock, and also removing a portion of the existing dock. And that would get us back to 224.2 feet, which is the existing legal non-complying width as it stands today. So we have gone through that thought process. And if the committee has concerns with the proposed 241.8 feet, we would be amenable to making changes to reducing the cumulative dock width.
But in order to sort of move on, move this on, is committee willing to consider remaining at the 224 feet? I think we need to figure that out first. Or do we want, staff has recommended 213. So I'm going to put that out there because we need to come to some sort of consensus on that. Mayor Harding?
Thank you very much. Ideally, yes, it's nice to kind of shrink the dock. Would be in an ideal world. I'm not going to be fussed necessarily if we stayed at the 224. I think that's a benchmark that we're not certainly adding to the offside components of this. The original dock was 130 feet on that shoreline. And I think we need to remain at 130 feet if it's split between the new 2-story boathouse as well as the proposed new swim dock. I don't care how you divide it, but I think the 224 is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz? You're on mute, Frank.
Thank you, Chair. I respectfully disagree. I think that staff have come up with this. I think it's they're asking for a very small reduction in very large docks. And I think we should support staff on this. I think if we don't, we're sending the wrong message. So I would be supporting the staff recommendation.
Okay, so I am sensing that perhaps a deferral on this. I believe, Mr. Allen, you could come back in 30 days. So we're not delaying this forever. If that is something that you and your clients would like to see. And but before I go there, would a deferral be preferable? Do I have a straw vote from committee to, we really want 213 feet on this dock? Is that what we're looking for? That's what we're looking for. So maybe that helps you, Mr. Allen and Ms. McArdle. And I believe committee is willing to put a deferral in place to give you the chance to have a look at that. So if I could perhaps get an answer from you on that.
Thank you, through Chair Bridgman. Given that the McArdles and Mr. Schaefer are on the call, they might be the best ones to ask about the desire for a deferral.
Sorry, thank you,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
please.
Is there an opportunity to have a vote on holding at our current dock width of 224.2?
Well, we could do that, and if it is defeated, it is, I believe, 3 months, Madam Clerk, before you can even come back to ask again. So your option is far better, getting a deferral to do some thinking, to be very honest with you, unless you're willing to take the 213 feet. 3 months in council. Oh, so let me back this up. I may have misinformed you, Madam Clerk or Director Pink. Director Pink.
Thank you. Just to clarify, when zoning applications are defeated, the bylaw itself, the process concludes. There's an appeal right of the owner and they would have to resubmit. But please keep in mind, this is a committee making a recommendation to council. So things could occur in the next 30 days. I guess there's a number of options. We could certainly defer. That may be the prudent, cautious approach to allow them to redesign and come back with a more palatable proposal on design. However, we could move forward to council in the hopes that revised drawings be provided at that time to keep the process moving along. So there's options that, again, just to argue, you could vote defeat 224 and they can come delegate to council in an attempt to change their design. So there's all kinds of those options, and I'll leave it with committee to debate which is the most prudent.
Okay, as it stands now, my motion reads 213 feet, just to clarify things. We would have to modify our motion. So Ms. McArdle, I guess I think I'm back to you as the owner.
Right. Well, I guess it sounds like there's inherent risk in us asking for a vote on 224. My husband and I are more than willing to compromise, obviously, and move off the 241.8, I believe is the number we put forth. We would be, more than happy to revert to what we currently sit with, which is a total dock width of 224.2. But if there is risk in running a vote right now, it sounds like we don't have a choice but to defer this. And am I right, Madam Chair, that it would be 30 days that we could be back on the agenda to revisit this? Is that correct?
I'm going to look at Director Pink, but I would hope we would be able to do that within 30 days. And quite honestly, what committee's looking for is 213 feet, just to clarify for you. But Mr. Pink?
Yes, it would, to be honest, largely depend on how quickly you can provide us with the revised drawings. If they're provided promptly, we will certainly do our best to bring it back to the next meeting.
Understood.
Okay, so that's, now I'm going to formally, Mayor Harding?
Sorry, just as a simple thing, I know the 13 feet or 14 feet or 15, we're talking about round numbers, we're kind of splitting hairs at the end of the day, or 224.2, whatever. Could we push this forward at 215 feet to council? They bring us revised drawings that would show us that particularly, and then potentially we can move this forward. I'm okay at that point. I appreciate we want a reduction. 215 is a reduction for me of almost 10 feet, and happy to support that going forward. I don't know whether anybody else wants to, but so we don't have to defer it for 30 days and then come back in 60 days.
They can come back in 60 days? You mean 30 days at council?
30 days to planning then. So if we push this forward at 215 feet, I'm getting thumbs up from some of our fellow councillors. They're okay to pass it at 215. And then if they want a deferral at council, they can do that if they can't make the plans, but otherwise we can keep this application moving.
All right, that's an option that keeps it going, I see, but we're at 250, I don't know why 215. I would prefer to just read it as it is at 213. And we can move it forward then, and then at council, to Mayor Harding's point, we can look at amendments at that point. Do I have consensus on that? Would we like to move this forward at this point? Okay, I think
Sorry,
we have
sorry, Madam Chair, I just wanted to jump in on Mayor Harding's comments.
I am sorry, Ms. McCardle, but you're really not allowed to unless you've been addressed. So
my apologies.
No, that's okay. Let me tell you, it took me a long time to understand all the rules here too. Believe me.
Sorry.
So I am going to read this motion then, and just to recap, we're going to move it forward to council in 30 days time. What we're going to do is approve 213 feet or recommend that. And you will have the ability when it comes to council to again approach and either say we're good with that, or here's an alternative that we would like to see, and it can all be reconsidered at that point, just so you understand the process. But to Mayor Harding's point, that keeps it moving in terms of you hopefully getting your final approval. Okay, moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommended Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-69/21 McArdle, roll number 8-18-029 be approved, subject to the property being made subject to site plan control and the following minor amendments: to prohibit the proposed dwelling below the 226.7 MASL static floodline elevation, and to restrict cumulative dock width to a maximum of 213 feet. Do I have any discussion? All in favor? Okay, that passes. So it will be moving on to council, and Mr. Allen will be able to help you with all the details of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are now moving on, if I can find my agenda again. I believe it's Brown, which is Mr. Sawyer. Welcome back, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment 0222 in the name of Brown. This subject property has a lot area of 0.4 acres and a lot frontage of 100 feet on Lake Muskoka, and is known municipally as 1028 to Lidsley Road. But I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan starting on page 708 of today's agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is to provide relief from the maximum permitted lot coverage provisions in order to permit a redevelopment of the property involving the demolition of a one-story boathouse with a rooftop sun deck, and the construction of a new single-story boathouse, also with a rooftop sun deck, and also the reconfiguration of docks. On waterfront properties with frontage on Lake Muskoka, the maximum permitted lot coverage is 10%. In this case, the submitted information indicates that existing buildings and structures have a legal non-complying lot coverage of 12.9%. Through the removal of a gazebo and a lean-to and the proposed reconfiguration and enlargement of the boathouse, the resulting proposed lot coverage is also 12.9% and an exemption of 2.9% or 517 square feet is requested. On Lake Muskoka, the maximum permitted cumulative dock width is 25% of the lot frontage. The existing docks have a cumulative width of 81.5 feet, and the proposed docks have a width of 43.5 feet. Since a cumulative dock width of only 25 feet is permitted, given that it has 100 feet of frontage, an exemption is requested. The maximum permitted width of a single-story boathouse is 16% of the lot frontage, which in this case is 16 feet. The proposed enlarged boathouse has a width of 17.5 feet, and therefore an exemption to the cumulative width for a single-story boathouse is requested. Two exemptions to setbacks, setback requirements for docks and boathouses are also requested. The minimum permitted setback from the side lot line projection for a dock is in this case 15 feet. Since the dock is set back only, this would be the proposed dock is to be set back only 8.6 feet from the southeasterly side lot line projection, an exemption is requested. And then lastly, the minimum permitted side yard setback for the proposed boathouse is 30 feet. Given that a setback of 13.9 feet is proposed, an exemption is also requested. Notice of this public meeting was circulated 20 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and 6 submissions have been received to date, all of which have been provided to committee in advance of today's meeting. The District of Muskoka and the Township's Building Division and Public Works staff have advised they have no concerns with the application. Letters in support of the application have been received by the immediate neighbors to the south, Bruce and Janet Gow. Also the immediate neighbors to the north, David and Susan Fisk. And neighbors Sandra and David Packrell, owners of the property to the south, 2 lots to the south, have also submitted a letter in support. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration and have recommended that the zoning bylaw amendment be approved, subject to confirmation that a lot addition that recently was granted approval by the Committee of Adjustment has been finalized, and also that the proposed docks to the north of the proposed boathouse be removed, that the proposed lot coverage amounts be updated to include any sun decks that form roofed structures, and that minor amendments to the draft bylaw be approved to capture the recommended changes to dock width and the lot coverage amounts. I have no further comments at this time, but am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soya. Well, excuse me, welcome, Mr. Fahner.
Good afternoon, Chair Bridgman. I guess it's no longer good morning, but good afternoon, and committee members as well. Stephen Fahner, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1A4. I'm here representing Ian and Wendy Brown, who own the property at 1028 Lidsley Road. I'd like to thank staff for their positive report, and I hope to address their concerns regarding the docks in particular. It's my understanding that the severance will be finalized. It was either supposed to be the middle of this month or the middle of next month, but I can provide that if we get to council. I can provide that certainly at that time, but it's supposed to be finalized very, very soon, if not already done. So I do have a PowerPoint presentation, and if we could go to that, that would be great. Thank you. We could just move on to the next slide, please. Yeah, I think Mr. Soya went through the percentages that we're talking about and what's required as far as the exemptions in this proposal. Next. I do want to point out the improvements that are being made, and to me, they're significant. The dock width being improved from 81.5 feet to down to 43.5 feet. So we're cutting the dock width almost in half. And I think that's a significant improvement. It's not just a slight improvement, but that's very significant in my opinion. Side yard setbacks are being improved for the boathouse and the docks. And I think you note that the docks are actually right at the projected lot line and 0 feet from the lot line. So we are certainly making an improvement there. And the lot coverage is remaining the same by the removal of a couple of small buildings. We do have support from 3 neighbors as noted, and in particular, the ones to the north and the south. The ones to the south, the GOWs, are the ones that maybe have the most potential impact of anyone. Next. And I would point out too that the enlargement to the existing boathouse is very small. It's only 116 square feet. So we're not talking about something large here. We're not doubling the size of the boathouse or even 50% more. It's very, very small. Next. So this is a portion of the existing plan. This is a building location survey. I do want to point out in the middle of the frontage, the wood dock that is there. That dock is 16.5 feet wide by 15 feet. So that dock exists. We are planning to move that, if you will, to attach and consolidate it to the boathouse. Anyways, I'll address staff concerns on that a little bit later. Next. So this is the proposal here, and you'll see the hatched area in red being the dock area and the proposed boathouse. I would note down the north side of the boathouse, there's a 5 foot wide dock there, and I think that's quite reasonable in terms of width. The additional dock out at the end is basically taking exactly what is at the shore and putting it out in that location. There's really no change there. And this is within sort of the width, if you will. It doesn't stick out beyond the width. And it does correspond with a certain width at the shore, which is used for access to the water. Next. And this is a proposed boathouse here. Again, a fairly standard, although I'd say very modest boathouse. It's a minimal size, in my opinion, with a flat roof boathouse on it. And just noting at the rear of this is the dockage that you see in the site plan. It's really for access and for a stairway to get down to the rear of the boathouse and to the dock. Next. And this is just showing the dock configuration. I just want to point out that the size of the dock on each side of the slip, we're only talking just over 3 feet. So again, it's a very, in my opinion, a pretty minimalistic boathouse. It's 17.5 foot in width. And again, the length of that boathouse is, in this day and age, lots of people are going to 30 or 32 feet in terms of length of the boathouse, and we're at much less than that. Next. So this is looking at the property from the shoreline, and the subject property is the one in the middle, where in fact you can hardly see the dwelling actually compared to the others, and that's because of the shoreline buffer, and that's one of the reasons why this proposal has come about. Next. This is just getting it a little bit closer, and you can see the existing dock there with the canoe on it, the large dock. We're just bringing this boathouse towards us somewhat, and we're going to be moving that dock and putting it over next to the boathouse. I would say too that by bringing the boathouse out, and it's my opinion, if we were in like a narrow water body or something, you could suggest that there is some visual impact, but we're in a wide open bay here. It's very wide. The difference between this location and bringing it out as proposed from the water, in my opinion, the change will be fairly insignificant in terms of visual impact. Next. This is showing the relationship with the boathouse beside. Again, we're going to be farther away than we are now, and that dock piece too is going to be off from the shoreline. It sits right on the projected lot line at the current time. Next. This is just looking at the current boathouse from above. And I just want to point out too, the bay across is, it's quite a large bay. So there's no, again, I believe the going out farther is very minimal in terms of visual impact. Next. This is showing really the shoreline buffer here and what we're dealing with. My clients want the proposed docks and boathouse moved farther out because they have a very robust shoreline vegetative buffer, and staff agreed with that and identified that as well. And so they don't want to get into removing trees and limbing them. They would rather deal with, through the reconstruction of the boathouse, moving the structure out, still within the confines of the bylaw for length. Next. And this is right beside that boat cover. You can see a red stick. That is the survey line, and that's exactly where this current dock is. It's sitting right on the line. Next. And once again, this is a shoreline vegetative buffer. You can see how it's grown out over the existing dock. Next. And this is just looking back towards the existing dwelling from the existing boathouse deck. Next. Again, the shoreline buffer. Next. And this is the gazebo behind the dwelling to be removed. Next. And the lean-to on the side of the shed is also to be removed. And that'll make up for the lot coverage. Next. So in terms of planning analysis, I think we know that natural form should dominate over built form. In my opinion, it's actually going to improve a bit because we are going to be removing that dock width. The shoreline structure width, as I mentioned, we're basically cutting it in half. That's, to me, very significant, although they do have a significant frontage coverage right now that's certainly over the bylaw requirement. Privacy and views, in my opinion, will be only impacted in the very slightest of ways, and I think it's important to note that both the neighbors, north and south, have provided letters of support. Next. I've mentioned the improvements to the structures, side yard setbacks, lot coverage not changing. And again, I think it's very important that we're retaining the existing shoreline buffer. A lot of properties that only have 100 feet, their buffers are very, very small. For example, this one happens to have an excellent buffer. Next. And I think I've pointed these out too. Certainly the proposal is compatible with development in the vicinity, and I have a couple of photographs to show that. Next. These are the boathouse in the immediate area with my client's boathouse just to the right of center. Next. And this shows the shoreline. This area has a number of 100 to 150 foot lots and really characterized quite a bit by single-story boathouses. There's a two-story boathouse just to the left of center. That is another client of mine that committee and council just gave approval to redo that boathouse. It's a two-story boathouse on a very small frontage. Next. In terms of staff's concerns, again, I pointed out my opinion in terms of visual impact. I don't believe in this case that moving it out, that there is going to be much change in the way of visual impact. I think it's going to be very minimal. We're still within that 50 feet out that you're allowed to go from the shoreline. In terms of removal of the north dock, it's my opinion, again, we're moving out an existing dock that's there. This isn't something new. We've also made significant improvements to the shoreline width. And I think as staff has pointed out too, in fact, as of right, my clients can add an addition to these docks, 25 feet by 66 feet or 1,650 square feet in surface area, which is actually quite a bit more than the entire docks in this proposal. So, and yet that can be done by way of an addition. So really believe that dock there just to the north side of the boathouse should be able to remain. And once again, both the abutting neighbors are in support of the application. Next. We'll confirm the area of the non-permeable decks. To be honest with you, when I reviewed the property, I didn't actually look at the decks. I was looking at the boathouse, and staff did see that, and my apologies, but that can be confirmed in terms of the area, which will, of course, it'll confirm the numbers for lot coverage. But lot coverage is not changing by this application, so I'm hoping that there's no consequence of that. Next. So in terms of my conclusions, I won't get into too much repeating, but I just want to emphasize, I think the biggest point is that our dock width is improving significantly in this proposal, and I believe that that's huge. And hopefully you'll see your way to approval of this. Next. And those are others too that I've just gone through, and for the sake of not repeating, I won't go through those, but again, hoping that committee will see their way through to an approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fahner.
I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, and are the owners wishing to speak?
Not that I'm aware of. They're certainly aware of this particular time and that, and certainly they can speak up as they wish. It would be Wendy and or Ian Brown, but I'm not aware that they were going to speak.
Okay, I don't think I even see them in the waiting area. So, all right, so do we have anyone else who would like to speak for this application? No? Opposed to this? No, great. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to committee then. Committee questions, comments? Councillor Jaglowitz.
I have a question and then I have a comment. It's probably to staff. I'm a little confused as to the severance that we're waiting for. And I see there's an encroachment of the garage on the neighbor's property at the rear of the lot. Can someone just explain what's going on with the severance? And then I have a comment after that.
Okay, Mr. Sawyer.
Through you, Madam Chair. Quite recently, the applicant had there was an application of the Committee of Adjustment approved to add additional lands from the property to the south to the subject lands of today's application. That was to fix an encroachment of a garage and a shed that is on the, part of the subject property. And the application before you today, the site plan assumes that that lot addition has been finalized. So consent approval has been granted for that. And it's our understanding that the final registry office procedures for finalizing that lot addition are still underway. And therefore we've added that condition that that has to be approved before the application that's before you today can then be approved.
Thank you. And then I guess the second part was that does our tree preservation bylaw protect the shoreline buffer? Because what I see there, are those trees or are those bushes? And I just curious as to whether our shoreline, our tree preservation buffer will protect what's on the shoreline, or is it limited to trees? I'm just trying to understand that.
Mr. Sawyer?
Through you, Madam Chair. So yes, the tree preservation bylaw would apply to this property, and it does protect. It doesn't permit tree cutting in accordance with that bylaw, and this property is not subject to site plan control. However, due to its very well vegetated shoreline buffer, staff have not, in this case, recommended that any plantings, and therefore have not recommended that it be made subject to site plan control.
But are bushes trees? Like,
Can I see Mr. Kennedy here,
Yeah,
Councillor
yeah.
Jaglowitz? So perhaps I'm assuming you can answer this for us, Rob. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, the tree preservation bylaw specifically says any vegetation that is under 1 dBH, which is diameter at breast height, is exempt from being cut. So if those bushes are smaller than 1 inch at breast height, then they would be able, or they would be allowed to be cut without any permit. Anything over that, they would be subject to the tree preservation bylaw.
thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hayes.
Yes, thank you, and through you. So I'm familiar with this property, and by moving the dock out a little bit, that will allow them to get their boat in there comfortably. It won't make any difference from the view from the canoe. However, the reduction in the actual dock along the shoreline will actually improve this property, and we're not increasing anything. I do have a question about the removal from the docks from the north boathouse. I'm looking at the picture on page 708, and I just assumed that was what we were voting on. Can I just get clarification that is what we are voting on? That there's no removal from that picture?
Of course, Mr. Sawyer. So 708. Yeah, I'm with Councillor Hayes. We're moving that dock that was farther along. We're going to reduce all of that, but under the proposal, we're allowing the new dock that will allow them some swimming, etc.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, staff have recommended that the width of the docks be further reduced than is shown in that proposed site plan. And the reasoning for that is that the existing docks, while they do have they span 81.5 feet of the 100-foot frontage, a large part of those docks do hug the shoreline. They run basically just right along the edge and lack any length, and therefore have a very minimal impact. And the proposed docks do extend quite a bit further out. And just from an overall, since that we're looking at a lot coverage exemption request, we're looking at the entire property as well. And there's a few structures that are being removed from the rear yard, and a reconfiguration of a lot coverage request that involves adding 116 square feet to that boathouse. It's not a very large amount, but on a small property such as this, it is not an insignificant number. And then also the dock length is being extended, even though the dock width is being reduced. And staff would, our interpretation of that was really that there is an additional, it does add to built form to bring the docks out that far. As right now, the neighboring boathouse and this boathouse are also at the same distance from shore, give or take. And the proposal, although there's a slight increase to the distance between these two boathouses, does involve that boathouse. The proposed boathouse will be extending out basically twice as far as the neighboring boathouse right next to it. So there is a little bit of an added built form increase in that regard. And that is also why staff also suggested in the report that there could be consideration given to increasing that side yard setback. But so taking that all into account and looking for ways to take the opportunity to improve compliance, staff recommended that dock width of adding an additional swim dock, and as it's called here, but additional space for sitting on a property where there's many sun decks that already exist and a rooftop sun deck. Staff suggested that dock to the north of the boathouse, that be removed. Thank you.
Okay, so can you help me, Mr. Sawyer, be removed as in we're going to leave what, 3 feet, 4 feet on the side? I just need to understand.
Yeah, so the staff report is correct. The staff report doesn't actually say recommend a specific number that be removed. The docks to the north of the boathouse are, they extend 20, I believe 21 or 20.5 feet to the north of the boathouse. And you can see on the south side of the boathouse, the docks extend about 5.4 feet. So it could be, I mean, our staff report had just stated remove all the docks to the north. Another option for committee to consider, if acknowledging that maybe some level of dock just along the side of the boathouse would be appropriate. Maybe it would make sense to to match both sides of the boathouse, even though 5.5 feet, it's questionable if that distance is really needed. So to do that, taking that to match the other side, it would be a 15-foot reduction along the north side, and that would result in both sides of the boathouse having similar docks.
One more clarification, sorry. As this sits on 708, those docks are included in the 12.9% coverage?
Through you, Madam Chair, or no, docks actually do not add to lot coverage.
Okay.
So it is only roofed structures that would add to lot coverage. So the docks are just another consideration when we're looking at the entire property and built form impacts on that property, and then also looking at these other requests for exemptions for dock width and setbacks. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Harding?
Thank you, and I appreciate staff's comments. You know, I guess in the question of removing the dock width, right now we're significant. We've probably got 80 feet of dock width going across the front of the property. This is coming down to 43 feet. To me, where the little swim dock, if you will, the proposed dock square at the end, you can park a boat across the front of it. If you go down to 5 feet, you can't. You'd only be able to park down the side of the boathouse. Are we proposing to remove both the shoreline structure and the waterfront structure in that, or just the knob out on the water? I guess is the question. I don't really have a big issue with it at 43 feet right now, to be honest with you, concerning the reduction in.
Mr. Sawyer?
Through you, Madam Chair, the recommendation was to remove both the part of the dock that's close to shore and the part that extends further out in order to reduce the dock width further to bring it into greater compliance. Thank you.
Okay, it's certainly Mayor Harding. I think you can park a boat in that U section too. So you now have the ability to park 2 boats outside.
Just a supplemental, if I may, and maybe Mr. Pink can answer this, or Mr. Sawyer. I guess the question is, if the old docks across the shoreline are a crib structure in nature, they probably will not be able to remove the old crib structure in nature, which is going to create a navigable hazard if someone wants to come in the side of the dock there where those old cribs are. And that would be, to me, a greater concern, because I don't think DFO is going to let you take those cribs out of the water as being fish habitat. It's nice to say on a piece of paper we're removing docks, but the substructure under the water can present its own problem. And I don't know whether we've really contemplated that.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa. Or did you want an answer to that, Mayor Harding?
Well, I wouldn't mind understanding from staff's perspective, can they just take out the cribs in the dock, or are we now going to have cribs underneath the water? Or Mr. Pink is going to answer.
Mr. Pink, I think I'll defer to you.
I would look to the agent or Mr. Sawyer who visited the property, but you're generally correct, Your Worship. Typically, in our experience, DFO wouldn't approve of the removal of cribs. However, in this case, I see a large portion of dock hugging the shore is proposed to be removed. So I'm not sure if Mr. Fahner can expand on a difference between those portions and what's left to remain. But I think, as Mr. Sawyer pointed out, we have a property that's relatively small. It's extensively overdeveloped, well above the 11% we consider, has an extensive amount of deck space. And you have an existing, granted, agree with Mr. Fahner, from a numerical perspective, dock width is being significantly reduced, and we appreciate that. However, that dock really hugs the shore. I think if you go through the pictures in Mr. Fahner's presentation, you don't even see the dock along the shore, just the small portion to the north of the boathouse. What's proposed is to significantly bring those out and have a large sun deck over water well out into the lake. The official plan generally discourages that. We certainly didn't recommend no dock on the north side of the boathouse. We're just trying to keep it general. We appreciate that there has to be an ability to walk on the north side, whether that's a 4 or 5 or approximately foot strip. That's fine, but we feel that that large sitting area out over water really should be should be removed to compensate for all the other excessive built form on the property. Hope that helps clarify staff's position recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fahner, would you like to respond to that and tell us about the cribs?
Yes, just a couple of things. Yes, it's those are crib docks. We do intend to get them, have them removed. I guess I can only say that the existing dock is there and we are moving it to a different location. I think ordinarily I wouldn't have supported the application if this was a totally new dock out by the boathouse, but again, it's there on the property, it's existing. I just wanted to address another item too that hasn't been spoken of too much, and that's possibility of moving the boathouse. You'll see on the site plan that the current bridge, if you will, going out to this boathouse is roughly in the same location of the current steps. If we move this any further away from the south lot line, we're going to be into the shoreline buffer and cutting through that. So that's a difficulty there of moving it any farther. At least we've made improvements. I think we've made good improvements to the side yard setback as well. But to move it even farther along, I think is really not appropriate in this situation, just given the historic location of access to the boathouse. And I guess I can only stress enough that I certainly, if my clients were here, they would definitely want to see that dock remain the way as proposed, certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
I support the staff's recommendation that 15 feet be removed from the docks. I think, once again, I think staff have made a logical reason as to why we should do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa, there you are. Please.
Thank you. I want to support the application the way that staff have brought it forward. And again, I'm really familiar with this area. It is a very tight area. And some of our discussion about the cribs, I would say I've been very successful on other locations where we in fact have had approval to remove crib docks. So it's not just a general, you just always get turned down. So if the applicant already brought that forward, I think that we should go move forward with what he had presented with the restrictions that the staff have brought forward. So I would like that read as currently is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, and through you. I believe that in the pictures on Mr. Fahner's presentation, there was a rather large dock that went along the side that he said has been moved beside the boathouse. So that is an existing dock area that was there before. And I would like to support this the way that it's shown on the sketch on page 708, because it's not that big. And I do think that it's a good balance of returning stuff to nature and still allowing them to enjoy their dock. Because if you look at one of the pictures, you can see that the area directly behind the boathouse is pretty much taken up by this supports for the bridge. So it renders the complete area behind the boathouse unusable.
Okay, well, I'm going to chime in on this. If there wasn't a sun deck where they could sit and enjoy the water, but we're allowing a sun deck on the top of the boathouse. So I am going to support staff in this, that I don't believe they need the extra dock, and it does have a visual impact to me. So I'm not sure where we go with this. Well, actually, I'm going to ask you. So we've got some who want that dock reduced and some that don't. So I guess we're simply going to let me take a straw vote so at least the applicant can understand perhaps where we are. Do I have support for leaving the dock the way it's been presented in terms of the site plan that Mr. Fahner has in front of us? Do I have support for that? U3. So, okay, well then, I think I'm going to be reading this as it sits, which is going to be reduce the dock. And perhaps I could suggest, if we're going to do that, that we say the dock matches the southern portion of the dock. It's 5 feet on the northern portion, just to give a little more direction to staff. And Councillor Roberts, you're looking really confused.
Thank you. I'm just thinking about it's a thinking thought.
Okay, do I have any other comments on this? Because I'm not getting a clear consensus here, but it looks to me like we are going to read it as stands. And then the dock reduction will be left with staff, Mr. Pink, to figure out. Okay, okay. All right. Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Mayor Harding. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-02-22 Brown roll number 8-3-027 be approved, subject to the following conditions. The confirmation be received that a consent certificate for consent application B/88/21/ML has been registered on title, that the proposed docks to the north of the proposed boathouse be removed, that the proposed lot coverage be updated to include sun decks that form roof structures, and that minor amendments to bylaw 2022-012 to reduce dock width and recognize an accurate lot coverage be approved. So is that addressing, I'm sorry, I am confused now. That does take away the dock that's on this site plan. Okay, it does. All right. Okay, any discussion? All in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Any opposed? Okay, so that motion carries as is. Thank you, Mr. Fahner. Okay, it's 1:45, so my thought that we might get through all of these before lunch is no longer applicable. So let's take our lunch break, everybody. It's I guess it's 10 to 1 now. Can we come back at 1:30, or would people prefer a full hour? Okay, I'm thinking of staff now. Let's come back at 1:45. We'll give the full hour. Okay, we'll see you then. Okay, let's bring everybody back and let's keep going here. I think we have quorum here, Madam Clerk, so we're going to we will carry on. All right, Ms. Darling, I think you're up with charters.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Good afternoon, everyone. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 05/22, bylaw 2022-025. In the name of charters, the property is known municipally as 4 Silver Lake Lane. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 774 and 775 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. A zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted to demolish existing buildings and structures and construct a new dwelling with an attached garage and sundeck, a detached garage, a hot tub, and a dock. An exemption is required for the minimum lot frontage requirement of 100 feet, and the exemption will permit the proposed development as seen on the site plan, and this exemption will not deem the lot a building lot. Another exemption is required for the maximum lot coverage within 200 feet on a category 4 lake of 8%. The proposed lot coverage is to be 8.8% or 2,176 square feet. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance, and 6 submissions have been received to date. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, the Township Public Works Technician, Nick Snyder, Chief Building Official, the District Municipality of Muskoka, Curtis Everett. 2 letters of support were submitted by area neighbors, Arthur Sutton and Neil Ardron, and Evelyn Lundhild. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. The only letter of concern, there was 1 letter of concern from Susan and Paul Stephen. These comments were forwarded to Planning Committee prior to today's meeting. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration, and staff have recommended that the application be approved. Staff have no further comments at this time and be happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darling. And I believe Mr. Donaldson, I see Mr. Charters here. I believe Mr. Donaldson is your agent. Am I correct, Mr. Charters?
No, it'll just be me.
Okay, well then, welcome. And please give us your address too. And then please, you can speak to your application.
Chair Bridgman, councilors, staff, and other participants. I'm Dave Charters. My address is 4 Silver Lake Lane, Port Carling, Ontario, P0B1J0. We bought this property with the intent, my wife and I, of building a retirement home here. So we're looking towards moving towards a, this being our, well, it is our full-time residence with the intention of it being more than a 3-season cottage if the application goes through. I think that one of the things I just want to draw attention to is that this is the, these are the challenges faced with a pie-shaped lot. We have narrow frontage and ample frontage at the back, which creates problems with locating a building within 200 feet. So how we've sort of tried to address those problems is we've made a healthy setback of around 90 feet. And anything in front of that is subject to our site plan agreement. Our overall lot coverage is only 7.4%, so we're well under overall. Again, with a pie-shaped lot, we have some restrictions in the front. But I think those are the main points. I don't have a presentation for you, so I'm just available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Charters. Anybody speaking for this from the group? I'm sorry, it's just 1 second, please. Sorry, who is? Okay, I believe Mr. Stevens is asking to speak, and I'm honestly not sure if he's he's in support or he's against. It was a little unclear. So we'll find out from him. Mr. Stephen?
Okay.
There you are. Can you turn your video on?
Video, just a moment, please.
Okay. There. Great. Thank
Yep.
you. Okay, well, listen, thank you. Please give your name, your address, and then carry on with your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Paul Stephen, resident of Huntsville, 655 Phillips Crescent, Huntsville. We maintain our position with respect to the development at number 4 from the standpoint of it being a small lot and non-conforming right now according to the bylaw. And we just feel the suggested or proposed increase in building lot by 10% is excessive. We, as I say, and on behalf of my daughter, Susan Elizabeth Stephen Wilkes, we maintain our position with respect to our objections. Yes, and I realize it's irrelevant to the conversation, but when we went on and looked at Google, it showed up that there was a business going to be run out of number 4 Silver Lake Lane. And beyond that, I will wait for, that's our position.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Charters, you have the opportunity to address anything that was said there before I turn it over to committee. Would you care to say anything more?
Through you, Chair. Just the only thing I can really address again is the with the pie-shaped lot, the challenges. We're only adding 192 square feet, which allows us to have a 2-car garage for my wife. In regards to the home-based business, I don't know what that is. My wife is self-employed. She works at Andy's house, and she works as a instructor in first aid and CPR, which never really occurs on site because she goes to the businesses she trains. So I don't really see, we're not running a business out of this property.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to turn this over to committee. Committee comments, questions? Oh, did we have someone else? Sorry. Sue? Whoever Sue is? Bring Sue in. Okay, I think she has accepted. So I only have the name Sue here. Well, Sue, can you hear me?
There, sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. Would you have video?
Fine. There we go. Hello.
Hello, welcome. And please just give your full name and address, please, before you make your comments.
My name is Susan Stephen Wilkes. I live at 145 Grassmere Resort Road in Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2J6. And I was pleased to hear that Mr. Charters is not going to be conducting any businesses or having groups over to his location for the business that his wife runs. That was one of our concerns, that there would be a number of different weekends or midweek gatherings of first aid potential there. With the lot being undersized already, I'll just reiterate what my father said about the home being quite large for the property, with hot tub, sun deck, and what else, as well as a 2-car garage and another garage. seems quite excessive. So it was just our objection that maybe some of that could be reduced to fit into the lot size of 8% that it's supposed to be.
Okay, thank you. I believe I heard your father say 10%, but this is only 0.8% that is before us, 8.8%. So I just wanted to clarify that.
What I was going to say is the fact that the building lot is already undersized for your bylaws. I didn't feel it was needed to make it any larger than it is. We'd like to keep it within the suggested square footage that the municipality already has, not to make it larger.
Okay, thank you. Now, I don't know if you want another chance, Mr. Charters. I jumped the gun a little bit, not realizing that Sue wanted to speak. So, okay, I'll turn it back over to committee now then. Committee, any questions, any thoughts? Mr. Zavitz? Councillor Zavitz.
Heavy on the mister. Thank you very much. And thank you through you. I wonder if one of our planning folks here on the call could explain to the dissenters the theory behind the actual 10% leeway, if you will, on the 8% or on 10% on the larger lakes. Would someone do that? Just so, I mean, that we are following a certain premise by looking at least to my mind we are, and I wonder if someone could explain that to these fine folks.
Ms. Darling? I'm not sure. You're talking about 10% on the large lakes and 3%, 8% on the smaller lakes?
Yeah, I am in terms of the leeway. Thank you. Supplemental, I suppose. In terms of I'm going to use the word leeway. We have a certain flexibility when someone comes forward, to go a little over. And to me, this is a little over. And I wonder if it would help these folks to understand that this is something we do. I hate to say generally, but this is something we do.
Yes, we see applications to 11% because we're allowing another percentage. Now I'm with you, just to help everybody understand. Ms. Darling, would you have a response? Oh, or Mr. Soya, I see you're both illuminated. So one of you take it.
Through you, Chair, I'll start, and then if Sam wants to add anything that I missed, that would work for me. So I think I understand what's being asked. So on the larger lakes, on the category 1 lakes, there's like a 10% and that's usually because you're talking larger lakes, you're talking larger development. On a category 4 lake like this one, you're talking smaller development, which is the 8%. So in the official plan, you're allowed to you're allowed to come for a variance or a zoning bylaw amendment in order to get 1/10 of your lot coverage added, and that is up to committee to approve or not approve. In this case, that is why they're asking for 8.8. So they're asking for 0.8% above what is permitted, which in their case does equate to 192 square feet. So I think that's what Councillor you were asking. So if Sam wants to add on, that's fine with me.
Well, I think that was pretty clear, but Councillor Zavitz, would you like more explanation?
No, it's so clear to me. This is funny. I think all I wanted to do is for the folks who may not be acquainted with the process to now understand and hear what they've now been shared with. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments? All right, so I'm going to read the motion then. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-05/22, Charters Roll number 5-7-073 be approved. Any comments? All in favor? Opposed? Oh, yeah. Councillor Hayes, were you in favor? Okay, let's try that again. All in favor? I'm sorry, I maybe my screen that's lagging and picking things up. Thank you very much. All right, that is carried. Thank you, Mr. Charters. Okay, and our next is Demers. I think maybe that's how we pronounce it, Miss Walker. I'm sure you can correct me on that if I've got that wrong, but take it away, please.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good afternoon, everyone. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 06/22, bylaw 2022-26 in the name of Demers. I believe that's the correct pronunciation as well. The subject property is known municipally as 1-J19 Arma Island. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketches starting on page 796 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The purpose of zoning bylaw 2022-026 is to provide an exemption from section 3.2H of bylaw 2014-14 as amended, being the maximum additions permitted to shoreline structures exceeding maximum cumulative width requirements. The existing dock has a cumulative width of 218 feet. In this case, the maximum cumulative dock width of all additions cannot exceed 75 feet after October 11th, 1988. The proposed dock additions have a cumulative width of 51.5 feet, which equates to 99.7 feet of dock additions after October 11th, 1988. The purpose of the bylaw is also to provide an exemption from section 4.1.7.19A and B of bylaw 2014-14 as amended, being the maximum length requirements for a dock in a single-story boathouse within the restricted water body. In this case, the maximum permitted length of a dock in a single-story boathouse length is 40 feet and 35 feet respectively. The proposed exemptions will permit the dock to be 64.1 feet in length, and the proposed single-story boathouse to be 49 feet in length. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance, and 4 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, and Curtis Savret, Planner at the District of Muskoka. These submissions were each circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. After comments were circulated, the following submission was received from Hope Thompson and Philip Haynes, area property owners. The submission is as follows. Dear Chair Bridgman and members of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee, we are on Loon Island facing the proposed development on Arma Island. We do not oppose Jacques Demers' requested exemptions, but would like to request that in addition to the township's dark sky lighting policy, any soffit lighting plus any lighting that reflects off the boathouse walls not be allowed. This would lessen the potential visual impact of the built-up shoreline at night. We believe the Demers will be respectful of the lighting, but fear future owners may not be. As this exemption is potentially precedent setting, the provision could help minimize the impact of similar applications in the future. I prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 06/22 bylaw 2022-26 Demers be approved. I have no other comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Mr. Allen. I believe we started with you on the island and we're finishing with you.
Good afternoon. I've tried to lighten my background a little bit. I'm out of the cave. Thank you, Ms. Walker, for the detailed explanation and thorough planning justification report. I have a presentation that I would like queued up, please. And similar to the past applications that I presented here today, Bracebridge, Ontario, 104 Kimberley Ave, P1L 1Z8, and I'm the professional planning consultant assisting Jacques and Susan Demers with their amendment on Arma Island on Lake Joseph. Next slide, please. The subject property includes the whole of Arma Island. However, Arma Island has been separated into 2 separate portions due to erosion at the narrowest point and is now connected by a small footbridge. Next slide, please. The proposal in front of the committee today is related to removing the damaged dock and one-story boathouse, replacing the previous boathouse with a slightly larger boathouse at 680 square feet, and to reconfigure portions of the existing dock. Next slide, please. The proposed exemptions to the bylaw, as explained by Ms. Walker, is to permit an additional portion of dock to be extended. The bylaw permits a maximum of 75 feet to be extended. We will be exceeding that by approximately 20 feet. And to permit increased dock and boathouse lengths within the restricted water body zone. Next slide, please. And I think before I get too deep into this slide, I'd like to apologize to the committee. We prepared this presentation or this application back when everyone was working remotely and from distance, and there was some confusion about all of the portions of dock to be removed. There is a finger on the northern end of the existing dock that is shaded in red and identified and outlined that's not proposed to be removed. This is the original portion of dock that was constructed back prior to the township that was used for the old steamer access to this property. So the Demers would like to maintain this dock. However, the other portions are proposed to be removed. You'll see in brown the portions of dock that are to remain, and in blue the portions of dock to be added. There was a dock extension associated with the construction of the two-story boathouse that used up 48 feet of the 75-foot maximum, and the additional extensions, if you accumulate all of the separate additions at 51 feet. Some of the additions are very small, as you can see. So ultimately 24.5 feet of dock is being extended beyond the limits of the bylaw. Next slide, please. I think most importantly with this application is that the property is zoned partly restricted water body due to the narrowness and proximity to the adjacent Laurie Island. I've included some measurements and some distances to aid to understand how far the separation is. 147 feet between the two islands at the closest point. However, the boathouse is approximately 120 feet from the furthest point of Laurie Island. And you can see by this concept that the boathouse, it projects and extends towards the mainland and not towards the narrow part of the channel or towards Laurie Island. And I would also note that it's my understanding that the restricted water body zone was added to zoning bylaw 2014-14 as a restriction, but not as an outright prohibition. And it allows on a site-by-site, case-by-case basis to have the committee consider potential amendments to allow increased dock and boathouse lengths within that zone. Next slide, please. Here's an air photo that shows a similar arrangement with the boathouse projecting away from Laurie Island. And the distances between, you can see the neighbor's boathouse and dock on Laurie Island are a substantial difference away. The property itself has a bylaw frontage of 510 feet. 478 feet, excuse me, and over 1,600 feet of actual frontage. All of the shoreline structures are located on one portion of the lot, and the remainder of the shoreline is undeveloped. There's also very shallow water depths, as you can see, between the two islands. There are some rocks that project up above the water elevation. Next slide, please. And further to demonstrate just how shallow the water depths are, here's a navigation chart that shows approximately 2 feet or less water located between the two islands. This is not an area where people travel through on boats often, and if they are, they have to travel extremely slow. We don't believe that the additional dock and boathouse length pose any challenges or hazards to navigation. Next slide, please. In terms of the general planning analysis, as a result of maintaining the finger dock that was constructed as part of access by the old steamer ships, the dock width is proposed to be unchanged. The dock width represents 13% of the actual frontage, and the official plan doesn't indicate how frontage is to be measured. The new dock and boathouse project away, as I mentioned, from the narrowest part of the channel. Shallow water depths and rocks restrict navigation. We don't believe there's any impacts to navigation, access, or privacy to neighboring properties. The dock and boathouse, similar to the other island properties that we've discussed today, are critical for access purposes. They don't have the benefit of driveway or parking area. Everything arrives by boat. There's extensive shoreline frontage. Over 1,400 feet of frontage will remain undeveloped with no shoreline structures. The dock and boathouse are located outside of significant fish habitat. The boathouse width complies with the bylaw, and lot coverage also complies. Next slide, please. It's my professional opinion that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment conforms with the district and township official plans, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, represents good planning. I had a chance to review the draft bylaw that is included with this application, and I don't believe any adjustments to the wording are required in order to maintain the northern finger, and a revised site plan can be provided that it includes that piece that was shown to be removed. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Do we see anybody who wants to speak for or against? Okay. All right. I'm going to turn it over to committee then. Committee comments, questions? Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much. Through you, I guess, to Mr. Allen. You know, the one thing that really flies to me, you're reconstructing the old boathouse, which is fine, but we're trying to join it with a bunch of docks, which is putting the docks considerably over from 75 feet to 100 feet or 99 feet. Do you need the docks between the two boathouses? It seems to me that if you are to eliminate the dock between the two boathouses, you can take away 30 feet of docking in between the two. You can keep your finger on the end without any problem. And you would just go walk on the shore to get to the other boathouse. Has your client considered looking at something like that?
Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Bridgman. No, we have not discussed the removal of any portions of dock that would separate the two boathouses. Presently, it provides a bit of a walking area that would avoid any site alteration or disturbance of vegetation on the shoreline. It's my understanding that the mayors would like to maintain this section of dock. The additional portion that's proposed, in my mind, is limited. It doesn't create large sitting areas or sun decks over water, and it would serve the purpose of being a dock. However, if there are concerns about the overall width, I would note that the existing 218 feet of width is legal non-complying today.
Okay, Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the applicant's agent, and then possibly for staff. What is the purpose of having two boathouses?
Mr. Allen, or perhaps the owners?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. And to you, Councillor Jaglowitz, I don't mean to be trite, but it would be a place to dock more boats out of the weather. Water access properties are required to have a larger number of boats to provide access from the mainland to the island. And many owners desire a place to shelter those boats out of the sun or rain.
Thank you. Then may I have a supplementary to staff? And I guess it's just a learning experience for me. I guess our bylaws would allow 100 boathouses on a property as long as they could do it within the width required. Would that be correct? So the issue here isn't that there's multiple boathouses, it's that they're exceeding the frontage coverage. Would that be correct?
Ms.
Through you, Chair Bridgman, the boathouse widths comply with the bylaw. The amendment in front of you today is related to the dock extensions and the length of the boathouse and dock in the narrow water body. The actual cumulative width of the boathouse, of all boathouses on the lot, first story, complies with the 16% maximum frontage.
So that's why maybe I'll ask staff. I was under the impression on a lot you could only cover a certain percentage of your lot up to a maximum of 75 feet. So am I incorrect in that? Could staff answer that?
Yep, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and through you. So boathouses, the first story of boathouses are limited to 16% on Category 1 lakes, and you can divide that however you wish, provided that your total dock width does not exceed 75 feet typically, and that the actual boathouse width does not exceed 60%. So in this case, the proposed boathouses, the first story widths do comply, and then you'd be limited to 1 2-story boathouse within their width requirements. Hopefully that helps.
But just to clarify it, overall, a property is allowed 75 feet of water coverage, period, right? After that, they need exemption, right?
There would be
the 16% is just within that 75 feet, right?
Through you, Chair Bridgman. That would be correct. In this case, there's 218 feet of legal non-complying dock width, but the single-story boathouses do need to comply with the 16% dock width.
So the two boathouses with a width of 200 feet is not according to our bylaw. It's in excess of the 75 feet. That's my only point. Yes, I'm not arguing against it. I keep hearing this phrase that the boathouses comply with the bylaw, but I thought you could only cover 75 feet of your frontage. So anyway. Thank you.
Ms. Walker, do you want to clarify that again?
I'm not sure I completely understand the question, but the legal non-complying dock widths can be extended in length, and that extension can be 75 feet. And then within that, your boathouse, first story boathouse width can be 16% of the straight line frontage.
But just to clarify, but your 16, like they have this very large frontage, but your 16% cannot exceed 75%, right? Or sorry, 75 feet, right?
The 16% would need to be within the legal dock width. That's correct.
Which is 75 feet.
In this case, it would be 75 feet of additions to the existing legal non-complying docks.
Now you've really got me confused. I'm sorry, Chair Bridgman, because I'm getting confused. So if I have 100 feet on my property and it's legal non-conforming, I can add another 75. I got me confused.
You would be able to go out in length on 75 feet of that. Yes, you could extend the length of that 100-foot dock, but only 75 feet.
I'm sorry, that's where I'm only talking the width. So this property already exceeds the width of our bylaw, but it's legal non-conforming. Now it wants to just exceed it a little more, right?
That's correct. So it has 218 feet of width, and they are building length additions that exceed the 75 feet.
So they're not increasing the width.
The width is not increasing on either side. It's within the existing envelope.
That's my confusion. Thank you.
Okay.
There's two 75s, I guess. Thank you very much.
Mayor Harding?
Thank you. Just to confirm, I heard sort of 2 points mentioned by Councillor Jagowitz. The one was the boathouse width. And if I look at this diagram, I see one boathouse at 39 feet, one boathouse at 19.1 feet. So I'm just under 60 feet of boathouse width. And based on the property, up to 75 feet, we could do theoretically 75 feet of boathouse, or 16% of the property. So I think the boathouse is what Mr. Allen is saying is under width and still complying. My only question I have, and I'm okay with the docks now and appreciate where they're existing. I just want to make one comment, and that is the new boathouse is going to remain a wet slip boathouse and not become a dry slip boathouse. And I think that might just be some language that we may want to add to this variance, that new boathouse remains a wet slip boathouse. Mr. Allen?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Bridgman. That is a great question. The current boathouse, as you can see, is very small. It does not accommodate much in the way of a vessel. And the water depths are also quite shallow, as I've shown on the navigation charts. The new larger boathouse does extend farther out into the water body to provide more depth. And it's my understanding that it's to be used as a single slip to accommodate a single boat.
Just a supplemental, if I may, are you okay with language within this agreement that states that that slip will remain a wet slip versus a dry slip going forward? Because we don't differentiate otherwise.
Mr. Allen?
Thank you, through you, Chair Bridgman. I don't think we would have an issue with that. I think maybe there's a question of how to actually implement that through the bylaw itself. I haven't seen any designs for the boathouse. And in fact, the boathouse hasn't been designed yet because there was no approved bylaw to go from. So I'm not exactly sure how you would word the bylaw to specifically require it to be open to water. I know that the committee has had, not in this meeting, but other meetings, discussed how that could look in a future zoning bylaw. But I think that I can tell you today that the boathouse is intended to be used to accommodate a boat.
Mayor Harding, are you? I know where you're going with this. We want to make sure
I'd
it
just like
stays.
to, our staff to put some language that ensures that that is what I would define as a wet slip boathouse and is not allowed to be a dry slip boathouse. I know we haven't differentiated in the past, but I think Mr. Pink might be able to help us in language.
Okay, Mr. Pink.
Thank you, Chair. If that's the wish of committee, I wouldn't want to take a stab at crafting the bylaw language itself on the spot right now, but I think I can come up with resolution wording. And certainly by the time council in a month's time, we can likely craft an appropriate amendment to achieve that.
Mr. Allen.
Thank you, through you, Chair Bridgman. I appreciate the comments from Mr. Pink. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to discuss with him how to best craft a wording in the amendment to ensure committee's concerns are addressed, as well as it meets the needs for the demers.
Sounds like a really good plan to me, Mr. Allen. So, okay, so we're going to pass this. Excuse me, we're going to vote on, vote on this. Sorry? I thought we were doing that at council. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay, just 1 second.
So,
yes, Councillor Jaglowitz?
yeah, I just, sorry, I apologize, Chair. I'm just looking at the exemptions, and it says that they're asking for a width exemption, that it's required to be 75 feet. They're asking for 99.7. So I was just told that there was no width exemption. It was strictly a length exemption. So I guess that's what's got me confused. They're asking, they're only allowed 75 feet. They're asking for 99.7. So why was I told it was only a length exemption?
Perhaps I could get Ms. Walker back. I think it's because it's legal non-complying, but please go ahead, Ms. Walker.
Okay, thank you, Chair Bridgman, through you. And if I don't explain this properly, I'll get Mr. Pink to maybe step in and explain it in a different way. But they have 218 feet of legal non-complying dock width. They're allowed to extend out in length that dock width, but that the extensions can only be 75 feet in width.
Why are we granting an exemption from 75 to 99.7 if they already have that right? That's what I mean.
Could I step in here? I think you mean the length of the dock at this point. Do you not, Ms. Walker? It's going to 99 feet long out into the water. Is that not?
No, the total additions to the legal non-complying dock will equate to about 90 feet of additions to the legal non-complying dock.
So I guess if you can remove the exemption on the width, like you've got me totally confused. When you have a legal non-conforming and then you ask to change it, are you automatically granted that legal non-conforming? Or do you have to apply for it?
We have a provision in our zoning bylaw that permits you to construct dock additions to a legal non-complying dock within the existing width, but you're allowed to go out in length.
Then why are we granting an exemption to the width? That's my point. If they've already got the right, why are we granting the exemption?
So the exemption is to the part of the bylaw that actually permits the additions in length, which is 75 feet in this case, and their length additions to the existing legal non-complying dock will be about 90 feet instead of 75, which is permitted as of right.
So we're making it's a 99.7 feet no longer legal non-conforming. It's now legal.
So Councillor Jaglowitz, let's let Mr. Pink take a run at
Good.
this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Bridgman.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I can help, but I'll try my best. I think as Ms. Walker has correctly pointed out, the properties are limited to a maximum of 25% up to a maximum of 75 feet. This is width. There's in this situation, there's existing docks that exceed that width. That's legal. What the zoning bylaw does allow is you can extend those docks in length out into the lake, provided they do not get any wider. So obviously you wouldn't be able to increase the width. You need an exemption for that. And provided the portion that you're extending complies with width. So to put it in another way, if you are allowed, let's say you have a 100-foot property, you're allowed 25 feet of dock width, but let's say you have 50. The bylaw wouldn't allow you to extend the full 50 feet out to 66. The bylaw will only allow you to extend 25 feet of your 50 out. So what the applicant is proposing is to extend more than they're permitted. So they're proposing to extend greater than 75 feet out in the length. They're not getting any wider than they currently are today. They're allowed to extend a certain portion, but they're looking to extend a little bit more. And the boathouse extensions, sizes, etc., fully comply. This is just the dock portions. I hope that helps clarify.
So exemption A is not required. Is that correct? Exemption A on the staff report.
Sorry, Councillor Jaglowitz, could you repeat that? I had my microphone off. So please.
So with that explanation, then exemption A on the staff report, which is extending the width to 99.7 feet, is not required because they already have that legally. Is that correct? So we don't have to grant that extension or that exemption.
Mr. Pink, would you like to?
Thank you. Through you. Yes, the exemption is needed. You're not recognizing the existing width. You're not recognizing the 218 feet. That exists. That's lawful. There's no need for an exemption. But the exemption is needed because they're only permitted to extend 75 feet of dock out further into the lake. And they're coming to council looking to ask for 99 feet of dock to go out into the lake.
Nice.
So that's really what's before you. And then of course the length aspects, because it's in a restricted water body.
I got it now. And it's quite a large ask. Thank you.
Okay, do I have anyone else? Mayor Harding, I can, Councillor Nishikawa, I'm going to let her step in first.
Thank you. Just to give you my view, so from a direction perspective, I've had the similar concerns as Frank. I formulated it a little differently in my mind, but I appreciate staff's explanation. I would not be, I'm not happy to allow the extension of the width. I don't have a problem of the depth, like going out into the water, but I have a problem with the width being asked for. Thank you.
I didn't think they were asking for any more. I think we're getting confused with width and length. And when I look at this, to me, width is actually length and length is actually width in my mind. So there you go. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. And I think just a point of clarification, because this is a narrow water body, some of the docks are being limited. I think we're thinking about the 66-foot mark. When I look at the site plan that's approved here, there certainly is not 100 feet of dock going out 66 feet. But there are portions of the 100 feet in width, I think, that are going out to the best of my ability, there's one little flange that's going out to roughly 50 feet, or one flange corner, 66 feet, but the majority of this dock is well inside of 50 feet. And I think that's where we're getting somewhat confused. And I think that's why it's requiring the exemption. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'll look to our planning staff to deal with that. But the narrow water body, I think, is compounding some of these problems with us and why the variance is needed.
So now that we're all absolutely clear on this, I think we could, so where we are sitting right now is I am going to read this, and it's also a addition will be conditional upon a proposed boathouse containing a wet slip wording when we get to council. So without further ado, I'm going to read this unless anybody has any other comments. All right. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-06/22 Demers roll number 4-24-045 be approved, conditional upon the proposed boathouse containing a wet slip. Any discussion? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We good? Opposed? Those opposed? 3. It is carried. So we'll see it again at council. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Okay, now we're going to move into our next section, which is I believe we have a site plan agreement, Algonquin International, and Mr. Sawyer, I believe you're up. Welcome again. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so the next application to be heard is commercial site plan application SPA 7621 in the name of Algonquin International Corporation. This subject property is known municipally as 1512 Muskoka Road 118 West. Committee will recall that a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment was recently approved for the subject property to permit the development and use of a marine museum building, along with accessory uses involving a special events venue. The site-specific bylaw also permits a separate storage building in addition to the commercial building that already exists on the property and accessory uses. Now that the lands have been rezoned to permit the proposed development, the applicant has submitted the site plan application for approval prior to submitting building permit applications. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan, floor plans, and elevation drawings and lighting plan starting on page 833 of the agenda package. Staff have reviewed the proposed site plan to confirm that it complies with the recently approved site-specific zoning bylaw and with applicable provisions of the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw. The site plan shows that the property exceeds minimum requirements to be considered a building lot and complies with setback and lot coverage requirements. All existing and proposed development complies with the required 100-foot setback from Muskoka Road 118 West along the scenic corridor and with all other setback requirements. Also, the submitted elevation drawings demonstrate that the height of the Marine Museum building will not exceed the 30-foot maximum permitted height. The 75 required parking spaces, 5 barrier-free parking spaces, and all required loading spaces are all included on the site plan. The applicant has also provided specification sheets for chosen dark sky compliant exterior lighting fixtures and plans showing the proposed locations of these fixtures. These lighting plan documents are attached to today's agenda and are intended to be attached to the site plan agreement. I'd just like to note and remind committee that a number of technical reports were completed in support of the recent zoning bylaw amendment, and it's now a purpose of the site plan process to assist with the implementation of the recommendations of these studies. Therefore, the site plan agreement will include provisions requiring implementation of the environmental impact study, the stormwater management report and plan, and the traffic impact brief and addendum to the traffic impact brief. It is important to note that the constraint area that was identified in the environmental impact study is also identified on the site plan as an area that is to be retained in a natural state, and the same area has already been zoned to prohibit development within it through the site-specific zoning bylaw amendment. The site plan has been reviewed by internal departments and by the District of Muskoka. Given the technical studies that were completed and reviewed as part of the recent zoning bylaw amendment approval, the district has advised that they do not have any concerns with the proposed site plan. The township's public works technician, Tim Sopko, has advised that an easement in favor of the township is required, or as an alternative, that drainage crossing the southwest corner of the property must be rerouted to stay within the ditches along the municipal roads. The township's chief building official, Nick Snyder, and the emergency services department have advised that the parking layout will need to undergo a revision to satisfy emergency requirements. Firefighting, water supply, firefighting connection locations, and a firefighting access route location need to be added to the site plan to show these locations. They've also advised that in order to satisfy the emergency access route requirement, some modifications to the parking plan, especially directly in front of the main entrance, will need to be made. So this will require at least 2 of the parking spaces to be the location to be changed. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that the site plan agreement application be approved, subject to conditions that require emergency access details to be added into the site plan, an easement to be granted for drainage, or that drainage at the south end of the property be rerouted, that a satisfactory landscaping plan be received. There's an area on the site plan where plantings are proposed, and a landscaping plan would ensure that these plantings will be acceptable. And lastly, that securities be submitted for landscaping works and, if required, for stormwater management works. And I have no further comments at this time, but would be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Committee, any comments, any questions? Councillor Jaglowitz.
Quick question for staff, Chair. There was a lot of public interest in this. I'd just like staff to confirm that what we're being presented with is substantially the same as what was presented to the public through the zoning application. There's nothing really changing here. It's all technical in nature. Would that be accurate?
Mr. Sawyer?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. There are no changes. There's been, I believe, a few modifications to interior design. Other than that, the plans of the buildings are essentially the same, with maybe a few minor, very building detailed oriented changes, but they're refining those plans to submit to the building department in compliance with the zoning approval and as shown on the site plan.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I guess this goes to my question that I had a little yesterday when we were discussing site plans, and I just wanted to confirm the intentions, and I didn't go through all the technical drawings because there was a lot and I don't want to make a mistake, so I'm asking staff, is this site intended to be paved so that it will all be essentially a large hard surface? Because as I said, you know, we as a council over many years have heard that that's not the direction that we should be going. And so I'm very concerned that we are sort of going back where I thought we were moving forward. We're actually going backwards in some of our environmental concerns. So again, if I could just have it confirmed whether it was intended to be all paved.
Thank you. Mr. Sawyer?
I believe the intention is to have a gravel parking lot for the most part. I just wanted to also mention that the applicant and the applicant agent are in attendance today, and they were listed as a delegation on the agenda. But they might be able to provide more details, but it's my understanding that it is to be a gravel lot. Thank you.
Mr. Walker is here, Councillor Nishikawa. Would you like to hear from him?
Well, I think mostly, I mean, yes, eventually I would, but I also wanted to have a further understanding what our staff are willing to accept, because, you know, shortly this is going to be out of our hands, right? So again, is our staff suggesting to them that we would prefer to have a gravel driveway, those kind of like, not a hard surface? So that's what I don't understand of what our staff is actually encouraging, I suppose.
Okay, Mr. Soya, on this file, what were you encouraging?
So it is my understanding that it's the way I understand it is that it is a gravel lot. It is this matter, I believe, is detailed in the stormwater management plan, and I don't want to. I guess on some level, I'd be guessing to say specifically that the entire surface is to be gravel. I don't recall exactly if there was any areas that were not, but the site plan agreement will require implementation of the stormwater management plan. So that will be implemented through the agreement. And Mr. Walker may be able to provide some more details, specifically what intention he has there. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa, I'm not sure you want to go any farther with that at this point.
Sorry, I thought we were going to hear from Mr. Walker.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you wanted that. Mr. Walker, welcome. Mr. Walker, you're muted. I can see you're here. There you are.
Sorry, I couldn't see that I was here. I'd like to confirm that, yes, we are going with a gravel parking lot everywhere. The only area of possible consideration for paving might be in the handicap parking area, so that it would make it easier for wheelchair people that are in a wheelchair to access the building. That I think depends on our final grading and so on. But the intention here is to go with gravel parking.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I have a small ask here, I believe it to be. I did have a phone call from a local property owner questioning the size of the septic tank. I subsequently followed up with Mr. Boss, and he said to me that the size of the tank was applicable for the application, given that they're going to be installing balancing tanks. The balancing tanks are what they do in a lot of church applications per se, where if they take the load into the balancing tank, and then over a period of time after the event, it would filter out into the bed. So he says it's appropriate sized. He also did mention to me that that it was sized based on 2 events per week. And further to the conversation, we got talking about the monitoring of the tanks and such, and they're all going to be alarmed. But we got into talking about possibilities, and I would like to ask for this: the metering of water usage. So report, and they've done this a few times. And the site plan could have that as a condition. And I would like that condition added, and specifically that the reports would be sent to the township during the major usage months in summer, from May to October. And then during the winter months, at the request of the township. So that's what I would like to ask. I had talked to Mr. Soya about this. So maybe through you, Chair, Mr. Soya could chime in.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Mr. Sawyer, if you've talked with Mr. Walker about this and further to your conversation with Councillor Roberts. You're on mute, Sam.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Yes, I've not talked to Mr. Walker directly. It's my understanding that well, Mr. Walker's agent, Rick Hunter, advised that that a metering system is incorporated into what Mr. Walker has been looking at for a system. And it's also my understanding, after talking to Sandy Boss, our septic inspector, that if a metering system is something that committee would like to see, then the building permit, or the septic permit, which has been issued, could be amended to make that a requirement. And if committee and ultimately council would like to see a condition in the site plan agreement that requires monitoring or metering results to be provided to the township, then that could be added. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see Mr. Hunter has entered. So welcome, Mr. Hunter. Maybe you can help us with this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully I've got a stable connection. The power went out just before the process was going on, and I'm finally just hopefully up, and hopefully you can hear me. I will answer the question that was raised about the water meter. Yes, we have no objection to the site plan agreement, covering off the a monitoring program for that. Obviously, the water meter was intended to go in. That was the intention when the septic system was designed. So I'm confident that that can be added to the agreement as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts, was that your list? You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm on mute. Sorry about that. Yes, and thank you very much, because as you're aware, that one of the main issues with the delegates opposing this where was the septic system. So this will give them more comfort that everything's in order. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other comments? All right, seeing none, I'm going to read this motion. Oh, we will add the one condition of the water meter monitoring. So this is where the entertainment system you talked about yesterday is supposed to come in too, right, Mayor Harding?
Maybe we should put Jeopardy music on. Do, 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 do.
Oh, true. Councillor Roberts, your hand is up. Do you have another comment?
No, I don't have another comment. Mr. Hunter's connectivity problem flipped over to me, and I was lost for so I apologize. So I don't know how we landed on this.
We haven't voted yet. I'm about to read the motion. So moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that site plan amendment application SBA-76/21 Algonquin International Corp. be approved subject to the following conditions: that the site plan be revised to satisfactorily address all requirements in regards to emergency access and firefighting as stipulated by the fire chief and chief building official, including firefighting water supply and firefighting connections, hydrants and locations, firefighting access route, location and design. That an easement be granted to the municipality or drainage course rerouted to the satisfaction of the township. That that a provision be included in the agreement to, pardon? Oh, meter, really? To require a meter on the sewage disposal system with satisfactory reporting to the township. That a satisfactory landscaping plan be received and that securities be submitted for stormwater management works if required and landscaping works. That approval will expire on July 13th, 2023, unless the corresponding site plan agreement has been registered on title of the lands. Any comments? All in favor? Any opposed? I guess I better do that. Okay, good. All right, that carries. Thank you very much. Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I believe we now have Ms. Crowder for return of securities. Welcome back, Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next item to be heard is a return of securities request for site plan agreement SPA 1018 ML in the name of Clear Lake Village Resort. The subject property is known municipally as 1020 Clear Lake Road, Unit 5, and is commonly referred to as the Muskoka Beer Spa by the owner. I would direct committee's attention to the key plan staff report submitted stormwater management, erosion control, and sewage servicing capacity review and landscaping plan starting on page 945 of the agenda package. A request has been received from the owner to return securities held by the township in relation to the completion of the required works identified in the agreement scheduled D and E, being comprised of lot grading, stormwater management, and landscaping works. A total of $56,927 was submitted in securities for the above noted works. Site plan agreement 1018 states that a consultant certificate is required to confirm that the works required under the agreement have been completed in accordance with the specifications and requirements of the agreement, and that a final inspection for such works have been completed prior to release of securities. However, in lieu of these certificates, the owner has requested that the township conduct an inspection to confirm satisfactory completion. Given the scopes of the works in the agreement as detailed in the submitted staff report, staff are recommending a partial return of securities equivalent to 80% of the total securities amount, or $45,541.60, be returned to the owner. A 20% holdback equivalent to $11,385.40 is recommended to be withheld for a period of 1 year to ensure survival of all vegetation and replacement of unhealthy vegetation as necessary. I have no further comments at this time, but would be happy to assist committee with any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Crowder. Okay, committee, do we have any questions, comments? Councillor Zavitz? Oh, good. Oh, before I go to you, Councillor Zavitz, I see Mr. Knight is here. I don't see him, but he's here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, here he comes. Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Knight, if you can hear me yet.
Hi there, I can hear you, but I can't get my video to work.
That's okay. Why don't you just go ahead, please?
Yeah, I just appreciate staff coming out and having a look. These securities have been in place for several years now, and I just wanted to sort of comment to committee that these kinds of securities are quite onerous on, you know, small business owners. And so, you know, like in a typical commercial site plan, you know, where you're doing you might be doing a $5 million plaza somewhere or something, it's very easy to add letters of credit onto your credit facilities on these sorts of things. I've done it a number of times in the past. And it's, you know, it's just something you do with the bank. It's very cheap and inexpensive, and it gets added on to, you know, the overall credit facility on the project. And that's why larger municipalities have gone to requiring these types of large amounts of securities. But in smaller projects like this, you know, we don't have that kind of facility. So we're paying cash for these deposits. So, you know, not only are we spending $100,000 on landscaping the property beautifully, we're posting another $60,000 for 4 years while it all gets done. So, you know, this costs us real money. This is, you know, that capital limits what other good things we can be doing in the community with our business. So I just hope the committee is conscientious of that. I appreciate the staff report, but I also question why we'd hold back another $10,000 or $15,000 or whatever it is for another year. You know, if there's a dead pine tree in the middle of my spa, I'm probably likely to replace it, whether or not the municipality is holding those securities or not. And just, you know, to all of the work that has to go into this, all of the other files everybody has, all the other work everybody's got to do. What happens now? We have to come back with another staff report, another request, and another delegation a year from now. It just, you know, another site visit by staff, 40 more pictures, all that kind of thing. I just question whether it really makes sense. So that's my submission. I appreciate all of you. I know you've had a very long day already, and that's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knight. Any comments from council at all? Committee? Councillor Zavitz. You're on mute, Glenn.
Sorry, I wasn't. Is this a precedent ask to return 100% of the security? Is this above and beyond what we're capable of today, or is this something that has been contemplated in the past? Given that, well, Mr. Knight did not actually make that request, it seems that that's where he's going with this. Perhaps David, if you would.
Mr. Pink.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I would not suggest returning the full amount of securities. Whether is we want to ensure that the vegetation survives and that unhealthy trees or trees that have died to be replaced. But I think what Mr. Knight is suggesting, and I would concur, I don't think there's a need to return to committee to return the remaining portions. And also, I think what Mr. Knight is suggesting is you may want to consider delegating all security returns to staff. That's obviously a broader discussion or question, but I would suggest that returning the remaining 20% after they survive the winter season could likely be left to staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding.
Mr. Pink made my comment specifically. I think the second half of this should be delegated to staff.
Hey, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, I want to look at the front half of this and ask Mr. Pink, are there legislative restrictions on the type of surety we can take? Are we obligated to take cash, or would it be worthwhile, for instance, for the Economic Development Committee to take a look at alternative forms of security that might be less onerous?
Mr. Pink.
Thank you. No, there's not a requirement to take cash. We do accept letter of credit, and as Mr. Knight pointed out, many of our larger development projects do submit letters of credit, and we are open to that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it was my thought too that certainly Mr. Knight, I don't think needs to come back here for the final portion of this, that we can delegate that to staff. So can I get it? Well, let's pass the motion and then we'll delegate it to staff, the rest of it. Okay, moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that $45,541.60, equivalent to 80% of the total securities held in relation to the completed lot grading and stormwater management works and landscaping works pursuant to SPA-10/18 2125808 Ontario Inc. Clear Lake Village Resort be returned to the owner, and that $11,385.40 equivalent to 20% of the total securities be withheld for a period of 1 year to ensure survival of all vegetation and replacement of unhealthy vegetation as necessary. So can we direct this back to staff after we pass this? Verbally? Okay. All right. Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. And then I believe we have committee's agreement that staff can look after the last 20% after our harsh winter season up here. Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Knight. Okay, so I do want to, I know we're at 3 o'clock. We're now going to go to short-term rental accommodations. I am not convinced we're going to get through the whole agenda today. We'll try. But what I do want to do is offer those delegates who have registered to speak, if we don't get through the agenda, to have them speak near the end of the meeting, if we don't get to their topic, so they do not have to return tomorrow if we have to come back tomorrow. So I just wanted to put that out there. We are conscious of the fact that people are here all day waiting to delegate. So you could think about that. All right, then our next one is long-range planning, and that is short-term rental accommodations, and that will be Director Pink, and I'm going to let him in a second. I'm going to let him introduce it. I would like to explain to you what I think we need to do today. This isn't about debating the bylaws. We have a draft bylaw that he did before. It needs to be updated for sure. When we talked about this before, I think what I would like to see happen is that we put a process in place here to move this along so that by next summer we could hopefully have something in place. So that would mean, do we want licensing? Do we agree to that? How are we going to do that? I know the Gravenhurst example came up. We're going to talk about the APMS, the system that we had introduced to us before. So I'd like to just do this as an informational, and then let's see where we go from there in terms of when reports come back, etc. I just don't think we want to get into debating the interior parts of the bylaw until it's refreshed and staff know where we're going. So that's the only thing I wanted to put out there. So sorry, Mr. Pink, please take it away.
Here, no need to apologize. I should apologize. I should have mentioned this earlier, but some of you may be wondering where our manager of planning, Mr. Sharp, is, and also why Mr. Soya is our acting manager at today's meeting. I'm proud to announce that Mr. Sharp is the proud new father of a baby boy, Sonny Olson Sharp. Mother and baby are doing well, and he's on a short leave, and I cannot wait for him to return. On to short-term rentals. I think the chair did adequately introduce it. It's a very brief staff report. You may recall at the last meeting, committee asked for all the previous work to be added to the agenda. I've attached the various reports, resolutions, presentations, and draft licensing bylaw that staff prepared years ago for your discussion. I look forward to that discussion. Also added a few brief notes to help frame that discussion on some of the concerns that I think staff believe we've heard, and also some potential options and benchmarking of what our neighbors have been doing. So I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have one delegate for this, and get my notes here. Mimi, what's Mimi? Wait a minute. We have Miss McDermott. So is she's here? Is she coming in? Great. Oh, all right. Ms. McDermott, welcome.
Thank you. I'm not sure if my video
Everything's working.
is working. It's working. Yeah. Great.
So please just your address, your full name and address, and then please tell us what you'd like us to hear.
All right. Minnie McDermott, address 1234, number 8, Shea Road in Utterson, POB 1M0. Thank you, Chair Bridgman Committee, for your time and consideration. I'm here today on behalf of many cottage owners on 3 Mile Lake to ask for your help to preserve and protect our very unique and beautiful lake. While indeed it is beautiful, it's very shallow, high in phosphate levels, environmentally very fragile, producing blue-green algae at different levels on an annual basis. It is classified by the township as Schedule J, Category 4, lake at capacity, having limits to develop Appendix F over threshold for recreational water quality. Our biggest concern is the fact that short-term rentals on our lake. We have a higher percentage of cottages that are rented than any other lake in Muskoka. Currently, there are approximately 53 cottages listed for rent just between Airbnb and VRBO. I'm sure there are many more that are listed on other sites. Over and above this, we already have 5 commercially run resorts, namely Forest Rock, Muskoka Shores Cottages, Inverness Trailer Park, Heart of Muskoka, and Sandwood Tent and Trailer Park. Adding the rental of private cottages for short-term rentals increases the environmental impact. The problem with short-term rentals has seriously increased over the past year on our lake. Our property values are usually lower than the surrounding lakes in Muskoka, and that has attracted many purchasers. Investors are buying up cottages which go directly to short-term rentals. This has resulted in operating what is essentially commercial enterprise in residentially zoned properties. There is also individual owners who have other properties in different areas that they rent. It has become a very lucrative business and increasing in numbers. Our immediate problem with short-term rentals is, as everywhere else, incessant noise, strain on septic systems, and parking. It is obvious that short-term renters are here for a good time with only their personal fun in mind and without much regard for the effects on the permanent cottagers. They tend to be loud and maximize their fun all day and into the late hours. They bring or rent watercrafts and ride them fast and often creating more water traffic. Families are concerned that their young children can't enjoy the shoreline due to inexperienced boat drivers coming too close to shore and constant waves. Their irresponsible sea-doo behavior is not only an annoyance, it has become a safety issue. With regard to the septic system, many cottages are rented for better revenue to much larger groups than their cottage bedroom capacity and what their septic system can handle. This is a huge burden on the septic systems. Also, larger groups of renters mean more cars with not enough parking, necessitating to park in someone else's parking spot. There are 630 cottages on our lake, 204 of which have 100 feet or less frontages, and the lake is very narrow at the west end. This means adjoining neighbors have to bear a higher noise level than those with larger properties. This rental activity is wrong in so many ways. It is wrong to preserving the environment of the lake. It is wrong for the neighbor beside a rental property that has to endure the worry of who will be the next group of renters. There is no experience of getting to know your neighbors. It is like living next to a loud motel. Unlike regular motels that have staff to run and regulate, they are unsupervised, transient properties where renters have no attachment to the lake or community. They come to party, then take off. Short-term rentals are eroding the social fabric of our community. Short-term rentals have become a way of generating big revenue at the expense of communities. Over the years, great efforts have been made in other townships to control this, and many have succeeded. For example, Collingwood and Simcoe Township has put in place licensing and regulating along with banning rentals for less than 30 days. My concern is with more bylaws being created in other areas, more renters will be coming to our lake. I understand and I appreciate Mr. David Pink's report and ask if consideration can be given to directing staff to begin updating the background work completed previously and engaging with the community beginning in late 2022. I am concerned that the longer we wait, the worse the problem will get. Short-term licensing bylaws are in the works for Gravenhurst, as you had mentioned, to take effect in January 2023. Hopefully we can adapt this template to our lake. Please note that we have full support from our 3 Mile Lake Association. Thank you for your attention to our situation on 3 Mile Lake.
Thank you, Ms. McDermott. We appreciate that. I can see some clapping there. So, and I believe we also have Mr. Perry who would like to speak on this. Mr. Perry?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Would you have video by any chance?
I'm having issues with it, to be honest with you. 1 second.
Well,
there
you
we
go. Okay. Well,
Hi,
welcome.
my
And
name-
just your address too, and your name and address, please.
My name is Todd Perry. We're at 2481 Falkenberg Road in Port Carling on Brandy Lake. I think Mimi summed up a lot of it, that we have been on our lake for 68 years. And the cottage beside us just was sold last year, and it was turned straight into, as I call it, a hotel. The owner doesn't use this property. It is strictly used for Airbnbs. We've had numbers of issues where we've had to phone the OPP. Last year, it was 7 times, where I probably could have called 14 times. We've had the tenants coming to our side asking me how loud they can be. They're on the dock partying. You have a bachelor party. I have 2 young daughters, and they're talking about drugs and women and everything else that you can imagine, where my daughters don't feel comfortable even sitting on our dock. My daughter at 10 years old goes and locks the door because she's concerned about the neighbors coming over at night. There's got to be something to be done. I watched canoes being floating in the weeds, beer bottles and cans going into the lake. Like, they have no concern of anybody but themselves. I had one time they had a commercial club system playing out of the cottage and blaring, so you could probably hear it all around the lake. Never mind like the septic system that's rated for 6 to 8 people, and they advertise for sleeps to 12. Every weekend we have to deal with anywhere from 8 to 12 people partying every week. And there's something that has to be done. Licensing, fine, something to be done. The OPP can't do anything. Your bylaw officers don't work the weekends. They don't work at night. And the OPP are getting frustrated for being babysitters when I call them to come and get the people to settle down. And that's only after 11. That doesn't say anything between 7 and 11 p.m. There's something that has to be done. We bought our cottage to enjoy it, not to be run out and have to put it up for sale because we can't enjoy it. I'm not sure. Last year, I was told that there was no funding for this, and then this year there's an election, and it just seems to be keep being pushed on further and further, and nothing being done. We have people squealing their tires in front, drinking and driving. Like, something's got to be done. It's the Wild West.
Yep, Mr. Perry, thank you. That's the 2 minutes, but that's why we're here. I think part of it was massive projects, but I know that everybody on this council understands your and Ms. McDermott's comments, and it isn't like it gets spread around to everybody. It seems that it's the same properties that are infringed upon for the summer. So thank you for your comments. You're very descriptive, both of you. And now we're going to turn this back to a committee discussion to start that process in place that you are both asking for. So thank you both. Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. We've had these discussions obviously for years and years, and some councillors that have been around a little bit longer would remember that the former mayor and myself were in the Blue Mountains for 2 days listening to the new bylaw that they imposed, which then led us, I hoped that we were going to bring something forward, but we didn't. So, but what my concern is, and I haven't really been able to get a straight answer on this. So for instance, I happen to observe a property that I know, because I was part of the building at the time, has a capacity. It's a 2-bedroom cottage. And therefore, the septic system was built for a 1-bathroom, 2-bedroom cottage. This past weekend, there were 99 cars there for 3 nights. And in fact, some of the parking was within 20 feet of the water, which is a very interesting, again. So 9 cars, 3, like, even if you put 1 person, you know, it is very disheartening. And the same thing, this property was purchased solely as a rental. And I get asked about it all the time, and I can't answer any questions because, and all I want to know is answers from the septic perspective. You know, we had a property in Bala on Curry Street in the past where we approached it because they weren't hooked up to sewer and water when they could have been in that particular location. And the same with some of the things that the previous speaker spoke about. They were on a number of occasions, and I happened to observe it, naked bodies right within, you know, because you only, it's quite limited. You're very, very close to your neighbors. You only have to have 6 feet between. So I don't know where and how our bylaw can help or get those answers. Like, we were able to deal with that property somewhat because of the septic system. But I don't know that we are even approaching that way anymore. But we should be concerned, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Nishikawa. I think part of what certainly Mr. Kennedy will be probably writing a lot of this along with Mr. Pink, and that's part of what are our major concerns. And I suspect everybody here says septic and the overusage of septic. So that, I would assume, will be part of the bylaw that comes out. But if I'm going to be quiet now, like I'm supposed to. Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much. You know, we can debate what should be in there and how many people in cars. I think you started the meeting or the section appropriately. We need to update, and we need staff to update this. The only question I'm going to ask is, our staff are filled with OP, we're filled with a whole bunch of other issues going on right now, and this needs to move its way up the flagpole. So I'd like to ask our staff, do you need help? Do we need to bring a consultant in? Do we need to pay some additional money? Because I believe that's something that we should look at as an opportunity to start dealing with this today, so that we know that there's not a chance we can have something fixed for August or July, but certainly by the new year and early next season, we have in place time vetted an appropriate licensing system, appropriate bylaws to back it up, appropriate enforcement measures, so that we do not have to go through 2023 and beyond with the same problem. So I would like to just confirm that either staff can handle it, or do we need to make an amendment? And I would vote today to put aside $30,000 for a consultant to get this moving forward.
Okay, so before I go any farther, Mayor Harding, I know in the report, there's one question that I believe we need to clarify for staff, because there are 2 ways we could go. We could go the licensing route for sure, but there is the possibility, and some townships have done it, to actually create zoning that limits where rentals can be. It is, Mr. Pink may want to correct me on this, but it's very involved. It's changing our zoning. I personally don't think that's our answer. We have it everywhere, and it would be very hard to regulate from that standpoint. So I think what I'd like to do is see if I can get a consensus that it's the licensing route that we do want to go, that's where we're going to ask our staff to go. So have I got that? Look at, okay, Councillor Roberts. Well, just let me put that out there right now. To answer Mayor Harding's question, Mr. Kennedy, if you could join us now. We have talked about this, and I know you'll be doing a lot of the writing, et cetera, but could you just give us a brief, as long as we've got you here, recap on AMPS, which is part of what Gravenhurst had done. And we had talked about it and asked for you to bring a report back at one point. And how does that tie into our licensing, and what do you think your timelines would be for that? And would extra resources in terms of, as Mayor Harding said, a consultant or whatever, be helpful for you?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think first and foremost, AMPS either has to come before the licensing bylaw or come in conjunction with this. The administrative monetary penalty system is very useful for us in this type of situation. Hypothetically, we have a short-term rental that's an issue, constant issue. If we want to lay any types of charges, we would have to charge the owner through an information and summons. We would have to bring them straight to court. We would be spending thousands of dollars on a prosecutor to prosecute that case for something that may be as simple as a noise violation, or fireworks violation, if you will. With AMPS, it's much easier. AMPS, we have a violation, we have a founded complaint, we get the evidence that we need. It's as simple as sending a notice in the mail to the owner saying that on this date, at this time, you were found to be in contravention of such and such a bylaw. We set whatever penalty we wish through committee and council. So again, hypothetically, it's a $300 penalty. That notice describes everything that happened that day. They're told that they have a $300 penalty that they need to pay. Obviously, I can get into more details on another report through administrative monetary penalties, but they have the appeal process, a certain amount of time to pay, and there is a mechanism that if they do not pay, that it goes to the tax account on that property. So trying to get that implemented at the same time or even before a short-term rental licensing bylaw would be very, very beneficial for this township. I think it would streamline enforcement tenfold for this type of thing, and honestly, it would streamline enforcement for a lot of other bylaws as well. As far as staffing levels, if we have administrative penalties, we also essentially have to create our own court system, if you will, with screening officers, hearing officers, having all the administrative stuff that we have to do with the notices, the appeals. So I would suggest that we would most likely have to have some sort of administration position to deal with that, along with the licensing program that we would have for short-term rentals. If you may, we followed up with a software company that does tracking for short-term rentals. And as of January 26th of this year, they identified that we had 552 rental units in this township. To put that into comparison, back in 2018, just bear with me for a second. So back in 2018, I believe, yes, March of 2018, this township had 370 rentals. So we've gone from 370 to 552. And that's not to mention that since January till I would say maybe May of this year, the amount of phone calls that bylaw staff have received from residents that are asking if we have a bylaw for short-term rentals has been quite a number, quite high actually. We've had a number of people say that just because of the inflation and costs of everything, that they aren't able to afford to be able to come up here every weekend. So they were looking to offset some of that cost and open up more rentals. So I would safely assume that that 552 number has probably gone up to close to 600, probably even more. So having to do a licensing program for that many short-term rentals in one township is going to be quite a task, but it can be done. I believe with that administrative position, you could also argue that we may need another full-time person solely to do short-term rental licensing. The Huntsville bylaw department did that for their bylaw. I believe Gravenhurst has not added any staff, but I do believe they have quite a different complement of staff than what we do here. And Lake of Bays, I believe they hired a seasonal person along with an administrative position for theirs that started this year.
Okay, so now in terms of timing, yes, I think that's a critical question. Do you see, I mean, the report says sort of late 2022. Do you see the ability to engage our community in that, to have a draft written by then that we could help the community understand?
Through the chair, I actually brought over a draft bylaw I wrote in my former municipality that is in large, very similar to what the draft bylaw is on this report here. It is a little bit more of a modern bylaw compared to that one from 2017 or 18 that Mr. Pink wrote, but it's in large the same. A couple added things specifically, and as we've already talked about, is septic capacity. There was one that I put in that essentially said, depending on either how many bedrooms or what your septic capacity is, that's the max amount of people that you are allowed to advertise and have at that property. If you exceed that, that's where, again, if we had the monetary penalty system in, we could use that in that sense. So I think having my draft along with Mr. Pink's draft, we can come up with something that will, be able to combine both of them and have something for council's consideration, hopefully by the end of 2022, early 2023, along with the administrative penalty systems, because we will have to make a complete bylaw for that and do a bunch of amendments for the other bylaws as well. So I believe we could get it done. I don't know if Mr. Pink has a different outset on that, but I'm sure after the summer months when stuff does slow down for the bylaw department a little bit, we can spend a lot more time administratively to figure this out. And yeah, I think that's where we could go with that.
Okay, well, just think about what Mayor Harding had said. Do we need to put more dollar resources into this to ensure that we have this in place by next summer? And I'm not putting you on the spot right at the moment. Just think about that. Maybe we'll come back to you because I'm going to guess some of these comments may be asking you questions anyway. So let's just hold on that for a second. Councillor Zavitz? Was your hand up, Councillor Zavitz?
Yes, it was. I don't know what happened. I think there was a short in the system. Listen, I want to thank you, Rob, and of course, David. There's no question we and this council and previous councils have been ignoring this growing problem. And I think the word is probably appetite. I think we as a group need to establish just how far we want to go with this. I know Rob's indicating late 2022, that'll be a new council. We all know what budget's all about, and we all know how difficult it is to fuel what we have, let alone what we want to have. So I'm very concerned about the cost because I think we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to administer this and to do this thing right. I mean, there's 600 plus opportunities out there. And I think that we as a council now should decide on a framework and a way forward. And not unlike the transportation plan and the rec plan and the fire plan and all the other plans, asset management plan, we need to plan to have a fulsome and restrictive short-term rental scenario in place for May 1st, 2023. Can we make that commitment to each other and to our taxpayers? Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think that's what we're hoping to set in motion today, Councillor Zavitz. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, and through you, I'm going to stay focused on this one a little bit. I've done a lot of work trying to understand this problem. And with all due respect, I think that the actual bylaws that we're talking about trying to enforce already exist in terms of noise and in terms of fireworks or whatever the violation is. But I think one of the lessons we need to learn from some other activities is it isn't the $300 fine that curtails anybody's activities. We've got to find a different way to get at the root of the problem. And so I've got ideas, no answers. I think we're going to need the assistance of somebody who can do this on a more of a full-time basis. By do this, I mean pull our ideas together. I'm convinced that we cannot stop the action of short-term rentals. This is going on forever. It used to be that it went on between friends and family, quietly behind the scenes by written correspondence mailed between two houses. The problem now is you do it online and nobody even knows it's going on. I think there's room for short-term rental activity in this jurisdiction. And if you talk to some of the other jurisdictions, and I'm not going to mention them because I don't want to embarrass them, but there are a couple in Ontario that quite loudly decided that they were not going to allow short-term rentals within the boundaries of their township. And they are, because it didn't work. They can't stop this activity. It just goes underground. It just becomes more difficult to find. So my theory on this one is find out the pressure points. By the way, there's some short-term rental activity that goes on that I'm convinced is perfect for our environment, and it usually involves the landlord, or not landlord, the owner, either being resident on the same property or next door. That's the kind of thing that curtails the behavior. It isn't knowing that there's a guy patrolling in a pickup truck to pull you out if you make a noise. I think that kind of stuff is welcome. So who else has that kind of, I don't know what the word is. Who else has that kind of ability to exert influence? I think is the short-term rental, I don't know what they're called actually, agents, the people through whom you book your time. Now I realize a lot of it, again, is not booked through so-and-so cottages or so-and-so district rentals. It's booked directly. But if we were able to get some of the bigger players who do the bookings in this township to work with us, maybe we could find a way to promote them somehow, that, these are legit. They've got their own, for instance, private security force that are going to come and visit you every Saturday night you're in residence, whether you're making a noise or not. But let's get that. They've got a lot at stake here, and they can't afford to allow us to mess with their very successful business formula. I think we draw them in and try to encourage them to be part of the solution, not just being seen as part of the problem. But I'll tell you, shame on us if we can't figure out how to do this and do it soon. I just heard, I forget what Todd's last name was, say that I didn't buy this place to get forced out by the behavior next door, and none of us should. None of our neighbors should. None of the people around, none of our constituents should. We need to be, I think, really creative and proactive and figure out how to stop the behavior, not stop the activity. And I just don't believe that more bylaw enforcement is going to solve it alone. I think it's going to take a lot more creativity and involve a lot more parties than just hiring more people on bylaw enforcement. Thank you.
Okay, Director Pink.
Thank you, Chair. Through you for your indulgence. I think Councillor Kelly, I agree with you completely on your points, and I think there are ways to address it. And I hope this just helps frame the discussion a little bit. And I agree that I think renting one's cottage is a time-honored tradition in Muskoka. There's many out there, and that's why I continue to say I don't think council wishes to prohibit them. And I've tried to lay that out in the report, the pitfalls in doing so. And really the main one is, if you try the zoning route, one, you're subject to appeals, likely at the official plan stage, the zoning stage. Blue Mountains tried to go that route and has spent a lot of money. But ultimately, even if you are successful and control where short-term rentals are permitted, as we see many times during planning application discussions, if someone can demonstrate that they have rented their cottage previously, that practice can continue. So those legal non-conforming rights remain, and I think it largely renders that moot. So I think you're right, and a lot of the things you said, Councillor Kelly, came up when we had a steering committee and studied this issue years ago. These bylaws already exist, and I don't know if it's a matter of enforcing it, but if you see the resolution that Council previously passed, it's to look at those bylaws, is to consider greater enforcement. And we have been updating those bylaws. We have put those resources towards bylaw enforcement. We now are more appropriately staffed. But I think the key is, and you're right, it's not just going to come down to enforcement, because I don't think some modest tickets for these tenants is really what's working. But what I think is the benefit of the licensing route, and why I would suggest that council pursue that option, is where you have a repeat offender or violator, if you will, where there's a common occurrence of someone contravening the noise bylaw or firework bylaw or parking bylaw, trespassing, any of those matters we put in a code of conduct, we have the ability to revoke that license and have that activity cease. And that's really the key. So it's not, the penalty isn't, or the stick isn't the $100 ticket for contravening the noise bylaw. It's your license is revoked after, whether it's a 3-strike you're out system or a demerit point system, whatever council chooses, the licensing system will work quite well. And the other thing you said, I think very astutely, is it really, and this, again, all these discussions, I'm sure Councillor Hayes recalls them when we were sitting on that steering committee, was the manager aspect. And that's the other benefit of having a licensing system. You can put in that system components of having someone available on call within an hour, 2 hours to deal with those issues. And if landlords don't abide by these conditions, again, there's an ability to revoke said license. So the system really can try to address these concerns, but what I don't want to mislead the community or council is it wouldn't prohibit short-term rentals. We will still allow them. You still may see them around your lake, but we hope to rein in the community concerns and the impacts, the behavioral type concerns that we're seeing. I just also wanted to touch quickly on the resources piece and sort of frame, because I think, again, big part of today's discussion, it sounds like, and it should be, how do we move forward? And in my mind, I mean, I appreciate the offer of financial assistance or consultants, but I'll be honest, any project, regardless of the amount of consultants you hire, adds a great burden to staff to manage that process and everything that occurs. But I also think that it not necessarily that's needed. There's really 3 things missing or that need to be done. And I think, and again, hopefully this puts it into perspective. One, the bylaws need to be, frankly, just simply refreshed or updated. There are many out there, as you said, Mr. Kennedy has written in his past. We have on the agenda one that I've written years ago, but a lot have happened through that time. They need to be updated. And we also need to write an AMPS bylaw and implement that. And as Mr. Kennedy pointed out, we need to then update all of our bylaws to reference said AMPS bylaw. I don't really think a consultant will assist with that. We've largely done the work. It's out there. We need to put the fine-tuning finishing touches on it. And I'm sure between Mr. Kennedy, his team, and myself, we can do that likely beginning this fall, winter, hopefully if things start slowing down on the complaint and application end. So that can be done on a staff level in the coming months. I can't believe we're sitting in mid-June. Fall isn't that far away, believe it or not. The second piece that I think is really missing so far is community engagement. And as much as we have studied this issue for many years so far, we really haven't gone out to the community and engaged with them on these potential new regulations. The difficulty with that is, obviously, I think we would want those bylaws prepared in clear direction before we do that. We're already sitting here in the summer. We typically wouldn't engage with the community over the middle of winter. So that's something committee will have to struggle with as to how and when we engage with the community once those bylaws are updated later this year. And the third and last piece is really putting the resources towards actually then implementing the licensing bylaw. Right now, so that council is aware of essentially where my head is at, so to speak, I don't believe we necessarily need to hire necessarily more bylaw officers at this time. I know Councillor Zabit said in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm hoping not to that extent, but what I think is needed, and we can certainly look to put this in next year's budget, if we pass an AMPS bylaw, that is in essence somewhat of a quasi-court housed at the municipality to deal with appeals to tickets and fines, and a short-term rental licensing, which, as we heard from Mr. Kennedy, we probably have well over, probably over 600 short-term rentals in the municipality. I think this more than warrants an administrative position for bylaw enforcement staff. They currently don't have an administrative position currently, and bylaw officers are doing administrative work. I think in order to properly implement AMPS and short-term rental licensing, you're likely looking at an administrative position. In addition to that, there are online software companies now that have created software that can track and follow new and changing short-term rentals in your community. So it prevents the municipality from having to do that work. And for relatively nominal price, we can enter into a contract with one of those companies who can provide us with the list of all known short-term rentals and can automate a lot of the enforcement and registration type processes. And as time goes on, we can monitor how that program implements, whether we need to supplement bylaw enforcement staff in order to deal with the number of complaints that are received. When it comes to the cost, the last thing I will say is keep in mind too, there will be licensing application fees, which can largely recoup a large percentage of any administrative cost or contract to have the software. So again, to frame the forward-moving discussion, community engagement, updating the bylaws, and then putting the resources, which certainly don't exist in the current year's budget, to then implement those systems. I think, again, over the winter, we can update the bylaws. Staff, I can include those portions in next year's budget for council's consideration. I think the piece that some discussion may help is the community engagement as to, again, when that should occur. That may be the more challenging aspect. I hope that helps, and Mr. Kennedy and I are here to answer any remaining questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pink. That was really helpful. It's sort of our direction forward. I guess I was surprised to hear you say, are we going to license or are we going to allow short-term rentals? I honestly didn't think that was even on the table. They're here, and I don't know that anybody here is going to try and say we're not going to do short-term rentals. So so I think that's a given unless I hear something else. Councillor Jaglowitz?
Thank you, Chair. Then thank you, David, for giving us the long-range perspective. But what I'd like to, and by the way, I agree with it. So, but what I'd like to do is, David, is go back to what you gave council 4 years ago on June 14th, 2018. It was in the package that you sent out. It was your report to council, to the mayor and council, after the steering committee had completed 2 years of investigation. And what I'd like to do is bring this forward as the short-term solution, not as the long-term, because I think David has laid it out. But what you said in that report was that the short-term accommodation use steering committee for the township recommends to council that the following actions be taken with respect to short-term rental of waterfront properties in the township Muskoka Lakes. That the township Muskoka Lakes noise control bylaw, parking bylaw be reviewed and updated, consideration given to the passage of clean yards or property maintenance bylaws, dumping or littering bylaws, and occupant load bylaw. And it seems to me that if someone just had a discussion with Todd Perry, and by the way, I have, who represented himself here today, and took 2 or 3 things that he could file a complaint for. I'm talking about what we could do this summer. That's what I'm talking about here. And so obviously there's an occupant loading problem. There's a noise problem. Probably some minor changes to our current bylaws would allow some action to be taken against these people. Now, it won't solve the problem, but it will at least bring an awareness to it. So I endorse what David has said, and what he's talking about is bringing something in for 2023, and I would hope that staff could get together and bring in a short-term solution for 2022. Maybe 3 things. We could lay a charge for overloading the septic system. You know, if we may have to make some changes just to show the community we're taking some step. Meantime, we follow the procedure that David has laid out. Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, through the chair, I think I'll kind of go through each bylaw singular here. The noise bylaw at this point only prohibits noise from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And I will be quite honest, the amount of complaints that we have received in the last year since I've started here have come up for noise in the middle of the day. And a lot of times they are at short-term rentals where big people are out on the dock, out on a porch outside. They got music blaring. They got a whole bunch of people yelling and screaming, drinking, obviously. And it's so loud that sometimes when I'm on the phone with people, you can actually hear it clear as day. But problem being is our noise bylaw does not kick in till 11 p.m. So we really can't do anything at this point unless the noise is happening late at night. To Mr. Perry's situation, his have happened, late at night. We have taken steps to with that. I have not received any complaints in the past probably 6 or 7 months in that area. But if it does continue, we obviously can step up enforcement in that way. Occupant load bylaw, I believe, would have to come through either Mr. Boss or Mr. Snyder, because that would more or less deal with either septic or building. And sorry, the other bylaw was Councillor Jaglowitz, the clean yards bylaw, correct?
Yeah, I was basically, what you're saying is it's hard to do. I'm saying if our noise bylaw can't solve the problem, let's change it. I'm just saying, let's make 3 simple changes. So noise, occupancy, loading, that's kind of it, isn't it? I mean, those are the major complaints. Why don't we just get those fixed and at least do something? Now, that's not solving the problem. I agree with that 100%. So I agree with the long-term approach. I'm just saying, why is our noise bylaw doesn't kick in until 11 p.m.? Like, just change it. So anyway, that's.
Okay, so Councillor Jaglowitz and Mr. Kennedy, I see Director Pink has turned his light on, so I'm going to let him step.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if there, to be honest with you, even is such a thing as an occupant load bylaw. I think that's largely governed by the Ontario Building Code. I'd like to speak to Mr. Boss or Mr. Snyder to confirm, but I believe we can deal with that currently. I think the situation is now when we get a singular complaint that there's an excessive amount of users at a property, we may look into it, but it's a one-time event. And once it's done, it's done. We ensure that there's no issue after. I think if we're aware of a reoccurring issue, I believe building staff can deal with that if a septic system is not being used in accordance with the approvals that it was given. And that's something we can deal with. But when it comes, I think the ultimate request, Councillor Jaglowitz, was let's simply update those bylaws. You may recall when I guess assumed the responsibilities for bylaw enforcement, we brought forward a plan and council gave direction as to the bylaws you wish to update in order. And entirely respectfully, as much as it sounds easy to just bring the noise bylaw forward and update it, the first bylaw requested was the tree and the site alteration bylaw. And we have been doing that for nearing close to a year now. So I think I don't want to mislead council that you will have a noise bylaw updated next month. It's that wasn't on the list. I think dark sky lighting is next. And these things take time. And I just wanted to put that perspective in place.
I'll say, Chair, I wonder if I could just answer the Todd Perry thing just for a sec, because I've spoken to him personally and he's given up. I encouraged him to come here today to make his pitch. I said, why aren't you filing online bylaw infractions every time this happens? He says, why would I do that? They're not doing anything about it anyway. And I think that's the problem. And I'm encouraging him to every day file something. And I understand it's difficult, but how difficult, David, can it be to just, I don't mean do a complete bylaw overhaul, just pick noise and we're the, by the way, we're the term occupant load bylaw that came from you in your report in 2018. So just pick those two, pick noise and pick people overloading, too many people at a property, and start enforcing them. But you know what? I also appreciate there's lots of other things on the table. So I will leave it there. At least I feel better for having said what I did. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I am going to try, certainly Councillor Robertson, Nishikawa and Hayes, certainly I will get to you. And then I think we need to try to move this forward. And please think again about Mr. Pink's long-term plan for this, which means it looks to me like it would be in place by the summer. And I would turn it back to staff to bring us back some sort of a template of what that looks like and what they need in the budget, et cetera, et cetera. So Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And I really enjoyed this, or I got a lot out of this conversation when I shook my head when it was proposed to do licensing, because I think it's bigger than that. And it's, you know, it appears we need the amps, we need a lot of stuff, we need bylaws. But I'm going to be very quick here to be out of this, but I'm saying, okay, we can't change the noise bylaw. But I heard for this summer, and we've changed things quickly and got ourselves into trouble. But I'm sure we can enforce the, I don't know what the occupancy bylaw or load bylaw or whatever Sandy Bosch calls it. If it's already in the building codes, why don't we enforce only that one this summer? Because if you do that, you're going to really help the pollution part of it, but you're going to cut down on the number of people on a property. If the law is already there, that's quite simple. So why can't, I guess my correct directly to the Director of Sustainability and Planning, why can't we just use his staff to enforce that one?
So Councillor Roberts, I think, you know, we're going off to now we're going to do, I think it's a lot of work for one thing. To me, it would be more educational. Let's put out there that we're going to start charging people and try to educate them too. But I'm going to let Mr. Kennedy answer.
Yeah, and I have a follow-up on that.
Excuse me, through the chair, for these septic issues, as Mr. Pink has already said, when we get a singular call, you almost have to think of it as, take away the whole short-term rental thing for a second. You have to think of it as any of you have a party with 20, 30, 40 people. It's a singular thing. Yeah, your septic may not be of that capacity to hold a party, but it's a single event that is one night and you're done. So that's where the difficulty lies. We can't go to a property owner and simply say, hey, you guys had a party that one night, that's not good for your septic, we're gonna give you some order to prohibit occupancy or something. This has to be something that is found over time, that we can confirm that every single weekend, there's 20, 30, 40 people there every weekend. That's where we can do that. And that was done last year at a few properties. I do remember there were a couple short-term rentals that we could confirm every weekend there were way more than what the septic capacity was able to hold. And in those situations, building departments did issue an order to prohibit occupancy until they would correct the situation, and they did comply. So that has been done already, and if we get those complaints in the future, I'm sure it will keep happening. But again, the difficulty is if we get these singular complaints, it's very difficult for us to do anything because, like I said, we deem it as more or less you had a one-time party, as anybody in the world would do at certain points of time.
Okay, thank you. Just 60 seconds, Chair. Then
Okay.
Let's make sure we do that one. When you have evidence that it's happening every weekend, and continue on with that. And as far as education goes, it's not worth the paper it's written on, because that's what we've had for 4 years. And those that want to do it are going to do it, and all the education in the world is not going to help. It's got to be enforcement and restrictions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Much along the same line that the last two speakers spoke about. I was a little concerned that basically I'm wondering if, in fact, would it be better to keep a logbook, honestly, on some of these properties and then file the complaint? My concern is that the same property that I spoke about earlier, the 2-bedroom, and it rents out for $1,500 a night. And we're talking about giving the property owner a $300 fine. Not enough money, in my opinion, at all. So hopefully moving forward, that will be acknowledged. But again, and there has been a total disregard. I did have some communication with that property owner. He's just interested in renting it out. That's all that it is. It's not anything to do about even being a friendly neighbor or of how they use the waterfront and all of those kind of things, right? And so, but mostly what I wanted to ask is, I would like to move forward with the AMPS bylaw, whatever that looks like. But I would like the suggestion that $300 is much, much too low. I think $1,000 is more in line. That actually might have impact on someone. You know, we're all watching these shows on TV that, you know, redesign your cottage for rental use and you could make $100 grand a year. And it's true, right? So let's make sure our fines are in line. And also I wanted to just speak about the community engagement. It kind of, it bothers me quite a bit now that we are talking about, again, only having, like, we're concerned about the summer residents being here. I don't think that's a concern anymore. We are a municipality that operates 365. The mayor has talked about this for years and years. I don't believe any longer, especially now that the way that we conduct meetings and things, that in fact a property owner couldn't participate or make some kind of effort to do so if they actually have a need. I don't think that we should hold off on doing things, waiting while it's an appropriate time. So for instance, you know, we used to have people complain because we would hold a meeting in November or we'd hold a meeting in February. We're 365. We're a business that needs to operate for the full year. We can't just operate during the months that our seasonal residents are here, because honestly, my experience of seasonal residents are no longer seasonal. They're here year round. And I think it's time our township actually recognizes that we're much more than 6,000 people a year.
So Councillor Nishikawa, I know Mr. Kennedy is ready to respond to you, but do you need a response to anything at this point?
No, I was just giving what I would hope that would come back in the bylaw, that $300 is not enough, and also that our community engagement not wait for the summertime.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, I was just about to put up my hand earlier when David spoke about management. I'd just like to reiterate how important that is for all Airbnbs, Verbos, whatever, short-term rentals, have a local agent that can be called. And when they come to the rental, the consequences for the renters are you broke the rules, you are now invited to leave immediately. The police don't have the authority to do that. Our bylaw officers do not have the authority to do that. By telling them that there are consequences for their actions, then the actions will stop. And let's face it, we've only heard about the bad ones. We haven't heard about the thousands of good ones that are out there. And a lot of those good ones go through rental agents and they know the consequences of acting up, and they are responsible and are good community members. The only downside that I would like to mention about short-term rentals is there was a cottage that was for sale near us. The daughter of a friend went to look at it. She informed me that was the third cottage that she lost because she just can't compete with the rental agents who are buying them up to just put them on Airbnb. She wants to have a cottage for her family, and she just doesn't have the deep pockets that they do because they make so much money on these. So we're losing some of our social fabric by turning our residential cottages into commercial enterprises.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hayes. I mean, and I'm not going there today, but I mean, I think some municipalities have put a limit, like it has to be 7 days, which I think you can do without saying no rentals. Okay, I believe we have consensus here on what David presented as the plan going forward. Can I sort of get that from everybody? And I don't know, David, if you and Rob want to just come back in the fall, or you could maybe just quickly lay something out for us to see in terms of your anticipated timing, so we all have that? Is that okay?
Yes, I think we have clear direction, and we'll certainly make sure the minutes reflect the direction to move forward with these updates, and to include those resources. What staff can also do, perhaps this was, again, just an informational report. We can bring a resolution forward to council next month that encapsulates this direction, so it's clearly documented. I think this is a fairly substantial topic, and it's probably good to have a breadcrumb trail with clear written direction, so we can aim to do that, unless council wishes to see a follow-up report on the matter, but we can bring a resolution directly to council outlining these steps, again, including resources in the budget to implement an updated AMPS and short-term rental licensing bylaw to be developed essentially as soon as possible, likely over the fall winter time, and commence community engagement.
Okay, thank you very much. That sounds great. So I realize it's almost 4 o'clock now. Committee, we are not going to get through this entire agenda in the next half hour or 45 minutes. I'm quite sure. So what I'm going to ask and suggest is we still have people delegating on the site alteration and tree preservation bylaw, and also on the unfinished business of BOT. So we could start into one of those, or what we can do, because it is 4 o'clock, we do have to be back here tomorrow, I think. If everybody wants to call it a day, we could invite our delegates to speak to us now, so they don't have to come back tomorrow. And if they prefer, they can come back and speak to us tomorrow. So can I get a little bit of feedback on that? Councillor Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Well, we have the site alteration bylaw that has a lot of delegates, and I think we should postpone that to tomorrow. Mr. Bott is one application that is coming back, and I would hope that just for his sake, we could finish that one off. If that's all that's left.
Well, we have some reports from, I think our economic development officer.
Yeah, but those close tomorrow. Yeah.
Leave those till tomorrow, right? So do I have agreement that maybe we will do our unfinished business today, because I believe the site alteration discussion could take longer? Are we willing to stay longer? I guess that's what I'm really asking you. We are. Then I am going to actually ask the people, the site alteration and tree preservation delegates who we're going to delegate. I think we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, because I think we need to, before we get back to this, and we'll try and catch up with those delegates to see if they would like to speak today. If they cannot, come back tomorrow when we address the site alteration and tree preservation bylaw. So unless anybody has a great objection to that, that's the direction we'll take. Okay, we will see you in 10 minutes, and we're going to move then to our unfinished business. Okay, if we could get everybody back then, thank you very much. So we did reach 2 of our delegates for the my brain is going dead. I'm sorry. For the site alteration and tree preservation bylaws, and they will come tomorrow. The only one that we haven't been able to get hold of is Jason Sifft. So Jason, if you're listening, could you email maybe Lauren Cochran and let her know if you'd like to speak today or whether you will come back tomorrow morning. We'll start off with this tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And if you'd like to speak, I would let you speak now, and then we'll carry on with our last item of business today. So while we're waiting to see if Jason answers, why don't we do a refresh on our unfinished business, which is spot. And so, Ms. Darling, I think we're back to you.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. So this application is for zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0422, bylaw 2022-024 in the name of Bot. The subject property is known municipally as 1209 Breezy Point Road. The application was deferred at the May 12th, 2022 meeting for the applicant to consider a reconfiguration of the second story of the boathouse and to correspond with neighbors in an attempt to understand and address their concerns. Committee members also indicated a desire to visit the property and requested that floating markers be placed to mark the location and the proposed shoreline structures. A full analysis has been included in the staff report, and the applicant's agent is here to speak today. The site plan and drawings can be found on page 1161 to 1175 of the agenda package. No changes have been made to the requested exemptions. Steve Fahner has submitted a supplemental letter of objection on behalf of the Craig family, and this submission was circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended approval subject to the property being made to site plan control to implement additional plantings in the front yard area. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Darling. All right, I see we're bringing our delegation in here. I don't see Mr. Fahner quite yet. So, can't hear you. Oh, who's? Okay. Ms. Gibbs?
Hi, good
There
afternoon.
you are. As the applicant's agent, would you like to address us?
Absolutely. Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Gibbs from the Permit Guy, back again this month to speak to you. I was hoping that we could put up on the screen the ZBA package that I sent last week for circulation, so I could refer to it while I was speaking, if that's possible. Thank you so much. So I believe you've all had time to review this package, so I'll make it kind of short and sweet and just go over what we've done since the adjournment of our last meeting and what brings us here today. So following the meeting and the request for an outline of the boathouse, we did travel out to the property on May the 18th, and we did do the mark out in red and blue floaties. And you can see that there on the left. Red floaties, as shown, outline the dock, and the blue are the boat slips and the doors pointed out due west. To the right are just some new renderings of the boathouse that may not have been in the first package that you saw. If we could go to the next page, please. Thank you so much. At the May 12th meeting, Mayor Harding pointed out that perhaps there could be a chance to relocate the boathouse onto the south shore where there's already an existing dock. Perhaps that would be a way to amicably come to an agreement between all the neighbors that could make everybody happy. So we took a look at that both in an aerial bird's eye view, which is on the right side, and the site plan view. We also took a picture the day that we were on site doing the mark out, and I've shown that on the left. What the picture on the left is pointed due east. The White House in the middle does belong to Bill and Stephanie. The red square to the left is our proposed boathouse location. And to the right, the red hatch marks is the alternate location on the south side. While I do point out that the bird's eye view on the right side shows that neither boathouse location will significantly impact views, I think that the picture on the left really shows that the boathouse being placed on the south side is going to sit directly in front of that cottage to the south, which belongs to the Legate Wolfe family. And I think that relocating on that side would be unduly unfair to them to be sticking it there when we do have an option on the north side that doesn't impede anyone's view of the beautiful lake. Next page, please. We also discussed at the last meeting, I believe it was Mayor Harding as well, that asked us to take a look at the second floor and see if we could rotate it 90 degrees to the north side of the boathouse to hopefully create a little bit less impact, protect some of the privacy and some of the views for the cottage to the north. We did this in our design program. However, flipping that second floor both makes it project into Lake Muskoka significantly. Currently, that second floor is only coming out 18 feet. If I turn that, it's now going to be coming out 36 feet, which is a significant amount of projection and would probably require additional approvals. Additionally, when we flipped that second floor, it made the whole boathouse look a little disjointed and not purposeful. So what we did is we decided to leave the boathouse footprint and design as is, but we took a look at two parts of it. Took a look at the roof and took a look at the extra dock, which was on the back of the boathouse. I've changed the roof of the boathouse and have decreased the overall height of the boathouse by 1 foot and 8 inches for an overall height of 23 feet. We're hoping that this, combined with the beautiful wall of windows, is actually going to decrease the visual impact on Lake Muskoka. Additionally, there was some docking at the back of the boathouse on the east side, about 8 feet. And this was strictly for some storage and some patio chairs and whatnot. We've decreased this to 4 feet. This is now going to become a walkway. There's no chance that people are going to hang out back here or anything like that. Should help to improve some of the privacy for the neighbors to the north. Next page, please. This page is a few pictures we took on markout day. The one on the left is a picture of the boat approach to the boathouse. We thought that this was important to show the two blue boat slips and how far they are from the neighboring cottage. We realized that they use their water significantly for sports and swimming, and we just want to make sure that we have taken into consideration that we are a significant distance from there. The two pictures on the right help to illustrate what passing by boaters would see as they drove towards the end of the bay and took a U-turn back to Lake Muskoka and the views of that. And then the next few pages are not any specific information, but rather just show some views of the boathouse rendering and how that would look on site. The very next page is one that I'd like to point out. I know that the neighbors to the north are concerned about views. I think this one most accurately depicts what their view would be if they were sitting on their dock. To the right of the picture below is going to be your beautiful views of Lake Muskoka. If you look in this direction to the southwest, you would typically have seen the tip of Bill and Stephanie's Peninsula or the boathouse in the background. Now you will just see another boathouse, very typical of Muskoka. And while unfortunate, we think that the prime views are to the west. So we're really quite out of the way. So other than that, I believe we've addressed everything from the last meeting in this ZBA package. I will just mention that neighbors did meet this past Sunday to discuss. They had a Zoom call, and I don't believe there was any amicable resolutions made, but did attempt to hear their concerns and try to show how we had addressed them or already addressed them. But that's where we're at this point. Is we really hope that we've come back with a proposal that can be acceptable both to council and to the neighbors, because we really did try here to make something that was amicable to everybody while still being fair to Bill and Stephanie, who very much by their right can have a boathouse here. And we're just looking for a little bit of leeway for this second floor, to be honest. So that's about it. I'd be very happy to answer any questions that anyone has. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Is it my understanding that everybody that registered here wants to speak? Bill Freidman, Mr. Freidman. I know I saw you there. There you are.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to address the members of the committee. We have attempted to do whatever we can in order to facilitate the location of the boathouse so that it doesn't impede or impedes as little as possible any of our neighbors. Our concern is that our neighbors to the south would have a significant issues if we decided to put the boathouse on that side. In addition to that, there are 3 boathouses already on that side of the bay, on that part of the bay. And so we thought that the best location with the least impact on any of our neighbors was the location that we put the boathouse in right now. We've had a couple of conversations. We've had conversations with our neighbors, the Craigs, the neighbors on the north side. And one of the things that we indicated to them, and I think it's important to understand this, is that as of right, we can put a boathouse with a deck without the second story, and we can move that even closer into the bay. Even though we share the bay with our neighbors to the north, the way we've located the boathouse, they will have exclusive use of that bay, and we don't have to come into the bay at all, and we won't come into the bay. But if we have to do a single story boathouse, then we would put it further into the bay so that it doesn't block any of our own vistas from our cottage. I think that's about all I want to say right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Freidman. Just your address for our records, please.
My address is 1209 Breezy Point, Muskoka, unit number 1.
Thank you very much.
Otherwise known as the White House.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next on my list is Mr. David Wolfe. Or Ms. Wolfe?
It's actually Barbara Leggett.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Leggett.
Hi,
So
everyone.
I just forgive me, but I don't believe you're on our list of speakers, are you?
David Wolfe is my husband, and we are the neighbors to the south.
Okay.
And unfortunately, David has a call that he would have to go to, so I'm the delegate so that we can get this in. And so our address is 1-10 McKellar Avenue in London, Ontario. We are the neighbors to the south. We very much did not want to have anything to do with this application. We are very good friends with the Craigs, have known them for the duration of our tenure here, which admittedly is not the many decades that they've been here, and value them as neighbors and friends. Bill and Stephanie have been wonderful newcomers to Lake Muskoka and our neighborhood. And so we, of course, felt that we didn't like being in this position. That said, we did watch the last meeting after we heard that there was a suggestion that the boathouse could be put in front of our property. I do have a picture I could show you that was taken the long weekend that gives you a view of what we see if necessary, but we have a fairly narrow view of the sunset because we have an escarpment, which I will call to our left. If you're sitting on in our cottage, to our left, there's an escarpment that I understand is one of the highest points in Muskoka. And it juts out past that yellow and green boathouse that you see quite a distance. So we lose it depending on the time of year, we will lose our sunset. The other place that we lose it is at Bill and Stephanie's point. So if you put a cottage in front of it, we would lose probably 50% of the view that we now have. At one point in time, there was this blue slide on the end of their dock, and it was kind of rickety, and every picture we took had this blue slide in the middle of it. And at one point in time, the then neighbors took it down because it really was a bit of an eyesore and not something that you wanted to look at when you were looking at your beautiful Muskoka waterscape. But anyone who suggests that it is not in our view hasn't stood on our property. We did invite anyone who wished to come. We didn't see any cards in our door, so we don't think anybody took that opportunity. But if you stood where we spend most of our time, you would see that it would obscure. We would be basically cut in half. And that's really all we want to say. We don't want to take a position one way or the other on applications. And should it be 2 stories or 1 story, we just want you to know that from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to move on to, I think, Rein.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I believe I'll be speaking first for the Craig family.
Well, I only have a list of delegates, Mr. Fahner, so I'm not quite sure. Are we finished with sort of the opposition? I'm a little bit in limbo here on this. So who are you speaking? Let's go this way. Who are you speaking for?
I'm speaking for the Craig family, and I've been speaking with Lauren, Clerk Lauren, to basically indicate the order of speakers that would be for the Craig family.
Well, is Rein part of your Craig family?
Yes, she is. She's not going to be speaking first, though. She just happened to delegate first. It would be myself, followed by Elliott, followed by Liz, then and then concluded with Barb Craig.
Okay, you might have to repeat that for me, but you go ahead and then tell me who I'm passing it off to. How's that?
Okay, all right.
Okay,
That sounds
Mr. Fahner, thank you.
Okay. Again, Steve Fahner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L 1A4. And I'm here representing the Craig family in this particular case, and they are objecting to the application. And I do have a brief PowerPoint presentation really to show the photos that I've taken anyways from the Craig's property for the most part. Yeah, if we could just carry on next, please. Thank you. So again, I think there's impacts on view. I believe that you hopefully have had a chance to look at my supplementary points on this particular matter. Just want to mention that the south side of the bay is much larger than on the north side of the point. So the bay there is about 375 feet wide, whereas it's only 141 feet wide on the north side. Next. And in terms of dwelling distances, the distance from the Craig dwelling to the proposed boathouse is approximately 140 feet, whereas if it were on the other side of the point, it would be approximately 300 feet to a possible alternative location. Water depths are similar around the point. Now that's not definitive. I'll show you my next slide in a moment, but the water depths are similar on both sides of the point. So it could be moved around the other side. The safety concerns are more so on the north side of the point just because of the location of my client's dock, whereas it would be approximately 180 feet from the neighbor's dock to the south. Next. So by looking at, this is a survey of the subject lands. This was done by John Hiley's office. It is public information. You'll see labeled part 7. This is the flooded lands, and you'll see the distance there on the north side of the point to between the existing present high water mark and the original one. It's about the same distance as on the south side. So, and the difference in elevation is actually 3.5 feet because that's how much the dam at Bala was raised in terms of water level. So it's not definitive, but I'm just trying to make a point that the depths are going to be similar on each side of the point. They may not be exactly the same, but they are similar. Next. So in my opinion, I'm going to show through the photos. I think if there's going to be impacts on neighbors on the south side and the north side, I would suggest that maybe the property is just not conducive to having a 2-story boathouse. sleeping cabin could be constructed on this property. The subject lands is 5.1 acres, so it's not a small property. And in my opinion, the proposal does not conform to the official plan and does not represent good planning. Next. So this is taken from my client's dock looking towards the proposed boathouse, and it was mentioned the yellow boathouse in the background. I believe the owners are the Sullivans, I believe. And that is the point of land immediately subject to this application is what is to the left. So this is what my clients look at. Next. And this is taken from, they have a shore dock as well, a very small one back in their little bay. And this is where the boathouse would be. And I do appreciate the showing this in the field. I think it was very helpful. Next. This is looking from the bought property back to my client's dock directly across. So you can see the distance there is quite narrow and it will impede, and they are very concerned about safety as well as views and privacy. Next. And this is just a view from the dock at the shoreline. This is a view again towards the proposed boathouse. Next. This is taken from the bought dock. And again, I appreciate the ability to be on their property. To me, this is where the boathouse could possibly go. You can see where their satellite dish is. It could be moved out to that portion. However, the neighbor to the south has indicated that would interrupt their view as well. But this is an alternate site on a much larger bay than on the north side. Next. This is looking back towards the Wolfe Leggett property from the existing dock. And in fact, we would be farther away if the boathouse was moved. It would be moved farther away behind me, so their distance would be actually greater than what you see there. Next. And this is was taken by my client one evening when they were sitting on their deck at their dwelling, and this is what they would see. Next. I just wanted to show this, and again, I believe this is very helpful, and I'm glad that Lisa Gibbs was able to put this together. My client's dwelling is on the north side, and it's the building that's crosshatched there, and it looks directly at this boathouse. On the south shore, the neighbor's dwelling looks, if you were to put it on the other side of the point, on the south side of the point, they, in my opinion, would be looking past it. They say it will interrupt your view. I believe they'll be looking past it. It's sort of like my clients looking through their front windshield of their car, and they'll be seeing this boathouse, whereas the neighbors would have to look to their side view mirror to be able to see the boathouse. But that's just my opinion. And you can see the difference in the distances between the dwellings. Towards boathouse and the possible.
Excuse me, Mr. Fahner, you're at your 5 minutes, so could you wrap it up, please?
Okay, next. And these are my conclusions. My main conclusion is I really feel that the property is not conducive to a two-story boathouse. They do have the right to have a single-story boathouse. And because of impacts on both neighbors, potentially, I believe that the application should be denied. Thank you. And I'll be here to answer any questions if you wish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I gather that the next person we're going to is Elliott Taylor.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Good
Taylor,
afternoon.
welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Elliott Taylor, 7099 Northeast Dolphin Drive, Bainbridge Island, Washington. And I appreciate an opportunity to just point out a few of the points. Thank you very much, Steve, for your presentation and comments. I did some similar analysis looking at distances across the bays. And if the location of the boathouse is on the north side, it reduces our narrow inlet there by about a third. If you were to put a boathouse on the south side, you would reduce less than 1/5 of the available space that's on that bay. And clearly, I understand the objections view-wise from both Legate Wolfe's as well as ours. I know that in the previous discussion and meeting with the council had suggested orienting the roof line east-west so that it would minimize that view impact. But as you can appreciate from the new material that was provided, we have a much larger and continuous back east facing construction. In addition to just the setback distances and impacts that those represent both to boating safety and access, including making it much more challenging to get a sailboat in and out. It's challenging as it is to get a sailboat out of that narrow bay. And with that boathouse there, I'm not sure how we're going to do that. But we do have some environmental concerns. My wife and I are both environmental scientists. And we note that the 2021 Muskoka Watershed Council official plan states that environmental health should be a primary criteria for planning decisions. We feel that exempting the small narrow bay from the existing minimums contradicts those guidelines. The geography of our bay is very narrow, and it should require more than minimum requirements. We think that, just foregoing the existing laws that are put in place to respect neighboring properties and protect the limited amount of undeveloped shoreline greatly impacts the rights of the adjacent property owners to maintain their views and privacy. The January 2013 report on shoreline vegetation buffers states that shoreline vegetation protects the lake's edge and provides critical habitat for insects, microorganisms, fish, wildlife, waterfowl. We've watched how the point has been transformed from what was more of a natural setting to more developed. I think in some of the photos that you saw initially, you can see that the point has been cleared. Most of the natural vegetation at this point has been removed. Cumulative impact, we've witnessed how the natural vegetation has been removed from the point and around the neighbor's house and replaced with ornamentals and hardscaping, as well as construction of the patio and an addition close to the water. Adding a boathouse to the north side simply continues with that development and the impacts on what is a limited natural part of the point in this area. And planning considerations in the official plan state that natural forms should dominate the character of the waterfront. Shorelines shall be encouraged to be maintained in a predominantly natural state with tree cover, ground vegetation retained as development occurs. The proposed boathouse location destroys what's left of the character of this waterfront point. Point's already lost a lot of its natural vegetation and tree cover. And on behalf of my wife, who is a fourth generation cottager, we've witnessed the impacts of development on the health of the bay. We still see some of the wildlife in our little bay: turtles, fish, loons, herons, turkeys, fisher. We've maintained a very natural habitat along our property and water's edge. And this natural habitat is increasingly being encroached upon. And we would be further lost with the impact of the boathouse and associated loss of vegetation and shoreline. Our concern is for both the health and safety of the people that would be using this little bay, as well as the wildlife in that bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I believe up next is Ms. Craig-Olins. You just need to unmute yourself, Ms. Craig-Olins.
Okay.
There you go. So just your address too, please, and then carry on.
232 Allendale Road, Boston, Massachusetts. So I want to say good afternoon to you all. I met you all a month ago in May at our meeting, and I do appreciate your further attention to our issues. When our mother signed off on the 2009 severance of our cousin's property, which is now the Legate Wolfes and the Botts properties, that agreement hinged on keeping boating activity on the south side of the point. That condition maintained our longstanding respect for each other's mutual but separate enjoyment of the lake. The Botts' current plan cites the boathouse so as not to interfere with the Legate Wolfes' view. We are friends of the Legate Wolfes, and we appreciate the concerns on both sides. But there has been less consideration, we feel, for the greater impact that the siting would have due to location, and distance between us and the proposed boathouse that would impact privacy, congestion, and the views on our side. Furthermore, at our neighbors' meeting last Sunday, Mr. Freidman made it clear, as he has to you earlier, that if we do not support his two-story boathouse, he will site a one-story boathouse even closer to our bay, closer in on our bay. I really need to understand what the parameters of this meeting entail, and if, in fact, that weighted statement can hold, because that puts us in a very, very difficult position if that ends up being the case. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe it would be Miss Craig up next. Or I've lost you in here, Miss Rein. Is it you next?
I think it's me.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, committee and council members. My name is Rein. I am Barbara Craig's daughter. She'll be speaking next. My address, I'm going to remember it this time, is 2235 Pinecrest Road in Agoura, California. So my grandmother and her parents, my mother, myself, and my kids have all been lucky enough to spend our summers in Muskoka. I've been coming to our cottage since I was born. And when I was growing up, every cottage on this bay, and at the time I think there were only about 4, belonged to someone that we were related to. Today, we are the only remaining cottage in our family. As my Aunt Liz just noted, in 2009, our cousins requested that their plot of land now containing the bought property be severed. This would allow for our cousins to remain at their cottage, which is the bought cottage, while a new cottage site could be developed, which is now the Leggett Wolfe site. The severance was eventually granted, but with the condition that the boathouse be outside of the sensitive fish habitat area. And it was noted that no changes were being made to what is now the bought lot at that time. And at that time, it was a cabin, 2 sheds, and a dock. But now we are in a new chapter. And I just wanted to say how grateful I am to this committee for, again, applying careful consideration and for taking time and effort to make site visits. So while it's well known that fish spawn in both these shallow bays, my main objection to the proposed location of the boathouse is that it is a hazard to navigation and a risk to life and property. As it has been pointed out, the proposed location redirects motorized boat traffic from an established route on a larger bay to a much smaller and more narrow water body. Boats and jet skis would have to come and go by making circles and loops into our swimming area to dock. And that is all I have to say. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Craig? Yeah, we did mute you because we could hear some background noise, so you'll have to unmute yourself.
Is that better?
There you go. Yes,
okay.
Yes, just your address too, please.
Okay, 289 Upper Meadow Lane, Charlotte, Vermont. Okay. Can I be heard?
Yes, please. Please go ahead. I will put in a little bit of a warning. You only have 2 minutes as you're on our supplementary agenda.
Okay.
But that may be all you need. So go ahead, please.
Okay, I'll talk fast. So we are the neighbors directly to the north of Stephanie and Bill. And just a brief bit of history. We, as 4th generation Muskoka cottagers, we've lived here on Long Bay for over 60 years. In fact, it was our great-grandfather who settled here in the late 1800s on this very property where all our cottages now sit. And we are all Canadian citizens. Our cottage sits on a very small bay. We have 1 main dock. All our water activities center on this dock. To introduce such a large structure into such a confined inlet not only risks the safety of swimmers, which, yes, we've already pointed out, but poses a real challenge when trying to dock a boat. Prevailing westerly winds are common in our bay, and I can attest to the difficulty of docking in such strong winds, almost impossible at times. As Steve and others have already shown, the south side of the point, the very side where the dock already sits, has far less of an impact. On our narrow inlet, the adverse effect of such a boathouse is huge. It is an attempt to squeeze an oversized structure into an undersized inlet. It is a recipe for disaster, both from a personal safety standpoint and safe boating practice. Please keep in mind that our cottage faces the north shore of the bought property. In other words, directly at the proposed site of this boathouse. And one last thing I would like to add, we are good friends of Barb Leggett and David Wolfe. We've known them over the years. We appreciate each other and truly, truly wanted to come to the best solution. So given that, in our opinion, the only place for it is on the south side. And yeah, I think I'm not saying it wouldn't impact either one of us. It's just a bigger impact from where we sit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. Okay, all right, committee, that was the end of our delegates. And so I am now going to turn it over to committee. Councillor Zavitz.
Well, thank you. Great to see so much family here and so much passion about this beautiful place. So I think many of us share it. I did travel, my wife and I did travel onto the bought property and did our diligence, and I did appreciate the fact that the buoys were located and where they were. But the first thought that occurred to me when I got there was there's only one perfect location for the boathouse as it relates to all the neighbors, and that's right in front of the White House, which would of course obliterate their own view. I have a couple of questions, if I might. First of all, to David, to what extent can we as a committee chime in here on this actual location? I mean, we often have lots to say about, widths and setbacks and lengths of docks, et cetera, but this seems to me to be a very unique one in that this is obviously to a point of land, a large piece of property that points. And it's curious to me that we are contemplating where someone could put a boathouse when they have all these rights as a property owner. So could you speak to that in terms of, before I move on to a secondary question, to what extent can we affect the location of this, ultimate location of this boathouse?
Director Pink.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I think as you've heard from the applicant, there are certain rights associated with this property, and they are correct. A single-story boathouse can be constructed, I believe, in the location that's being proposed. So what is before you is the permission to build a two-story boathouse. I think through typical process, if an applicant is willing to amend their proposal to address the concerns, then you certainly can work with that applicant to approve a bylaw on that alternate location. I think the applicant in this case has heard clearly of the desire to consider moving to the other location. It doesn't appear they are willing to make that move. I think what you have before you is an opportunity to either defeat the bylaw if you don't agree with the proposed location, or approve it if you feel it is appropriate in the location proposed.
Good, thank you. So just secondarily then, if I might, it would seem to me, and having spent quite a bit of time there walking the property, that the new dock location where the pontoon boat is would seem to me to be ideally suited for a one-story boathouse, two-slip, one-story boathouse. And so that would be where I would go, is the South Shore, abutting the, I guess one could call it the new dock. That to me would be a minimal exposure to any of the neighbors, because it would be that lower. I mean, they were all looking at a very narrow out into the lake, and they're all sharing that view. I won't be able to support this large structure where it currently is proposed. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I was fortunate to have visited the property as well with the two other councillors, and I enjoyed our experience. I'm very concerned about some of the words that I heard today. I actually felt threatened if I was one of the property owners because of the language that the applicant chose to use, which really concerns me. I have safety issues coming out of my So, my first thought was, I can't imagine a boat going into that bay while people are swimming or enjoying the water at all. I just can't, I can't. I have a concern about, like, what if this is going to be one of those properties that gets rented out, and who knows? We know people can rent boats now or sea-doos without actually having any licenses or any of that sort of thing. So it's very concerning to me that we would be imposing even more difficulties or harms in that bay. I heard from the applicant that if I don't get what I want, then I'll do worse. The concern is, I thought he also wanted a 2-story boathouse, and I had the same, I came to the same resolution in my mind that in fact, the boathouse should be in front of that property, right at the point. That was my impression. And I actually even took I looked at the windows. It was interesting. I don't know if this cottage is going to be redeveloped, but there's very few windows that from the applicant's cottage itself that would actually be impacted by the development being at the point. Definitely I would have, and in fact, I think that prior to this ever coming to council, I need to also look into more dialogue from the safety aspect. I believe that there's federal issues that should be addressed, and we're not going to hear it. It's not up to our staff to bring that, but I'm certainly going to look into it, because it really, really concerns me that their recreational use of the Craig's property will be completely eliminated. It is way too close to have any boats come into that bay. So I would approve a 2-story boathouse if it was at the point. I couldn't approve it in the location that was chosen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And I was fortunate to visit the location with Councillor Nishikawa and Councillor Edwards, who's not here today. And I'm a bit of a bushwalker, so I had no trouble in getting between properties. And I would have gone down to the Wolfe property, but I remember Councillor Edwards and I speaking about it. We didn't think we'd had permission to go down there. And so we did go out on the end of the dock. I'm going to call it within the Wolfe Bay, so I won't confuse the south and north of the larger bay. And I looked at the depth of water, and it was significant. It was at least a 5-stair ladder coming off the end of the dock. And I looked down to the Wolfe property, and I saw the way that property was, the cottage was situated. Their look was not directly up the shoreline, because the shoreline is all vegetated down to the Wolfe's property. I then went out to the front of the cottage, and I agreed with the previous 2 councillors. The best place for a 2-story boathouse, if it's still needed or desired, would be in the front, not on either bay, because of the disturbance to the neighbors. More so on the Craig side. I went through the bush, I went down through the, and it's left very natural over the trees along the shoreline. I didn't see a property stake, so I didn't know approximately where it was, but I got up onto the Craig's cottage, so the older establishment, and definitely you could see the way they use their cottage. A large 2-story boathouse would definitely change the character of the bay, and definitely change their enjoyment of that bay. So and I went down to the dock. I have a number of pictures I've taken, so I reviewed those this morning. Mr. Fahner showed a lot of pictures that reminded me of it. Now his was done with I had a telephoto lens too, so it makes that footprint much closer when you use a telephoto lens, but it is very compact in there. There'll be a lot of activity and danger that could be presented. So I agree with that the best place for a 2-story boathouse on that property, if I was building it, and would be, of course, I don't know the view of the bots, but I'd be right directly in front on the point. And that way he would please, there would be a great compromise between both sides at his sacrifice of his view. So so if it wouldn't be at the directly out, I would say it would go on the larger bay. There are already two, I think, if I remember correctly, there are already 2 boathouses on that bay, where on the Craig side, I didn't see any boathouses. So that's what I have to say on this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. And through you, I went down and I stood on the end of the Craig stock, and I said, this is close enough that you can throw a rock and hit it. So I went and got a rock, and yeah, you can. And I'm not that great of a throw, so that just puts, for those that didn't get a chance to go down there, it is that close. And it will impede the enjoyment of their recreation. Also, in the future.
Oh, I think we just lost her on the internet. You do? No, everybody else can hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, you faded out, Councillor Hayes.
Okay,
Turn
can you hear me
off,
now?
turn off, yeah, but turn off your video and maybe that'll help.
All right, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I was saying that if the Craigs ever decided to build a boathouse, it would probably have to be right across from this one because their property only goes out so far. Something that I was thinking, the water line going into the Craig's cottage, I was just wondering if that was anywhere near where the boathouse was, because that would be something, there's not that much activity going on right now. Most of their time is spent swimming or with small watercraft. To have something big going in and out would make a big difference. So I think that when I walked onto the Botts property and looked, I have to agree that the best place that I would put it would be over by the existing dock. You don't have the, it's not as intrusive of all of the neighbors. The least intrusive place is to put it right in front of the White House, but I somehow think that that's not going to happen. But I would definitely not put it on that south side, and I will not be supporting this application.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hayes. Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much. And it's difficult to solve the problems of neighbors. I mean, I think the reality is we're being asked first and foremost here to approve a 2-story boathouse when only a 1-story boathouse is allowed. So I'm happy to approve a 2-story boathouse, assuming that the neighbors can be satisfied. What seemingly here is we're not satisfying either neighbor. Just my caution, though, is that, remember, this property is entitled to a cottage and a sleeping cabin that could be put on shore, be put by either closer to either neighbor, may have a negative impact there as opposed to being a 2-story boathouse. A boathouse can be put on either the north or the south shore. Setback can be made. So we're still going to have potentially an issue, and we can't say no. The building department would issue a building permit to build a 1-story boathouse at this particular point in either location. So I'm struggling with that as well. I will also say the northern property, if I stand on the dock and I use Google Earth to get a better view, I've actually got roughly a 50-degree view from left to right. So yes, the boathouse is going to come out and take part of that view away. And there's no doubt that the dock itself seems to point around the boathouse already. The property on the south, the other cottage, and yes, it's a bigger bay, but it's actually a more narrow view. And they're only limited to potentially a 20% view from where they are in the back part of the bay. So if there is anything taken away, their view is already being narrowed. At the end of the day, I don't want to make this decision. Sorry, I don't want to pick which neighbor we're going to frustrate. As other councilors said, if you really want a 2-story boathouse, maybe you have to block your own view. and be respectful to either neighbor. So the two-story portion of this right now, I'm personally going to have to say no to.
Thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to surprise myself, but the mayor said exactly what I was going to say. But I'll say it a little differently. I didn't go to the property, and I'm not really concerned about the view of either neighbor because I don't think that's how that works. So I just tried to look at the facts, and I say, first of all, they're entitled to build a single slip boathouse, and they can put it anywhere they want within reason, okay? And then I said, well, are they allowed to build a two-story boathouse? And I read the director's report or the staff report from last month, and it says, no, the zoning bylaw says, no, they cannot have a two-story boathouse. But then there's a rationalization that goes on because the property has a bigger frontage rather than straight line, and the OP doesn't talk about straight line, but the zoning bylaw does. So we'd be, if they're allowed a two-story boathouse, they're violating the zoning bylaw, but it would be okay by the OP. And then I found, well, it's not only a two-story boathouse, but now it's limited to 30 feet in width, but they want an exemption for 36 feet of width. So I'm going to ask staff to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm probably not going to support a two-story boathouse because I don't think they're entitled to it. When I read the staff report, I think they said clearly the zoning bylaw does not permit a two-story boathouse, but yet staff was recommending it. So that has got me confused. But if I do, so Chair, I don't know how you're going to call this question because I'm not going to decide where the boathouse should go, but I'm going to vote against it if it's two stories. So I don't know how you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jaglowitz. And I have waited to the end. I have to admit, Mayor Harding, I had come to the same conclusion. I don't think it's for us to upset both neighbors on either side. They have the ability to build a one-story boathouse. I did not have a chance to go to this property. I had to go to the city for a fair amount of time, but I'm listening to my fellow councillors, and maybe the solution is that we amend this to say, if you want a two-story boathouse, it goes on the point of land so that you are not disrupting either one of your neighbors. That would be the only, and I'm not set in that, but to me, it's the only solution to turning this right down if we have any appetite for that. Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. I didn't raise before because I was focused on the location, but I did note, like my notes say, that I did have a concern about the additional 6 feet. So I wanted to add that as well. I would be in favor of the two-story boathouse, but I wasn't going to be in favor of the additional size that was being requested.
Okay, well, I think we're at the point now, committee. We've spent a long time discussing this. My only suggestion was if anybody wanted to limit a two-story boathouse to the point, and I don't think I see any takers on that. So unless I see Councillor Nishikawa is.
Well, no, there was a few of us that said we would prefer to have it on a point.
I know. I understand that, but now I'm looking for solid. Do you want a motion on that? That's what I'm saying. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. I mean, I'm happy potentially to do it there, but we don't have a site plan in front of us at this particular point. And I think that we need the applicant to say, this would be our new proposed location, and we'd need the neighbors to sign off on that. So I think either we'll look to the applicant to say, do we want a deferral at this particular point, or do you want us to potentially turn this down? Because I think that's the way it's going to go in council.
Well, I guess my other thought is we could turn this down, and then if they come to us resolution, they can come to us in council and say we've found it all right. So I'm going to ask Councillor Jaglowitz.
Yes, thank you. Can we not amend it to a single-story boathouse? We can't.
We don't need to, Councillor Jaglowitz. They have every right to put in a single-story boathouse wherever they want.
Oh, I see. I see. We're by turning it down, they're still retaining that right.
Oh,
We're
absolutely.
not
And Mr.
denying them a boathouse. I see.
Not at all. Mr. Freedman, I'm going to ask you if you would consider putting your two-story boathouse at the point. And I think you're still muted.
Sorry about that. We looked at that, and it would block all of our vistas because our cottage is right on the point and it looks out to the point. And if we put the boathouse in front of that, then all we would see, period, is the boathouse. So that's why we moved it a little bit not into the bay. We never moved it into the North Bay, but at the edge of our White House, of our property, and at the point, at the edge of the point. But it's not in the Northern Bay, and it wouldn't be in the Northern Bay, and there would be no boats that would.
No, we're not. I just asked you a question, and I'm sorry, but I think we're at the point now where I just need an answer, and then we're going to go back to committee.
All right, we couldn't put it at another point.
Okay, that was the question, so thank you for the answer. All right, so I believe committee, we are going to vote on this. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-02/22, bot roll number 8-5-089 be approved, subject to the following: that the subject property and proposed development be made subject to site plan control to implement additional plantings in the front yard area. Any more discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That is defeated. Okay, thank you everyone for coming and delegating again. Councillor Nishikawa.
Just quickly, I was a little concerned hearing that vegetation was already removed and things, and I just wondered if, not today, but staff could comment when this comes back to council.
I'm sure they've noted that at this point. One other, did we hear back from Jason Sifft? He would tomorrow at 9. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure of that. So, okay, committee, I want to thank everybody, and we are unfortunately going to have to meet again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We will do the bylaw because that's where our delegates are. And then we have some reports from staff, but thank everybody for today. It was a lot of thinking and a lot of work. So thank you, everyone. Councillor Roberts?
Just quickly, then Jason would be the first one to delegate.
Well, he and Susan Eplett and Ken Pearce, those are our 3 delegates for that.
Right. I was just thinking of Jason being the business. Well, everyone's busy. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not going there, Councillor Roberts. Okay. So I just have to thank you. You even gave me a little tag to remind me today. Thank you. Okay. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Jaglowitz. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee meeting adjourn at 5:10 p.m. and the next regular Planning Committee meeting be held on Thursday, July 14th, 2022 at 9 a.m. electronically from the Council Chambers Municipal Offices in Port Carling, Ontario. Further, be it resolved that the special Planning Committee meeting scheduled, oh, this wasn't the right one, sorry. Yeah, as a special committee meeting will be held on Friday, July 7th or June 17th, 2022 at 9 a.m. electronically from the Council Chambers Municipal Offices in Port Carling, Ontario to complete matters on the June 16th, 2022 Planning Committee agenda. All in favor? Okay, thanks everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.